Give me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 7/24/2026. It is 9:56 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry I'm late. It is absolutely Alex's fault. I kept telling her, I was like, shut up woman, I gotta get on stream. And she was like, no, please stay with me forever. I was like, I can't. I got work to do. I'm a fucking man. I gotta go out here and make the monies. She's like, no, please. Please, come back. Women. Alright. You gotta keep that pin pan strong. Tom, any thoughts on Andrew being sued? There's too many Andrews for me to know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know of any Andrews that are being sued. Channel 5, Andrew. That's literally, I dude, I was literally thinking Andrew Tate or Andrew Wilson. I did not even think of the Andrew Callaghan. I thought in his last video he said that he wasn't being sued anymore. Am I misremembering that? I thought he said that it wasn't happening anymore.
Have filed an amended complaint trying to spin our fundraiser as more performative, sensationalist drivel, designed not to fundraise, but to intimidate Mr. Joyner to drop his case against Callahan, compel his lawyers to drop him as a client and drop the case altogether, and to intimidate witnesses from providing truthful testimony.
Andrew ain't trying to intimidate no witness, cuz. Ain't nobody witness Andrew do shit.
Obviously, none of that stuff is true. I barely said a word about the federal lawsuit for 2 years and launched the fundraiser only as a last resort once they refiled in state court.
Y'all still don't get it, cuz. It don't matter how much money you have. People know the truth. You can't buy it.
If I could fund this second round myself without you guys, I would, but I can't. So I did what I had to do. And I have some incredible news.
It worked, huh? Thanks to y'all.
In just 4 days, we received over 55,000 donations to our
Oh, okay, that's right. He just said that they raised a bunch of money. Never mind. Never mind. I don't know enough about it. The little bit of information that he gave us sounded weird when we listened to it, and I found it kind of strange at the time when we first went over it. It was...
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
It was weird because I never mind. There was some weird stuff about it. If you go back and watch my review of it, I found some of the stuff kind of odd, but I don't really know enough about it to really have an opinion. But I do want to say, so Wick messaged me this morning. Apparently he was watching the review of the debate with Soypel last night, and there was a period where we went and looked for the Fox News retweet that he put out. Soypel kept saying that he retweeted Fox News, and so he sent me a DM. Actually, here, let me just pull up what he sent me. I will just show you exactly what it is he sent me. He sent me this, a screenshot of the tweet. It was not a retweet. He did not retweet the post. So for those of you who were here, we went looking for this tweet because it seemed a little odd. It kept being recharacterized as a quote tweet and then a retweet, and whether it had a caption or didn't have a caption, and like that made a really big difference in the context of the debate. If you weren't here, it made a huge difference. And so we were trying to find it and couldn't find it. And so he just sent me a screenshot of the post, and it literally says they are working hand in hand with Trump to destroy the Democratic Party. It says, caught on camera, Representative Ro Khanna, Cori Bush, and streamer Hassan Piker joined a progressive video call that opened with a speaker comparing America to a Nazi regime ruled by dead-eye psychopaths and bloodthirsty imperialists. I don't know if that's actually better. I feel like the way that when he says hand in hand, is he talking about all of these people, or is he talking about these people in Fox? Like, I don't. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. I can't really tell. But if he was saying with Fox, then this is totally justified. If he's just talking about them, then yeah, I don't know. Hunter Biden is still on his base arc. Talk about a comeback. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was watching Pisco review your debate. Feels like the last debate that he reviewed of mine, I think he literally split it up over like four streams. I think it took him 4 streams to get through the entire thing. So it's crazy that yesterday somebody came in and said that they watched him review it the day before, and then there was yesterday, And then now today, I don't know if he reviewed it yesterday as well, but that's funny. All right. I got food coming in just a second, but we have a lot to get into today. Okay, so we have, obviously, we're going to be watching the Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden conversation on Channel 5. Then David Pakman came out with a new video saying why I'm not a socialist or a communist. Then Laura Loomer apparently had a full interview with Zelensky, which is odd that Zelensky would even agree to do an interview with Laura Loomer. So that's a little strange. I think we're gonna watch that. That's an odd one. I'm excited for that one. And then Stephen A. Smith had another debate on his channel with Officer Tatum and Charles Coleman. And Piers Morgan had a debate on his channel with Andrew Wilson and Dave Smith. Plus, we might watch a little bit of Wick's debate with Westside Tyler. Westside Tyler's an absolute fucking moron and is truly one of the dumbest people I've ever had the displeasure of meeting, but we might watch a little bit of that later as well, so we'll see. We'll see. Is my screen glitching for anybody else? Like right in the bottom left-hand corner? Is it? I'm looking at it on my phone. I'm watching the stream on my phone, and it keeps popping up with like a little block in the bottom, like right in front of the bottom of the chat. You guys see that? What does Westside Tyler do? Never heard of him. He's a streamer. If you know who President Sunday is, he's like a carbon copy of President Sunday. He's just kind of a troll. Doesn't really have anything serious to say, but he likes to add a lot of academic language into the things that he says to try to make it sound as though he knows what he's talking about. And is like an absolute piece of shit to literally everybody that he engages with. I got through like 30 minutes of the Westside Tyler Wick stuff, and holy shit, yeah, I haven't seen any of it, but I know that Westside Tyler is just an unbearable human being, truly unbearable. No, President Sunday actually has a little substance. He's wrong a lot. Well, there was a period where that was the case. There was a period where President Sunday had kind of like shifted the way that he engaged and was being a little bit more good faith. He was being a little bit more like he was somebody who was it was possible to have a conversation with for an extended for a small period of time. And even the entirety of like the politics sphere had chosen to lock him out. And my ODD, I was like, fuck that. And this is like, you know, when I had way more viewers than everybody else in the politics sphere. So I was like, fuck that. I refuse, and just kept bringing him on for all sorts of shit. And he was like, his channel was dying. He was doing really, really poorly at the time. And then as he's, you know, getting more into the mix again, was getting a lot more viewers again, and then over time, yes, was slowly more and more accepted again. And then as all of the people who I helped, you know, grow their channels and networked with and helped them network with other people, and they all turned their ire on me as first chance they got. So but yeah, President Sunday went full like snarker channel again, which is what he initially was. He was initially like, first he was a, you know, he was claiming to be this political scientist for a long time and was always mad at all of the other people who had political science degrees, saying that he was upset that like they were trying to lock him out, and he was always doing these videos on the academic gatekeeping of, you know, not allowing somebody like him to use the term political science and how they all get mad at him. And then eventually he turned into like, yeah, full snarker on people like Vosh and Destiny and Hassan and the Doomer Politics or Doomer Media, like just kept, you know, the same thing over and over, just kept like going after people relentlessly. Chud Logic, like, and then actually turned into like somebody who was actually going into debates and actually having conversations, and then now is right back to just he went back to being a snarker again. So you tell President Sunday is awful just by looking at him. He doesn't even need to say anything. That's true. +180 viewers in stream on a regular, and then false allegations along with fake friends did all of that damage. It was mostly the fake friends. Like, it was the fake friends are the ones who fucked it up. Which is what I was initially mad about. If you guys remember, I had people like Zonia and Rezi on where I was like, guys, like, you guys are kind of fucked up for the way that you're covering this shit. And because I'm like, this is like, you know, I was making the point that if you have people who actually stand with you in a moment, it doesn't matter what the fuck is going on. You can always get through things if the people around you actually kind of like stand with you in the moment. But if they're kind of faltering, then the people who are attacking you use it as like, even your own friends are calling you out and blah blah blah, which is exactly what's happening. So I'm then calling them out for kind of being you know, kind of bullshitting about it. And but all right, we'll start this in just a second. Let me go grab my food. I'll put this on for a minute. I'll be right back.
You love Willie Nelson, you followed him on tour?
Oh, yeah.
And do you love Donald Trump, you follow him on tour?
Oh, yeah.
Are they like kind of the same to you?
Yeah, because they both want the same thing.
What do they both want?
The country to straighten up.
You think Willie Nelson and Donald Trump are similar figures?
Yeah.
Because of what?
Because you can go on Willie Nelson's bus and it's smoky on the inside.
Yeah, you can smoke weed on Willie Nelson's bus.
Yeah.
And do you think Donald Trump would smoke weed on a bus with you?
I don't know. He might.
You think he might?
Yeah.
And so how do you think Willie Nelson and Donald Trump are the same? Is it just that they're getting very old?
Well, I think they both got the same outlook on life, how to straighten things up.
And how would you straighten things up?
Well, I'd get our oil back in production again.
Get our oil back in production?
Yeah.
Is that something that Willie Nelson talks about?
That and...
Willie Nelson talks about getting our oil production up?
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah.
Where?
All over.
Willie Nelson talks about that?
Yeah.
He talks about getting our oil production up?
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah.
Where? On tour?
Probably.
Do you think 2026 is going well in this country?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is actually. Of course, you know, I'm a Wall Street guy, so the markets are booming.
You're a Wall Street guy?
Yeah.
And so this is your first Trump rally?
Yes.
And what do you look forward to hearing the president say?
I'm not going to go inside to hear.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to say what people want him to say.
He'll say what people want him to say? And what do you think they want him to say?
You'll have to go and ask everybody.
Oh, okay. Well, you got all this stuff. I didn't know if you were...
I support everything he's done up until today.
He's literally wearing a Trump hat, dude. I don't know if you guys can tell, but he literally has a Trump 2024 camo hat on.
Right.
What he's going to say in there, I have no idea.
You're not sure, yeah. List maybe one thing that he's done that you really support.
What year?
This year.
I'm not going to say. It's too many.
There's too many to list.
Just can't put a finger on one thing.
I hear you, but would you mind just saying just one or?
No, I'm not going to point out one thing.
Got it. Okay. All right. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Yes.
Who was president during the 2020 election?
Trump.
So he won in 2016 when Obama was president, and then he won in 2024 when Biden was president, when Republicans weren't in power. But the time he lost was when Republicans were in power, when he was president.
Right. So he technically lost the election to Joe Biden in 2020?
While he was president.
Well, while he was president, yes.
Do you think it was rigged even though he was in charge?
I do.
Was the 2020 election rigged?
Yeah, of course it was.
Was Donald Trump in charge in 2020?
Yeah, of course it was.
Of course it was.
There you have it.
That's it.
Hi, who are you? You guys look important. Not important? Not important?
Nothing.
All right, so some people not important here at the Trump rally. And tell me the issue.
Some people are not important. That's good to know. It's crazy that there would be people at the Trump rally that are not important. That's
that you had with Donald Trump having an event here.
So
this is literally right by me. So this is this rally literally happened like 10 minutes from my house. If I had known about it, I probably would not have gone to see Odyssey and probably would have gone to the rally instead. But I was totally unaware that this had happened. Tom, this could have been you. It would have been me. Yes, exactly. This would have been me if I had known this was happening. I would have been there for sure.
This is obviously a public school, and I am a Cobb County.
Like, she's wearing a Pope football shirt. I played against Pope numerous times. I've told stories on here about me like playing with a dislocated shoulder and like catching a game-winning interception against them in the playoffs, and it was against the same guy who fouled me in the basketball game where I hit the game-winning free throws. Like the Pope is a team that I had a lot of history with when I was younger. But yeah, that I feel like I'm gonna see some people that I know on here.
County parent and taxpayer, so we pay a significant portion of taxes for this. This is a campaign rally, and it was not approved through the community, through the school board as a whole.
The left is so against capitalism. You don't see one food truck over there. Nobody over there has chromosomes. You know, why was it?
There's food trucks right over there.
I'm talking about across the street with.
Nobody has chromosomes? What?
Protesters.
Why would they have food trucks over there?
Because people are wanting to eat over there. Don't people want to eat over there like they do over here?
Well, you're saying because the protesters didn't organize food trucks that they're against capitalism?
Oh, they are against capitalism.
What does this shirt say here?
This one Born to Ride for 45. Did it with my motorcycle club.
It says Born to Ride Donald J. Trump.
Yes.
That was what they meant to print on the shirt?
Yeah, that is mentioned on the club. We have the
Born to Ride Donald J. Trump?
Do not come. Do not come.
That is that is some shit right there. All right.
Motorcycle club.
But it's not a misprint or anything? That was what they meant to print? What do you think about the tariffs on Canada right now?
Well, I mean, we got to do what we got to do. America first, that's all it's about.
And who pays the tariff when we put a tariff on Canada?
Well, eventually the consumer winds up paying for it, but it's okay.
What were you saying about Carg Island?
Bomb Carg Island!
Can you just say, come to the show in Brooklyn, August 7th at Littlefield?
Come to the show in Brooklyn, Littlefield on August the 7th.
Would you consider coming to the show?
In Brooklyn? I wouldn't go back to New York since probably Obama.
I'll put you on the list. You can get in for free.
Nah.
And what do you want to do to Carg Island?
Bomb Carg Island.
There you have it. See you at the show. What do you expect to hear today?
There you have it.
I expect to hear that we're going to bomb Carg Island. That's what I want. Take the Iranians out of the oil business. They've been stealing oil from America.
Is that Hank? He is like Hank Hill. He is exactly like Hank Hill. You're right.
For 47 years and ruining the economy of the free world by high oil prices. We need to bomb Carg Island and put...
Brew. Zaxby's, they made this new thing called a fajita. And it's got all this chicken and cheese and sauce inside of a wrap. Oh, buddy. And it comes with sauce to dip it in as well. Oh, buddy. Go ask your local Zaxby's for that new invention they created called the fajita. Did I miss the channel 5? No. We're getting to it in just a minute. I need to eat first, and then we're gonna watch it. We got a couple minutes.
Put the Iranian government, the theocratic government, out of business.
So are you for or against the Iran war?
I'm for the war.
Did you have slick back hair?
Yeah.
Pinstripe suit?
No, I don't like pinstripes.
Okay, but like a nice shark skin shoes?
No, alligator shoes.
Alligator shoes? Shark skin suit?
With braces.
I was on The Apprentice in South Africa, and it's great to be in America to watch the president. And yeah, my name.
You were on The Apprentice?
I was on The Apprentice.
Did you get fired?
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on the Iran war?
I wish we had started it earlier. Before.
What the fuck? Did you get fired? Absolutely. Who the fuck was that guy? Let's see. Wait, is that him? Oh, there's an Apprentice Australia. Wait, this is the Celebrity Apprentice. Yeah, that's not him. Well, I don't think that guy was on there. Unless he was on the Australian Apprentice. Those are your neighbors? Australia is not really that close to Atlanta. I'd say, like, I don't know that we call them our neighbors.
Suit?
Yeah, my name.
You were on The Apprentice?
I was on The Apprentice.
Did you get fired?
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on the Iran war?
Absolutely.
I wish we had started it earlier before the 40,000 protesters got murdered. That's one thing. And I also wish we get it over with quickly.
Is Mitch McConnell alive?
We don't know, do we?
So you're not convinced?
I don't know.
You put out that picture with the day's newspaper to kind of prove that he was alive. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
So he was holding that sports section from that day. It was a little bit like a hostage video or something, where he was holding the paper to prove it was that day. would that be enough to prove that he's alive?
AI is a very real thing. You never know anymore because I've seen so many things that are AI generated that are very believable. So I don't know. I hope he's alive. I don't wish him any ill. I mean, my heart's broken
What does Allen Iverson have to do with this shit?
that Lindsey Graham died.
Do you mind going like this real quick?
Holding my what?
Just going like this? And then I can put the newspaper in afterwards that it was today. There you go. All right, so there you have it. It's today.
Atlanta Journal-Constitution or whatever it's called now.
They need to be put in their graves.
And so,
death to the Iranian, the mullahs.
Would you say you're pro-peace?
I am absolutely for peace.
Think for yourself, not what somebody wants you to think.
So think for yourself.
Think for yourself. Use common sense. Where has that gone?
Well, you were like saying something about food trucks and the protesters. What was that?
I'm just saying, it was more or less a joke.
From a military standpoint, we've got technology where you can reach out and touch somebody with buttons here in the United States. You know, we could send drones to kill people.
Boop.
Yeah, we can boop them.
The people are saying cyclospora was being tracked, and then the Trump administration, RFK Jr., they cut some funding for it, and they were kind of blaming this outbreak and the lack of tracking thereof on that. Do you have any thoughts about the diarrhea in that sense?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Willie?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Willie?
Really?
Willie Nelson?
Yeah.
Talks about oil?
Yeah.
Is that true?
He talks about everything that
Really?
helped the country out.
Willie Nelson does?
Yeah.
Like on his music tours?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah, really.
Actually?
Yeah, actually.
Okay. Willie Nelson talks about getting oil production up in the United States?
Yeah.
On his musical tours?
Yep.
Really?
It's just like anything else, you know. They want the country to come back the way it was, you know.
Tariffs are the way to take the cost of government off the back of the taxpayers, the American taxpayers, and allow the foreign governments that want to share our markets to pay for it.
I have to ask, you know, the American taxpayer, the one who pays the additional cost of goods, is that right?
There is a little bit of passed down effect.
People are talking about the ICE officer that shot and killed.
It's nice to see that they all at least get that part of the tariffs now. It's nice to see that part has finally been grasped onto.
Someone in Maine who was on a legal work visa. What do you think about ICE in this country? There's been a lot of violence.
ICE in this country? Okay, I'll put it to you this way. We are taught as children that when you get pulled over, when an officer questions you, talk to them. Why does it have to be, oh, I'm not going to do anything for you? It's not just illegals that are getting shot because they have to show their butt and pull out a weapon or whatever. A car can be a weapon too now.
To show what?
To show how, you know, how they got control of the situation, is what I'm saying. You've got, you know what you got in this country?
But what's the phrase? I never heard that before. Show their, what?
When they show what?
So you're talking about Nancy Pelosi, that she got rich during
Pelosi
Congress.
Among a lot of others,
Would you be in favor of not letting people trade stocks while they're in government?
Yes. I don't think any lawmaker should be able to trade any stocks.
Okay, I have to ask this. Donald Trump has made like, I don't know, 12,000 trades just this term. Previous presidents made like 0 trades.
But you got to understand one thing. Congress is the ones that pass the laws that he has to sign into law. Congress ain't doing nothing for Trump. So when you say he's made all this money trading, he was trading before he was ever president.
But most of them were, and then they stopped. Most of them stopped. We are here in Marietta, Georgia, with Todd, who's wearing a Danger No Filter shirt. Say something crazy.
Okay. Well, the craziest thing I can say is I sit right in the middle between the left and the right, so I'm hoping I don't get shot today.
So Donald Trump, he is donating his presidential salary, $400,000 a year.
Every month. Mm-hmm.
Good thing that guy didn't have a filter on.
He has made an average of like $5 million per day, not per year, per day, off of cryptocurrency mostly, that he promotes because he's president.
But
Is that okay?
but let me ask you this. What laws has Congress put into effect to stop that?
So should they stop that? That's what I'm asking.
I really do think they should.
Well, he should bring back up again that there were no laws stopping Biden or Obama from doing this either, yet they still just didn't do it. So.
Do you feel that 2026 is going well in this country?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going.
A lot of people are concerned about the cyclospora outbreak. A lot of people have diarrhea across the country, and diarrhea has been a big deal.
Than the trans people in this country. You're just listening to the wrong place.
That's what you guys know. That last week I was really sick, had explosive diarrhea. Alex was asking me because I literally couldn't figure out where the fuck it came from or why it happened just out of nowhere. And then she told me about this like 2 days ago. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what exploded my asshole.
Oh, you're saying there's more people that are trans than people have diarrhea? What do they have to do with each other?
The trans. I'm talking about the trans.
Yeah, but what does diarrhea have to do with the number of trans?
Make a comparison. How many people in this country are trans, and how many people actually have what you're talking about?
I'm going to short that, or I don't know.
Or you're just going to cut it out because it doesn't go.
No. I was using it in Wall Street terms. Are you sure you were a Wall Street guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like that's it for the Good Liars today at the Trump rally in Georgia.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Let's get it on.
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So about
black
the Holocaust things?
Oh. About that. We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust. As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there, okay?
The kind of first question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe.
He says, why now? Like there were other opportunities where you could have had Andrew Callaghan and Hunter Biden all sitting down with Nick Fuentes. Like this hasn't been really a possible thing in the past. Hunter Biden is just now, kind of making his comeback and getting back into the limelight again. So I don't know. Like, why now? When else was this even an option, dude? What do you mean?
What's happening? And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean, specifically, because we kind of share a publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of... Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to, like, clear up some things.
Wait, what did the guy say in the background?
Publicist, I heard that you wanted to kind of...
I am not Nick's publicist. Okay, I was about to say, that would be weird if he shared a publicist with Nick Fuentes. What the fuck?
Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to like clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I think that, you know, I'm somebody who, I think like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true, yeah.
Yeah, well, mine's a little true. Maybe a little, no. But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So what do you think is the most misrepresented thing about you?
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. You know, when you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left, I'm more from the right, but I don't think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday, Heil Hitler, all my niggas Nazis.
Morgan was... Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look, I believe...
It's kind of funny, dude. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of funny. Like, it's fucked up. Don't say that shit, okay? But it's it's kind of funny though. It's not. I can't help it. That's some funny shit.
Believe that race is real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community, and so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, you know, what you would call wokeness, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
Wait, what you would call wokeness?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, I mean, would you not say there were some excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, you know, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention.
Some excesses. That's the term that Hassan used for the 40 million people who died in China. Some excesses.
Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all, you know, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart, and I think that with that comes in a real responsibility, and you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age.
You have an audience.
Maybe 28.
I have a friend.
Your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is that why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about, you know.
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died? And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million. 6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know, I think I've heard you since rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, you know, we're discovering all the time. So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with...
I said at the time when we watched this live, or when we watched it on stream, I said, like, one of my favorite responses from those people. So, again, hate Nick Fuentes, not a fan, obviously. But one of my favorite responses is where they're like, oh, you think only 6 million died? I think 10 million died. So... you're kind of the fucking Nazi here, aren't you? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of that one. That's a good one.
Is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that there, you know, maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience. Is that true? And it's not an accusation. I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit, because
Okay.
I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far-left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate where I think they pushed a lot of people farther to the right.
No, by
by
the way,
canceling them.
that very well may be true, but you gave them a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive. Any joke, any edgelording, anything like that.
Couldn't say anything.
First of all, there was no sense of
See,
humor.
I'm so old. I don't even. What's
Okay, well, to break it
edgelording?
down for you, so the dawn of wokeness as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency. So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true. But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that
That's not really true. The cancel culture was definitely a thing before that. And mostly started with people who were like, it started a lot with the Me Too movement and the fact that people were getting accused of like heinous things. And because they were being accused of these things, a lot of people were like, hey, we shouldn't be like buying these people's products anymore. We shouldn't be helping them with their fame and, making them millionaires. And so we should be canceling these people. We should be making it to where they're not capable of gaining more power and being able to do like R. Kelly, like they're not going to be able to keep doing this to people. And so the majority of it was over the fact that they were wanting to stop people who were in power from gaining more power. And then obviously that spread to more and more things, but that's not true that it started with Trump getting elected. It was the SJW, like the SJW era started in like 2014 and was taking over kind of on YouTube under the Obama presidency because people were getting really comfortable with having power on the left and we're getting kind of power crazy.
You got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed, censored.
This is, again, obviously not true. Like, when you look at people like Steven Crowder, obviously has always been to the right of Ben Shapiro, or not Ben Shapiro, but John McCain and Ben Shapiro. These are like some of the largest content creators online were always a bit more farther right. So this is just, again, totally untrue.
Banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is it felt like 70 million people got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the...
Well, you can't say I was one of the people who said it was going to drive people to extremism, and then I was one of the people who drove people to extremism. It's not a great argument, buddy.
Table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up, Elon bought Twitter, and what happened when you had total free speech on these platforms? Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction. And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options, you can't win, there's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter, you can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, we still exist. We're still here, we still have these concerns. What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so there, we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right, and I don't disagree.
There we go. All right. So that conversation over. Problems on both sides. That's that. Pretty much the same thing then.
Agree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it, but I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top three things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat-out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture from what you come from and Nazis, or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top three things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context, and I do agree. Look, on both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And
yeah,
look at me.
Totally.
The mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think that, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our, on our commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for like an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence, and I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken.
See, hey, he's against violence. He's against violence.
Okay.
All right.
From the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, you know, what started to happen is there was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And they just, it was such a broad brush and also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example. They banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And especially now when everything is digital, that's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. Because the social platforms are the modern public square. Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, you know, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we recognize maybe it is a civil right to use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's a reconciliation mechanism. But I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were starting an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't want to tell you the bank because tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking and going around and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable.
They're telling us, guys. We're not the ones who feel divided. They're telling us that we're divided.
Group of people that are responsible for an enormous amount of the discord and division because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that they're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being pushed, and they won't do anything about it.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these
corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly. I
just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes, they're like sword fighting, having barbecues. Overall it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And then like right as I was there, I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community, because you know what? If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves, and it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
But Nick,
okay, let's back up. If you want to talk about the histories of New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like after the Civil Rights Act.
Blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not. That wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they had an opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of South Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
And so, so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. You know, and so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, you know, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly is full of Italians.
But there's
you know, it's
Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I
and
think
there's
the
Little
issue,
Japan.
what I always like, what confused me the most about the whites only community is like, there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a unified white culture with a place so diverse and full of like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me. Because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave you originated from. Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to like, you know, surfers in San Diego or even like, you know, Italian Americans in Staten Island? I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared like cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't like stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out in major cities in the country, and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti, and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture, and they do their, you know, cultural festivals and that sort of thing, and white people feel like they're being pushed out, and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way about the Italian festival that happens in every city?
Well, here's a good example. So,
or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, you know, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little
Sure
Italy.
there is.
I mean, there's some
Also,
remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah,
And,
it's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, you know, as a family who did, coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical.
I mean, Nick is not like being educated here. Nick has heard all of these things 1,000 times. He has heard all these things 1,000 fucking times. He knows all of this shit. He knows exactly what it is that they're going to say before they even say it. He could probably repeat their talking points back to them in a better way than they could say it. So this isn't anything new for him.
Strip mall suburbs, that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds that made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. You know, my grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground.
Yeah.
And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why were there riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
No, I
which
didn't
then
say it
never recovered?
justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated. And
I
nothing being
saw
done about it.
Trump get shot in the ear, and
did he?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how
I
that
think
works.
it's a very, very, very different thing. I think
How
it's
is that different?
absolutely
Charlie
very
Kirk
different.
got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated
whom?
all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But that,
He's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender? Because
I
he's
think so.
gay?
Well, because he's got...
People got to stop doing this, bro. He's a fucking liberal. People really got to stop doing this. Trib with the 10. Oh, no, sorry, not Trib. It's a different orange tea. Tyler Jones, 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, good sir. Let's go. We got a lot of the active members or active chatters here getting some memberships. Appreciate it, homie. I was not sending 10 gifted to this guy. YouTube just did some BS. Oh, I think, yeah, you can get a refund. You can get it refunded. Just tell YouTube. They'll return that shit with the quickness.
A transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? Mm-hmm. And grew up in a Mormon household. And he went to a largely Mormon college. Mm-hmm. And he ended up committing an act of violence, according to the FBI and the authorities in Utah that charged him. How does that in any way compare to what we're talking about? I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that that person, this Tyler, whoever his name is was as disenfranchised as the African-American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is who we want to live around.
I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's burning down.
That's not when the white flight happened.
It is. It was a big response to it, absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred in the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling in any way enfranchised by the community and the situation that you're in. And as many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well,
what's the
okay,
point?
how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean, there were
BLM
parts
didn't
of it,
destroy
but-
dozens of structures?
If you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned to the ground. Not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago, it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, you know, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they
who's
were
at fault?
looting. They were looting and
Who's
carjacking.
they?
The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people? And it's black people that are doing it.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with
Are you
Austin
really?
Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the time of an entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
That's
What are
just
you
not
talking
true.
about, Nick?
Because they commit crime.
That's not a great example, saying they've been getting killed by cops for decades. That's like, it's not inaccurate to say, but it's also not a great example of like what's going on in these situations. Like there isn't a huge disproportionality in terms of the amount of black people that get killed in versus like the amount of interactions that they have with the police. And normally the question then becomes like, well, why are police, obviously, why are police engaging with black people at such higher rates than they are with white people? But it's not a good argument to just be like, oh, they're killing all the black people. Not really accurate.
And listen, it's not...
Nick,
what?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police force, in the way in which police treat African Americans. Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like
the problem is that you're just not going to be able to, like, when it comes to what the question, you know, why black people have such higher interactions. Nick is going to make the case that, like, oh, well, they're just criminals, they're just committing a lot more crimes because they're criminals and blah blah blah. Obviously there's a lot more to it than that. That's obviously part of it. There's always this, like, you know, super there's always this super progressive faction who wants to kind of take away all, like, responsibility from people, and that's fucking obnoxious. But there are, like, real, the problem is that you don't want to take away responsibility from anybody who's committing crimes, but you also don't want to, like, ignore the actual systemic things that are, like, pushing them in a certain direction and making something more likely. And when it comes to white people, Nick and Groypers are all super willing to acknowledge all the times that, like, government or whatever, you know, a culture, mainstream media, they're super willing to, like, acknowledge all the ways that they'll push white people in one direction or the other and make something more or less likely. But they're never willing to do the same for black people. So you're just not going to be able to have that conversation here at all.
he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just said
the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no...
Yeah, so you are saying it's black people. You are saying
business on the Mag Mile anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime. But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial dimension.
What do you mean you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything.
You're not on Twitter, bro. You're not on Twitter. You're still talking about it. Shut the fuck up.
For many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you.
Was it the government with George Floyd or just one cop? It was the government. One cop is who did it. The government refused to investigate it. They refused to arrest him. He wasn't put on leave. He wasn't nothing. He literally killed a person, and literally nothing happened until there were massive protests and riots that took place. And then they started an investigation and put him on leave. And then eventually they arrested him and charged him. So no, it was the government, for sure. They didn't riot because of the government. They rioted because Derek was a white. No, they rioted because of the fucking government. The whole thing was over the fact that they didn't do, the government did absolutely nothing to deal with the situation with George Floyd. That, like, when George Floyd was killed, they didn't give a fuck. They didn't give a fuck, and they did nothing about it. And the same exact thing happened with Ahmaud Arbery, where Ahmaud Arbery was killed by two white guys in a neighborhood, and it was all on fucking camera, and they had all the fucking evidence, and they did literally nothing about that as well. And then the same, you know, they had what's her name? Breonna, what was her name? Breonna Taylor. They had a scenario where they did a no-knock warrant. There were different, some cops said that they knocked, some cops said that they didn't knock. There were fucking apartment people in the apartment complex. Literally nobody in the apartment said that they heard them yell police. Like, that's a lie, Tom. The riot started the next day after George Floyd. No, they didn't. And first off, when do you think this shit normally happens? First off, when do you think they normally put somebody on leave, press charges? They literally in the moment. Like, they do that shit in the moment. They don't wait till the next day. They don't wait a fucking week. They don't wait. They do it that day. So even if that's your argument, that still wouldn't change the fucking timeline.
About. We also just launched our own streaming platform called C5.now. We have 5 films on there right now. I recommend or the 5 films on People Documentary platform. The link is an app on your phone to learn. I'll see you
on Twitter. You went from being banned on Twitter to being on YouTube to creating an entire show. I know you're not, but now you have Kick and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how.
It's your argument, not mine. Did you hear what I just said? Constitutional restricted? I literally just... Your argument, even if you were correct, that riot started. Protest started. But even if you were correct, even if let's say riot started the next day, that still doesn't change it. I'm still correct, even if that's the case. I literally just responded to that and explained that still doesn't change the timeline that I just gave you. That doesn't change anything. It literally changes nothing. That's still the fucking next day. That would still be insane if by the next day they still hadn't done anything. But from my understanding, like riots, like actual riots became common like a week after. There were definitely protests pretty immediately, though. Have you ever heard of Tony Timpa? Yeah, of course.
How much of a shithead Donald Trump is? We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand is how you didn't recognize that in 2016.
You said they were okay. If you're just going to keep repeating yourself and refuse to engage with the argument that I've already given you, you're still just repeating yourself, and I've already rebutted that. I'm not gonna engage in this. This is insane. You're just repeating yourself. Yes, I've already engaged with that.
How you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024, because Donald Trump hasn't. Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so, what I want to know, though, is that I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you. It seems to me, and I've listened to a lot of the stuff, it's always them. We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews,
yeah, he didn't vote for him in 24. He did still kind of campaign for him to an extent in push for Trump in a lot of ways, but he was also against him throughout the campaign in a lot of ways as well. So it's kind of there's not an easy way to categorize what the fuck he did.
Remember, all of us, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime.
Well, let's put it this way: he was more in favor of Trump than Hassan was in favor of Kamala Harris. Let's put it that way.
Weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man?
Constitution restricted. I'm seriously, I'm gonna fucking ban your ass if you keep talking about this shit and refuse to engage with what I said. This is insanely fucking bad faith, bro. This is insanely bad faith, dude. Just respond to what I fucking said. I already said the timeline, what you just gave doesn't change what I said. It literally doesn't change. When you said they didn't give him time, that's just not true. I already responded to that. I already engaged with this. I've already explained it. You're still just repeating yourself. This is insane.
What
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white culture.
How about the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our...
What the fuck is this? Oh, I hate this motherfucker.
White culture?
Sure.
Okay, well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because you're picking out one example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real.
Wait, what was that sound?
Example, it really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
That's
man in France.
you're picking
not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
You can hear somebody yell something like "take time" or something like that. Take time. Take time. It sounds like it's Hunter Biden, but it.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing.
For real.
Is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which, by the way, aren't fucking facts. Okay?
Which ones aren't facts?
Well, as it relates to the Civil Rights Movement in 1968, and the reason why we're out in the problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964. Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble, because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years.
We're sick of hearing about that, though. It's 2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the
over
other
it.
thing.
Get over it. It's America.
Okay, but Nick, you can say stuff like that, okay, without having to say it like that. And
That's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's, Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept of community collapse? Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were a part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online.
What are third spaces?
So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces.
The amount of third spaces. Percent of people with access to each amount of third spaces. Churches and such. Okay, I don't think I've ever heard that term, third spaces.
Spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand that. I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're in look, man, I just think that you are targeting the wrong problem, Nick. I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with this cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have.
Oligarchy.
And by the way, and they're out for you, man. Just as much as anybody else.
Why and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're not allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to
money.
say real quick.
Money and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right? Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, it might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time. For you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, you know, but I mean you in general, but I feel like, you know, your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of, you know, building community back and everything like that, you know, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore. For example, on your way to work or, you know, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up in their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, you know, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home. Go home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, you know, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous, they're going to happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, you know, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. It's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not. Is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, you know, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African-American urban or Latino-American urban environments. It's not. It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi, just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of that.
I mean, I just think the idea of like safety, at risk, crime has been, I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on.
So, dude, Andrew Callaghan is so fucking obnoxious with his like, well, really it's the media, guys, and we need to, well, guys, actually, well, hold on, let's talk, what about the media, guys? Well, really, I blame the media, though, guys. Shut the fuck up, dude. Holy shit. Fucking obnoxious.
On this, and but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is, though, is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were our neighbors and that we can find some common ground is the fact, you know, you can live in existence now and by the time you're 56 years old and never really have to leave your house to make a living, to, you know, you don't go to the community center anymore. And I don't know how to fix that. And
well,
I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI.
It all connects back to politics, right? Because community is like an essential human need, if not the most important thing. So when you are deprived of that, and you're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken, we need to try something really out there. So you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this, you know, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time, but do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the #1 problem of our times, because you look at the young people, and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs, is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it.
Well, Groypers especially probably feel like they peaked in high school.
And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on. And I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites-only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving these, let's call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. Go online, start spouting about politics, or, you know, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, you know, there's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree, that's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
High school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not a.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a lot of friends. The kid who went to the Model UN classes. He had so many friends, guys. So many friends.
In high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your online persona and community around your content?
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college and started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But your cancellation from mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collapse for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you...
The chat hasn't reset a single time today, so this has actually been kind of nice not having to deal with that happening over and over.
You never would have been mainstreamed. I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends, let's say, because, you know, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends, yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generations,
just get on.
People still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person,
but so then you just get on the fucking platform. What do you mean? Did you not have fucking internet? What do you...
You might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily, what's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, I wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, like,
you know?
Can you think of an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it, you just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that, shouldn't have said that. So it's always the how, it's always in the delivery that I...
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish you would take back right now.
Like what?
The cookies in the oven.
Well, it's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick. I promise you. Don't get mad.
I'm not mad.
Okay, I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from 1939 on, 2,000 years of history, okay? Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do. And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurts.
Does it?
Nick, I promise you it does. When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts, and you've got to understand that. And by the way, I'm looking at you, and I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk, or are you here to lecture me and preach to me?
Okay, no, you're right. Let me listen.
Okay.
So you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the thing, because, you know, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left, and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say. Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things. Because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. Yeah. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
Lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
to
what
really
you
are.
say. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian? When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century.
Yeah.
Italians came in the 1860s.
Yeah.
Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care about something that is like grossly offensive just on the face of it and think that, oh, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which there no longer is this sense of community. All the other things that you say. Everybody else is left. And what you do pick up, you pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel, because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get, an enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know, I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's all good. It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive, and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well,
I'm the king
in
of
a
being
certain
provocative.
way.
Let's let Nick explain the psychology behind edgelord.
It's that overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? You know, that joke again?
See, and that's the new kind of oppression. That's that new version of oppression.
People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what makes you get less of it, when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction, pretending like it's some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism had its
me.
excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more.
I feel like he's gonna say like identitarianism or some shit like that.
Respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke, but I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, a different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had a laptop turned into a decade of strangers picking through his texts, his private photos, his voice memo, and even his bank record, whereas Nick has been doxxed, swatted, had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can count, and more shenanigans. Different politics, but kind of same experience. Somebody somewhere decided that their personal information was public.
Kind of the same. Donald Trump just randomly decided to attack Hunter Biden for absolutely no reason outside of the fact that his dad was Joe Biden, and Nick Fuentes went on the internet and denied the Holocaust and did a bunch of really racist and hateful stuff and created an entire movement to push people to the dissident right. This is same thing.
Property, so they exhumed it and sent it off to the world. But here's the thing that most people don't know. A huge amount of that information actually isn't stolen. It's for sale, legally. Currently, there are over 420 companies in order every weird related on a people search site, and they know we're unlimited and family unlimited website. Hablas español?
No, not a little bit, I guess, from high school.
Can you do a little bit?
Un poco.
Okay,
I don't speak it from my dad, so.
Did you grow up like around a lot of Mexicans?
No, all white people for the most part.
Did they know you were Mexican?
They did. And not gonna lie, I mean, people made fun of me for that.
What'd they say?
Well, like, for example, one time when I was in Model UN, I was entering high school as a freshman. They looked at my name on the roster without knowing me, and they told me this after the fact, the leadership of the club. They said, oh, we thought you were just some Mexican kid, so we gave you a bad committee assignment.
Wow.
But see, I heard that And I laughed. I said, that's funny. You know, whereas a lot of people would say, oh, that's traumatic. I'm a victim of racism. You know, I think that's, you know, it's just a human thing.
Yeah,
You
I always
have
felt
to
like
be
growing up
upset,
as like
bro.
a white
But
kid
Nick,
in America.
What if you
You
were,
have
wait,
to be upset.
What if you were and identified as being Mexican and they came to you and they didn't tell you that's the reason that they gave you all the bad committee assignments?
That would be unfair.
Yeah.
It's
That's
interesting.
the
I'm just
point.
saying.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
And
so
I'm
you
not-
may find it funny because you pass as a white Anglo-Christian.
Do you think I pass?
What?
You think I pass as a white Anglo-Christian?
Well, I not only think you
Yeah,
pass, I think you
yeah.
identify as it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. No, but really, for real. And my point is that I heard you do an interview, okay? And I literally on the write up here, I was like, you were talking about how you were raised on like Mark Levin in high school.
Right.
And the thing that you liked the most about Mark Levin is how cruel he was to the callers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that. I like the joke about the cookies. It may be a joke and it may be edgelording and you may not really mean it, but you got to realize the cruelty to it. And without going like, oh, like, you know, whan, like, you know, people got to stop crying about the past. And that's the thing, is that I think that you have such an opportunity to talk to a generation of disaffected, angry, legitimately angry people in a way in which is positive without having to do that shit. And by the way, and I'm not holding you responsible for like, you know, the end of you know, my conception of Western civilization, which is different than yours, but I just don't get it. I don't get why you find the cruelty. And I think that, by the way, I think that that's why you like Trump. I mean, I'm making, you know, like a very unfair leap because his first instinct is cruelty. His first instinct is to
I mean, that's one of the things that Nick doesn't like about Trump now is that he's cruel. But in the past, that was obviously one of the things that he definitely liked about him before. But like when he denounced Trump recently, he said he's like, this is one of the like frustrating things about him is that he's just always so cruel. And sometimes you're just like, why, dude? Like, why do you have to do this? But I feel like Hunter might make an analogy between Trump and Nick, and while like the cruelness is obviously there, the fact that Donald Trump is the president of the United States and Nick is some fucking teenager on the internet is very, very different circumstances.
To find the fault in the other. About everything, by the way. It's not his fault that that we're in a war with Iran, that he's ended 38 times and, you know, and started 39. It's not his fault that inflation's high. It's not his fault that the wall didn't get built. It's not his fault that ICE is killing people on the streets in these places. It's the cruelty of it. Maybe it's a generational thing. I got friends who are Jewish that are going to be really, really fucking pissed off that I'm sitting next to you. And what do I tell them? What do I tell them why it's okay for me to sit and have this conversation with you?
I guess I just have such a different opinion of that. You know, why should we have to explain ourselves to talk to anybody? And why is it that saying the wrong words or making a particular joke makes it so the Jewish person wouldn't want to watch my show? I have a lot of Jewish fans. I mean, some of my best friends are Jewish. I've had Jewish employees, and they recognize that, you know, just because I'm not necessarily nice all the time doesn't mean I'm hateful, doesn't mean, I don't even think they see it as cruel. I think they see it as it's a little rough around the edges. And maybe that's the difference, is I guess it's just attributing this weight to something that be considered a joke and maybe doesn't have a cruel intention behind it. Like, you know, Mark Levin, you got to remember at the end of the day, it's an entertainment show. It's entertainment. People call in. He gets frustrated with them. It's part of what I do on my show. And it's not always nice, but it's funny. And I don't think it's mean-spirited necessarily, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, I mean, the thought that I would, like, for example, with you, people would say, why do you talk to Hunter Biden? His father and his DOJ froze your money and put you on a no-fly list. I'd say,
oh, his dad. Yeah, it's very analogous. You did something, Hunter Biden's dad did something. Good point. Good point. Good job.
So what? I mean, it's just talking. I don't think talking's a big deal. you know?
Froze my money and put me on a no-fly list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online worlds it created led to a growing audience on the right?
October 7th in particular?
Yeah.
Well, I think it highlighted and brought to the forefront how captured the right wing is by Israel, which is very unique. I think the Democrats and the Republicans are pro-Israel, but the Republican Party has this inextricable institutional connection with the Israel lobby, with this Likud government in particular. And I think people just started to see the hypocrisies. The hypocrisy was brought to the forefront, which is America first, but not with Israel. No new wars except for with Iran.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars. No more wars. No more wars. They said he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone.
You know, we're going to be racist and all these things, but don't you dare be anti-Semitic. Don't even, think about it.
I see good things about Hitler also. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
So I think that on the right wing,
especially Hitler,
it made it unignorable that there's this ideological institutional capture.
I just feel like a lot of straightforward, like just anti-Semite influencers were taking advantage of the post-October 7th discourse to push other ideas, broader ideas about Jewish people as a whole.
Come out and say it. Like, I think that Jews are causing a disproportionate amount of problems in the United States.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to ignore some of those other conversations. I know that it's now become maybe in vogue to say that the Israel issue is very narrow. It's just Netanyahu. It's just the Likudniks. It's just the Israel lobby. But, what would you say about someone like Larry Ellison? I mean, somebody like that, I don't think fits neatly into this, let's say, problem of Netanyahu.
As far as installing Barry Weiss and whatnot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because this is somebody who's not Israeli. He's not even a religious Jew, but he's ethnically Jewish and has this deep affinity for the state of Israel.
I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
And is using and mobilizing his power and resources and connections to benefit Israel in the private sector. And so if you were to say, what's a law that we could pass to prevent that kind of influence, what would it look like? He's an American citizen. He can't buy a media company and hire Barry Weiss to run CBS News, and yet we recognize that's a big problem.
I just feel the conflation of like anti-Zionism and like Holocaust denial played into the hands of the Israeli propaganda apparatus, because then they can say, hey, look, these people that oppose what we're doing in Palestine also don't think the Holocaust happened. It's a big jump in the public perception.
It was almost to me as if that was your intent. To lose any legitimacy about any argument as it relates to Israel and the Likud government, is to say those edgelording things or whatever.
Jews are money changers, bullshit artists, psychopaths, charlatans, grifters, manipulators.
I don't know anybody that can hear you after you say that, including myself. It delegitimizes everything, because I don't think that you... a little bit more compassion.
Let's try to stay a little. I don't want to do any character attacks on Nick.
I'm not attacking his character. I'm not attacking. I promise you. I'm
no,
not.
but as far as compassion, I more just mean straightforward. Do you feel like the rise in anti-Semitic online influencers post October 7th has given Israel more ammunition to work with in terms of casting everyone who opposes what they're doing as just like a rabid Jew hater?
In some cases, yeah, in some cases, sure. But I also think that's overstated, because I think that, look, let's just be honest. I do believe the political left wants to make the Israel issue very narrow. And they want to say that the issue is this genocide in Palestine. And on some level, they think that the Israeli government is racist.
You f***ing baying pig. You bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
And that's the problem.
Who
and I
would
think that
say
ignores
such a
that
thing?
there is a broader conversation, and it does have to do with the Holocaust, and it does have to do with Jews as such, and Jewish nationalism and Jewish identity. So to try to shoehorn it in and say, well, if anybody goes further than this very narrow critique of Israel, well, they're actually helping Israel, I don't agree with that. I think we have to unpack the whole conversation.
Well, do you care a lot about Palestinians?
Not more than I care about anybody else.
So I guess that would be why they would be like, okay, you're just taking advantage of this discourse.
I don't think it's taking advantage. I think that we can sympathize with the Palestinians while also realizing that, look, I'm an American. And so it's a tragedy what's happening in Palestine, but there's tragedies happening all over the world. My problem is that Israel has this influence over our government.
I'm a newcomer to politics. but not to backing the Jewish state.
And we're paying for the genocide, and we're furnishing them with the weapons to commit the genocide. And by the way, America is going to be held liable for this genocide, morally, but also politically and diplomatically and otherwise. But I think that people on the left, they may be guilty of maybe caring more about Palestine than they do about America.
Nick, but the left didn't cancel you. The right canceled you first. The right canceled you first, and Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and those were the people that canceled. They may have utilized the tools of the left, or what you call the left, to be able to do that, but it was the right that canceled you. And by the way, what I would consider a radical right. The Daily Wire, to me, is a radical right.
I don't think they're even reactionary. I don't think they're that conservative at all. Ben Shapiro, I mean, he's not like he's in favor of mass migration.
In 2016, they were alt-right.
No, they were not.
Ben
No,
Shapiro,
they were not. No, they were not. That's absolutely fucking insane. That is absolutely fucking insane to say that they were alt-right. This is what I'm talking about. Nobody knows what the fuck alt-right means. It drives me absolutely insane, dude. It drives me fucking nuts. Like, so many people think that like alt-right just means like just anybody on the right. It's so fucking stupid.
Daily Wire they were to the right of Mitt Romney.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's what I mean. And that's
they
what
weren't
I'm
Mormon
saying.
conservatives.
Yeah.
It's
My point was that's who you were canceled by.
To the
I was
right
also
of Mitt
canceled by the
Romney.
left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck? like, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, and so, like, I don't find it funny. And just like you're able to say, well, I just think it's funny, I'm able to say, I don't find it fucking funny. I didn't find it funny then. I don't find it funny now. I didn't find it funny that some of the things that, you know, you said about me. But I'm willing to sit here and listen to you because I want to get to this. And this is my whole point. What about fucking Donald Trump?
Yeah, we can get to that. Yeah,
how did you get, of all the people in the world, but you could look at and say he doesn't believe anything.
So for context for the viewer, Donald Trump is currently the sitting president of the U.S. For our audience abroad, the war with Iran was supposed to be over. Now,
for the people who don't live in the United States, just in case you don't live in the United States, Donald Trump, there's this guy, his name's Donald Trump. He's he happens to be the president of the United States. Good. Thank you for that. Thank you. That could have been confusing.
We're back in business, baby. Khomeini had a pretty sick funeral if you saw the video. So you guys don't like Trump? You used to like him.
I did.
You've always hated him. He's tried to destroy your life.
Yeah.
You guys were cool. You guys hung out once at Mar-a-Lago with Kanye. You've never hung out with Trump, right? Would you want to?
No.
If
do I want to? Yeah.
Okay.
Look, man, I would like. Can we get him? Can we get him in the motel room?
So I want you to imagine.
Let's get him in
I want you to imagine he's in the motel with us.
Yeah.
That's Trump. What do you want to? How about what do you want to ask him?
Oh, you know, put me on the spot. I don't want to ask Donald Trump anything because I know, and I think you would agree with me, is that Donald Trump isn't going to give me an authentic answer. Donald Trump never gives an authentic answer. He gives what people refer to as being authentic, but it's not authentic, it's audacious. It's like the example that I give that is the best metaphor for this is that he says he's 6'3", weighs 225 pounds. And everybody laughs because that's a little bit like edgelording, right? Everybody knows that he is maybe 6 feet and weighs maybe 300. And
that's what that is.
285?
He's a big guy. He's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, big guy. But by virtue of every picture ever taken of anyone that's 6'3", he's not 6'3".
I am.
Okay? Yeah, I know you are.
Thank you.
You're 6'2.5", maybe. That's maybe. But my point is that the reason I don't have a question for him is because I'm absolutely certain that he is not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office and the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job that with NATO, he did an amazing job and that he got a raw deal from his side and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out and he has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us
Wait, hold on. Hold on,
certain
what?
that he's not going to give me an authentic answer. Look, he came into the Oval Office in the transition this time. And he told my dad that he thought that he did an amazing job. He did an amazing job with the economy. He did an amazing job with NATO. He did an amazing job, and that he got a raw deal from his side, and anything he could do, particularly for Hunter. Hunter got screwed. Whatever I could do, you let me know. Bullshit. He then went out, and he is...
Hunter got screwed. Donald Trump was the one pushing the Hunter Biden story the entire time. Donald Trump is the purveyor of the Hunter Biden story. Like, that's absolutely insane. It's not hard to believe that Trump would say something like that, but that is fucking sociopathic, dude. That is absolutely fucking insane if he said that shit. That is like that is so fucked up if he actually said that shit. No way, dude. Absolutely no way. That is insane if he said that shit, dude.
Has now since then done nothing but blame Joe Biden for every single one of his problems.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess. Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble. Biden gave us a horrible economy. And I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy.
He mentioned my dad's name or my family's name 6 times a day in the first 100 days of this administration. 6 times a day. He does it maybe 4 times a day now because he has no answers. All he has is a finger to point.
You ain't got the answers,
and that's all he does. My point is, I don't know what to ask him. You know, why are you such a dick?
What does your dad think about the war?
Right? What I don't. I'm not going to get into what my dad thinks about the war. Is it really? Because I don't want to get into. I don't put words in my dad's mouth, just like I wouldn't ask you what your dad thinks about the war. But your dad wasn't the president of the United States, which is a little bit different.
I don't even know if you know what's going on. I'm an Eagles fan.
Look, all I can say is this: is that every single Israeli prime minister since at least Jimmy Carter was president, has walked into the Oval Office or picked up the phone and called the president and said, we have to attack Iran. And every single one of them has said no. And they may not all have had the same exact reason, but one of the reasons they did is because they knew what the consequences would be as it relates to the lifeblood of the economy, is petroleum in the Straits of Hormuz. Every single one of them knew that. And every single one of them knew that there is no way, unless you send in ground forces, to end with certainty the nuclear program that the Iranians have supposedly been building. Every single one of them knew that the existing Ayatollah, the Ayatollah at that time, had put out a fatwa, an edict saying that they would never turn their nuclear technology into a bomb.
The supreme leader of Iran issued fatwa. Having nuclear weapons is forbidden, is haram, which means never we can have nuclear weapons.
It was a religious edict as strong as if the Pope had released an encyclical. But what did he do? He kills the Ayatollah. We get a son that now has a far more radical and far greater ties to the IRGC. And what do we have? The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. He said that they're brilliant people. I find that that's Donald Trump on everything. He said he'd end the war in Ukraine on day one.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
And I didn't hear anybody on the right and say, that's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. He said that he would build a wall. I don't believe in building a wall. But everybody said that's bullshit. And then when he got into office, the corruption, the level of the corruption, I mean, people believed, or led to believe, that there was this thing called the Biden crime family, right? I know that you know is that I didn't do a single piece of business when my dad was president. I made basically $200,000 a year selling paintings. I picked the thing that was the furthest possible thing away from politics that I possibly could. Don and Eric have done over $1.3 billion in contracts, just in contracts for underlying companies that they have an ownership stake in with the Department of Defense. Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense of a company that he bought into like 3 months before they got the loan, because Peter Navarro picked up the phone and called DOD to get it done. My point is, I don't have anything productive to say to him that I know of. And when I listen to you, and I listen to what you do, my question is how did you not see that before? He was a disaster in 2020, a complete and utter disaster as it related to what he did with COVID, regardless of whether you think we were wearing a mask or not.
The question for Nick is, how did you not realize 6 years ago that Trump would be this sort of letdown?
Because he doesn't hold, there's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you. Well, you got to realize in 2016 where Republicans were at. We had John McCain, we had Mitt Romney, and the perception on the right is that they were insufficiently conservative and that they were losers. All they do is lose because they don't fight. There was this perception that the Democrats are ruthless, fighters. Obama crushed in 2008, crushed when we thought he really should have lost in 2012. That was a Republican perception that Romney let us down. And so when Trump came on the scene in 2016, it was new, it was refreshing. He seemed like somebody that was really going to take on not just the Democrats, but also the media on our behalf. And what's more, you got to think about the mood of the moment in 16 as well and the message Trump was giving. Trump said in 16, it's just me and my son and my wife. We don't have any donors. We don't have any special interests.
More than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing.
We're going to put America first, make the country great again. This is a very appealing message, and I talk all the time on my show about it.
Yeah, but you then charge the fucking Capitol after he was president for 4 years. That's like, you going all the way back to his initial message means absolutely nothing. He had a whole 4 years, and then you showed up on January 6th to fucking charge the Capitol. Like, this is not a good way to start it.
And realizing now that it was obviously a scam and now obviously unfulfilled completely. And you're right, Trump is non-ideological. The message was brilliant because it said, one, the system is broken. America's not great anymore, but it used to be. We can make it great again, but in order to do it, we need to actually bypass the system. Why is it that we never have victories? Why is it that things don't change? Because of money. He said, and that's why I'm different. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. If I self-fund my campaign and don't take super PAC money, then I won't have to listen to the lobbyists and the special interests. I could fire the people I need to fire, do the things I need to do. That was like a very powerful message in 2016. And after 4 years, I was one of the people even back then that said, look, it never materialized. He did wind up taking super PAC money. He took AIPAC money, for that matter, Sheldon Adelson money at that time in 16. Even in the first term, bombed Iran. In the first term, didn't build the wall. In the first term, didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And I remember the timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. Okay. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that censorship would kick into overdrive. And so we said, really, it's unacceptable that anyone other than Trump would just be a disaster. And then obviously Biden came in, and I don't think it was as bad as we thought it would be, to tell you the truth, honestly. But by 2024, I mean, I was out in 2024 because everything you're saying is totally true. And I was telling people on my side, I was saying he's not going to build the wall. And I know you're against that. He's not going to do the mass deportations, promising that. He's not going to start no new wars. I said in 24, he's going to take us to war in Iran. And the Ukraine war, I said, that's not going to end in one day. Too complicated. We're already in it. And so I didn't vote. I didn't vote in 2024. And I told my followers not to vote for Trump for that reason. And it was only until a year later, after all the exuberance died down and people saw the bearing of the Epstein files, the war in Iran, people said, you know what? You were right. You were right about Trump. Even Alex Jones told me you were right about Trump. I was all in on him. So, I mean, as far as him being vaporware is concerned and a scammer and fundamentally, you're 100% right. No ideological core. He's not an ideological guy. Yeah, it is. He's
literally all about him.
And I agree. He's a cruel narcissist.
Yeah.
And you said I like the cruelty. I do not like the cruelty.
No, by the way, no. I didn't say you liked the cruelty. I said I'm listening to your thing, and you said one of the things that you liked about Levin was the cruelty. And not for the cruelty's sake, it didn't seem to me like this, is because it was raw.
Dazzling,
it was, yeah. And that's so I'm not saying that.
No, but I agree. I think he is cruel, and even what he
Pretty
said
sure
on
he did
Easter.
say that.
I mean, we're Catholic. On
Pretty
Easter
sure he said
Sunday,
that.
he says we're going to annihilate Iran, and then he made fun of Allah on Easter Sunday. So, you know, that kind of stuff, it just totally turned me off entirely.
Is there anything that you think Trump can do to like regain the support of the, I guess, Gen Z and millennial right?
No, it's over. People see what he's made of. And Hunter's right. He's a liar. He is a liar. He is a bullshit artist. And especially, you look at what he did with the Epstein files, with the war in Iran, what he did to Thomas Massie.
This guy named Thomas Massie. There's something wrong with him. They just vote no. They love voting no. They think it's good politically.
You realize that if you are America first, you have no place in this Republican Party, because he said it. He said our Republican Party, or rather, he said MAGA is Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine. He said, and who is not MAGA? Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace. And I think most Republicans said, well, we're with those other people. We're not MAGA anymore. So
What do you think happens, Nick? I believe that we need radical change. And I'm not talking about violence or revolution or things like that. I'm talking about the only ways that you can have this kind of radical rethinking of the system. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what do you think about the Epstein files? What do you think about the accountability? Or do you think that he's broken the system to the degree that we now are basically in a dictatorship light?
No, I actually have a lot of confidence only because I think the Democrats are going to take the House in 26, which I support. I'm telling my people, vote Democrat. We want the Democrats in the House, because what they're going to do is they're going to use the oversight powers to bring all the corruption to light. Because I know Republicans will watch this, and when you say, you know, we didn't commit crime, they're going to be skeptical. However, for the sake of argument, let's say the income you made during Biden was ill-gotten. For the sake of example, it's just doesn't hold a candle. It doesn't even come close, doesn't even touch Jared Kushner, Howard Lutnick, Steve Witkoff, Don Jr., Trump himself. It's just a different sport. It's a different game entirely. And I want all that corruption to be revealed. And I think the Democrats are going to do it. I hope they get impeached. I don't think they'll be removed from office, but I think it'll basically drag this administration to a halt. And then in 28, I think there's an opportunity for a clean reset with both sides, right and left.
Hey guys, quick thing before we get back to Hunter and Nick. So these two guys, individuals,
not quick enough.
One reason, that's where the coverage of the Opus app Vance president sometimes break out of the algorithm. Ground news. All right, back to Hunter and Nick. Whenever you talk about Trump, sometimes you explain this like nightmare scenario that revolves around a Vance presidency.
Yes.
What about J.D. Vance being in power scares you so much?
If Trump doesn't have an ideological core, then Vance really doesn't, because Vance is a chameleon. That's not his real name for openers. Never had a real job. These are all sinecures given to him by Peter Thiel. 6 years ago, he's a never Trumper.
Vance is scary as fuck.
I never liked him. I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction, and that's ultimately what worries me the most.
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president.
Now he's a national conservative, national populist, and so we don't even really know who he is. I mean, to me, this is basically a Manchurian candidate. This is a shell, and who is the power behind him? It's the oligarchs. It's the little tech oligarchs in bed with the CIA, you know, especially at this fever pitch with AI. I think that's really dangerous. So to me, him being president is just a worse scenario in my mind.
For the uninformed viewer, what is the Palantir J.D. Vance connection?
Well, Palantir was founded by Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel's very close with David Sachs. J.D. Vance was given his first job in Silicon Valley by Thiel. Thiel hooked him up with it. You know, the CEO of that company said it was a personal favor to Thiel that I hired him. And then Thiel got him all his jobs at these various venture capital firms, including his own, and then funding J.D. Vance's venture capital firm. Peter Thiel gave $15 million to Vance when he ran for Senate in Ohio in 2022. Peter Thiel secured President Trump's endorsement for him in 22, which basically got him the nomination and the seat. So, I mean, as far as anybody's concerned, Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, who derives his fortune from Palantir.
And now he's a Catholic like you and me.
Well, he's a convert, so, you know.
Beware the convert.
Yeah. So do you think that Trump's unfulfillment of his campaign promises was a result of him being, like, compromised by somebody connected to that structure, or do you think he always just never cared?
I don't know that he never cared. I just think that, you know, me, I'm an idealist. So I think about the ideas and the concepts. Trump is a businessman. And so I think with him, everything's transactional. And I said this in 2024. he knew, Trump knew the voters would swallow anything. The voters would not walk away from the table because they were enamored with him.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
So he knew he could break every promise with them in order to fulfill promises for the donor class, which is little tech, the Israel lobby, and Wall Street. The bankers, Tim Mellon, the big asset managers. So I think with him, everything's business, everything's a transaction. And that's why you can't trust him. You have to do business. And in 24, I said we should all collectively say we're not going to vote unless he makes certain commitments. And not enough people did that. But I mean, that's fundamentally his flaw.
Your critique of this like elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's not anti-capitalist. You know, capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception, and so really we're all subsidiary then to the market. So I support capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation, underneath the state.
It seems like you have a pretty optimistic perspective on the year 2028.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28.
Kind of keep coming back to this like clean election year. Do you think that's going to be like a renaissance year for outsider candidates and outside media channels like this one?
It can be. I think it certainly can be, because I think there's frustration on the right and on the left. You know, you see even in the primaries on the Democrat side, it's all DSA progressive types that are winning. You ironically have the same frustration on the left with their establishment as we have on the right. And so I think, you know, in 2028, it's going to be a year where there'll be a competitive Republican primary and Democratic primary, and hopefully the people make their voice heard and we get some new options, you know, maybe that reflect the will of the people more.
Yeah. And so what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like
sounding very democratic all of a sudden.
Like him. I don't like some of the things that he said, like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person in the room and says, you know, the founding fathers would look down on us, the working people with their dirt-streaked hands against the billionaires. I think it's a little too divisive. I like his energy. I like that he's young. It's ironic. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
That's rich, buddy. But no, look,
but it seems pointed at me.
I know, but yeah, but the thing.
Like he was dissing you in that video.
Yeah, a
like
little bit.
Staring down the camera, like, just for you, Nick, you son of a bitch.
People like me.
Yeah.
But what I see is somebody is using government for exactly the purpose that you just said, is to break the oligopoly, to target the anger towards a tiny percentage of the population that has controlled the levers of government from the White House down to the mayor's office in New York City or Peoria, Illinois, to that matter, and even more so as you go further down that chain. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani and
it sounds like he's fucking dying. It does sound like he's because he is very like, sometimes he's in favor of capitalism, sometimes he's not. You want to talk about a chameleon. Nick Fuentes changes based on who it is that he talks to. And almost every time he'll have like a cordial conversation with somebody, and then afterwards he goes back to his stream and talks a lot of shit about them. Because I think there's this like issue with his audience where they appreciate that he goes on like mainstream platforms and talks to people and is getting like attention for groypers, but then I think they also resent it to an extent. Like they don't like the fact that he does sit there and get along with those people and has cordial conversations with them and isn't like super representative of groypers, where he's going to like say more say some more ridiculous things about, you know, like Netanyahu and the Jews and things like that. And it seems like he knows that and he feels that, and he starts to kind of project that afterwards. And starts talking shit about all these people afterwards. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. But I mean, a lot of those people do the same thing. They turn around and talk shit about him as well. Like the stuff with with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. I can understand those a little bit more because Candace was absolutely batshit when she had her conversation with him.
Regardless of his delivery, which may be off-putting, particularly from somebody coming from your side, is that he's delivering, man. You know what? I mean, he's really delivering. You know, like I saw somebody going after Mamdani for some of this stuff, and particularly about rent control. You know, and I was like, well, how do you think that the middle class was built after World War II and the GI Bill and rent-controlled buildings that created those communities that we were talking about an hour ago?
The GI Bill provides returning soldiers and veterans a range of benefits, including mortgages to purchase homes, loans to go to school, and this really was instrumental in creating the new American middle class.
Created the availability for somebody that was 26 years old, that had a job with the MTA, to be able to live and work in the city and put the kid into school with the idea that they would be safe walking there and go to a park that, you know, where the water fountains worked. That's what I see him trying to do. I mean, by the way, it's just so tired and, you know, ridiculous. He's a communist, like it's about the communists. Like, who even says that anymore? Nobody, like, you know what? We're just not.
What? That's just fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up, Hunter. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, who even says that anymore? The people who identify as communists say that anymore? Maybe those people say that anymore. What do you mean? Who says that anymore? What does that even mean?
1981, and we're watching Rocky V and worried about the communists. You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get it. Right.
They had to mute this part.
My whole Philly legitimacy was just blown right there. Yeah. But it's just kind of. And so I look at somebody like Mamdani. I think, well, he's just talking about good government. Like, what do you think about healthcare? Don't you think that there should be a single-payer system? Don't you think that there should be some guarantee as a right? Because I don't know how you make it in this country and aspire to a middle-class life and be able to afford a catastrophic event as it relates to your health. I mean, it's over. You're done.
Yeah. I don't support single payer, but I do believe that everybody should be entitled to some minimum level of coverage, catastrophic insurance. So in principle, I agree.
Which is Medicare for all to a certain degree, right? I mean, because that's all the Medicare does right now. Well, why is that radical?
See, I don't think that's necessarily radical, but
to them, it's because we've been convinced that it's a radical.
Them, those others.
Yeah, no, them. I mean the insurance companies.
Sure.
And their lobbyists who control 55% of Congress,
them,
regardless of who's in power.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think that's necessarily the most radical. I think, though, he is with the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. He backs all these DSA candidates. And let's be honest, a lot of them are radical. Like, I saw one of these candidates that just won in New York a couple weeks ago, the Chevalier candidate. There's a picture.
She hates my dad.
Yeah, I know.
She said about my dad.
She had awful things about him.
Yeah,
and she says, oh, I didn't have a napkin to wipe my hands, so I used the American flag.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I think it's crazy, but like the same way that, I thought a lot of the stuff that some people that got elected in 2016, 2020, even during the Tea Party, kind of movement was, egregious.
If it's a legitimate rape, the female body has ways to try to shut that whole thing down.
So what do we do? What do we do, Nick?
I think a better question is...
for real, what do we do? Can you at least come a little bit to this way?
If you can come a little this way.
I can. Here's where I can come, is this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that.
Yeah. No, I mean, really.
I do. I do. And listen, here's what I'll say. Now that I'm older, I do think that's not the best approach. So I agree with you on that. And I see it as I get older, because let's be honest, saying those things when I'm a younger guy, when I'm, 18, 20, it's like, you got to think that's just the age.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And
this background that he has here. He's had this background for like a year. And he's like, yeah, when I was younger, you know, it's within the last like 6 months. This was literally like I think within the last 6 months, if I remember correctly, this clip. So when I was younger, guys, I was different.
Running society, women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
And a lot of young people think that's funny and everything like that. I think that it also goes with the medium as well. Live streaming, social media, that's just what it rewards. So yeah, I think that people should try to move past some of that.
I'll try. But if you try.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For real. And as it relates to when you talk about Israel, Netanyahu, Likud government, what's happening now, what's happened for the past 20 years in terms of whether the funding to Israel, whether you think it is. It's really important that you make a distinction between that and Jews. Because here's the thing, okay? Zoran Mamdani has a higher favorability rate in the United States among Jews than Bibi Netanyahu does. I think 65% of American Jews disagree with the approach that the Israeli government has right now. They don't disagree with you, but they completely turn off when they hear the conflation of Jews, Zionism, Israel, and think automatically anti-Semitism, whether it's fair or not, okay? But you have to understand it. And you have to understand it from a cultural perspective in which the recent history is only...
So I expected Nick this entire time to be doing the like, well, why don't people understand where we're coming from? Why don't people understand what white people are saying? Like, why don't people understand how white people feel? And I'm really kind of, I find it kind of odd that he hasn't said this yet. I find it kind of weird that he hasn't said this throughout this entire fucking conversation.
One data point in 2,000 years of history as it relates to what it means to be a Jew, of which there is what, 1%, 0.5% of the entire world's population? Because I don't know what it adds to your argument, or what it adds to your argument about Miriam Adelson being able to give $300 million to Donald Trump and commit to giving another $300 million to get her way, and we end up in a war with Iran.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a valid point. I do think, though, that the issue's broader than just Netanyahu.
Oh, maybe, by the way, obviously, Netanyahu has a base within Israel, within the Jewish community here in the United States, with Jared Kushner. You know what I mean? Jared Kushner, who is unelected, not a member of our government, is having as more control over the direction of the everyday lives of American people right now than anybody that I know of. And meanwhile, all he's doing is building a $6 billion private equity fund with the people he is negotiating for. And I always say, look who's paying him, and wondering whose interest that he is advancing. He's getting paid by the Saudis, he's getting paid by the Emiratis, he's getting paid by the Qataris, he's getting paid, go down the list. And for some reason, he is in control, along with Steve Witkoff, who is also not elected by anybody, of deciding whether or not the Straits of Hormuz are going to open up, and whether or not our gas prices are going to go down. It may not matter to the three of us necessarily, you know, an extra dollar, 60 cents or 85 cents. But you know what? To 85% of the people that live in America, it means it's the difference between whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent, you know, whether or not you're going to be able to actually put the gas in your car in Montana to drive to your job on the, you know, on the ranch.
Well, and here's what I'll say to you, and this is something kind of why I want to do this interview, is emphasize the message that as far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that it's the same standard that applies to everybody, which is as long as you're patriotic, as long as you believe Americans should be put first by their government, I have no problem at all. And I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights. It's just this acute problem of these people, like you mentioned, like Larry Ellison and Miriam Adelson and Jared Kushner, they're putting some other country before the interest of our own. And that, in principle, is what I have a problem with.
There is going to be some people who watch this and feel like, all right, no take-backsies. And they might feel like you're just kind of trying to moderate, and that now that you've achieved your goal and got a lot of support, you're kind of moderating because your main aim has already been achieved, which is to sort of have a generational run, and pop off. So now you're trying to kind of make your way more into the mainstream discourse, but you'll just go back again into the same sort of reactionary rhetoric once you're back in a #1 spot.
Well, I don't even think I'm moderating. And I even told our mutual friend, it's not even a moderation. It's not even an apology. It's clarifying. Because, all along I've been saying this message. It's just that the way that I'm saying it changes and evolves. And I also think how people respond to it changes as well. Because let's be honest, 10 years ago, there was a very different kind of conversation about Israel. You could not mention it in a negative or critical way without being utterly annihilated in politics. We all know that ever since October 7th, that's not the case anymore. So I think that there's sort of something reciprocal happening, which is that people are receiving me differently. And as someone that's growing older and more mature, I'm even representing myself differently. So I wouldn't even call it moderating, just clarifying. People are more receptive, and I'm maybe better able to articulate it.
And you think that's because you've kind of gotten older and been able to have like a longer career in media to reflect on different changes in your perhaps brain chemistry and lifestyle?
That's a huge thing. I mean, I know it's 27. I have a very different mentality than I did when I was 20.
What's the main difference, you think?
Just more even-keeled. I think you know too, it's like when you're 20, you're just like a maniac. And then you hit 25 and you're like, all right,
I was a maniac when I was 49. My brain chemistry has definitely changed in the last 7 years, too. And I do believe that people can grow and they can change. And I'm not asking you to, and I'm not asking you to say things, but there are certain things that I just hope that you can hear without feeling attacked. That some of the things that you said, whether it's edgelording otherwise, are really hurtful. And then people completely turn off to the idea of being able to listen to you about anything. And then you get dug in more and you're like, go fuck yourself. Like, you can't take a joke kind of thing. And that's not what it is. It's not just wokeism. It's not. It's people being really, really hurt by it. And I accept your apology for all of the mean things you said about me.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on my apology tour. Is that the one thing you did say? You said I was a degenerate crackhead.
Me?
And I have the problem with that, not you.
Me?
Yeah. And
I also said you were cool, though.
Yeah, no, by the way, you said a degenerate crackhead, and you know what? I'm not even mad about that, because I was a degenerate crackhead. I spent more time on my hands and knees, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. It's true.
And now you're sober.
Yeah.
That's the clip of him talking about like digging through the carpet to try to find little shreds of shit. That is like, anybody who's been around meth heads or crackheads or anything like that, that is like a super common experience that everybody knows. They all do. They all fucking do that shit. They will all just like drop like little bits of shit, or even they don't drop anything, but they think they might have. And so they just start searching the fucking carpet cushions and everything, trying to look for shit.
Find it interesting, you also said that you've never drank before.
Right. Yeah, I've never had a drink, never done drugs.
That's because you grew up, with me. You're like, don't be that guy.
I grew up with you too, and I was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're not as smart as he is. My brother never drank. My dad too. And
I was gonna ask you, Nick, what kind of prompted your choice to just like be sober for life and never drink?
Well, a big part of it is I had a lot of addiction in my family. My grandfather was an alcoholic, committed suicide. Uncle died from an overdose from crack cocaine. My mom, 2 of her uncles, heroin addicts for their entire lives. And it just devastated my family, devastated both of my parents. And so I know I have that addictive personality and probably have the genetics for it. And not only that, but I like being rational. I like having my sober mind. I think that's actually a sacred thing, to have unimpaired reason. So the thought of losing control and even being tempted to get into, worse things, I just thought it's just not worth the risk. So it's just never for me.
Well, how much, by the way, sorry, do we have time? Yeah. Is it, how much do you think COVID warped not just your generation, but everybody? Because I have this theory that there was this thing that broke for us with COVID, and that nobody's really come to terms with how traumatic that was for everyone.
And especially for the younger generations. I think severely less for the older generations, but for the younger people, missing the graduations, missing critical years in school, that's when the socialization happens. That's when you learn to get along. And so you think about how this generation is going to grow up having 2 to 3 lost years. You know, no sports, no school, no extracurriculars, vacations. It's devastating. And we already had a problem with that isolation, social dislocation, loneliness. I can't even imagine. So it's going to be devastating, I think. But that's a lockdown.
So maybe if you're watching this video after this, you know, put your phone or computer away, go outside, make a friend, just do anything.
Fuck that shit. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to that shit. They don't want what's best for you guys. I do, okay? I'm here for you. They're not. Fuck that guy, okay? This is that independent media propaganda that they're always trying to push. Don't listen to it.
Scroll to the next video. Back in the day during Nickelodeon, they had Go Outside Day.
Oh yeah.
You know, I feel like we need like one day a week where it's mandated in a tech oligarch sense that no one can go on their phone or use the computer.
Man, I would love that. I mean, that's one thing. Is if we could, the one thing we could all agree on. The way I say it,
I would love that. I would love it if the government was telling you what you could or couldn't do with your fucking life. What the fuck?
now is you're all carrying around a bag of heroin in your pocket. Everybody is, and it's probably even more dangerous in some ways.
Would either of you guys ever run for office?
Are you asking me for real?
Yeah.
No. I think that politics, the way that my dad engaged in it, and that I'm obviously incredibly biased, is an incredibly noble thing. But that's not where my head is in terms of what I want to do. I want to reach. My whole thing is that forget all of this. I want to reach 1 million people in addiction. I think one of the biggest things about addiction, and one of the reasons why it continues to be this epidemic, is that we don't talk about it. Is that you don't even talk about it around your dinner table. And what you realize, if you're coming from my particular unique situation, is that everybody comes to me and they tell me their story. And sharing that is like, breaks that cycle of shame. And so I want to reach 1 million people in addiction.
How about you, Nick? Would you ever run for office?
I don't think so, no. Just because I don't think you can fully be authentic when you're running for office, because it's a different role. And I think my role, they say, according to the Overton window idea.
Ideas that are inside the Overton window are ideas that are politically safe.
Bro, I thought it was a fucking commercial all of a sudden. What the fuck? I paid my premium shit. I ain't no fucking consumer over here.
The public is ready to accept them.
They say that if you want to change people's opinions and what they consider acceptable, you kind of have to be the first to the punch and maybe considered a bad person or evil or whatever in order to promote your view. And so that just doesn't lend itself to that kind of politics. So I think to protect my own integrity and authenticity of the message, I have to not run for office.
See what we just did? We just made probably the entire audience happy. One half is glad I'm not running. The other half is really glad he's not running.
Well, if not you guys, then, is there any candidate or prospective candidate that you feel like could run in 2028 that would, have a fair shot that y'all support?
Nobody in particular for me. Honestly, I haven't really been too impressed with who's come out of the Republican Party. So I'm hoping they'll just be somebody we haven't heard of, somebody maybe that hasn't been in office before.
He's voting for Gavin Newsom in 20.
That's right, yeah. Well, if it's Newsom and Vance, I'd certainly think about it.
Yeah.
How about you? Anybody that, creates a twinkle in your eye?
No, I think that there are a lot of people. I mean, I know that you think that you're going to laugh at me, but I personally like Gavin Newsom a lot. I think that he's authentic in those beliefs, whether you agree with them or not. Thomas Massey's principled stand as it relates to the Epstein files was incredibly courageous.
Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island.
And that's why he's not going to be a congressman anymore. But that's why, he could potentially make a really strong national candidate.
And you guys think America will exist in a post-Epstein capture free way?
Will America exist?
Yeah, like, will America survive the current power structure's stranglehold on the media, the political system, and all public affairs?
I don't know. I think AI is going to really be transformative. It's interesting. Nobody seems to be talking about that.
Transformative in what sense? Like for bad?
Concentration of power.
Yeah, nobody's really talking about AI, dude. Nobody even talks about that stuff.
That's the single biggest. And you know what? I'm actually on the liberal side on this with Anthropic over the, let's say, because there's this battle between these effective altruists, effective accelerationists, and I really am nervous about what's going to happen, especially in the next 4 years, because they're racing towards this artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, and that, without a doubt, is going to be the single biggest influence on the country, and so I'm really worried about that.
And what about that concerns you? Is it surveillance?
It's the concentration of power in the hands of whoever controls it. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company. So whether that's Sam Altman or it's Dario, if the artificial intelligence is aligned with its creator, that person will become the most powerful person in the history of mankind on
It's
on
almost
that
an
day.
inherent truth, in my opinion, what he just said, is that the greatest leap in human evolution is going to happen within our lifetimes. AGI, let alone superintelligence, is everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes. And I don't think that that's in any way hyperbole. And if you listen to the people that are developing these technologies right now, they are the most alarmist.
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world.
If you want to know what life's like when you're not the apex intelligence, ask a chicken.
And now, by the way, I think that there's an enormous possibility for incredibly beneficial things to society, like being able to cure cancer. I just think of this one thing. Everything that AI is built on is ours.
Bunch of you guys are running outside right now to talk to fucking chickens, aren't you? A bunch of you guys heard that and you're like, oh shit. I want to know what the fucking chickens think. Didn't you? How many? There's tons of you guys running outside with your phones right now. Going to see what the fuck the chicken has to say.
Belongs to you, and you, and you, all the way back through the human civilization. That's what they're stealing from us, and they're putting it into the hands of literally a handful of people. All of that human knowledge, and the value that comes from it. And I think that that's ours. So any AI that is developed, particularly that goes to HEE, should be it should be communal. It should be shared in the not just the beneficial offshoots of it, but the actual money of it should be shared.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's like nuclear bombs, but it's also a commodity at the same time. The weapons potential, the economic potential, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And I hope on some level that liberals win that argument, because what Trump is doing with the Pentagon, Anthropic, and OpenAI, the way they're handling it is so reckless and sloppy and just honestly unbelievable. So we need some.
Already back. The chickens are boring. Well, they used to be dinosaurs, so they were the apex predators. So you need to go ask them what it feels like to not be the apex anymore.
Some adults in the room on that one.
Well, it's been a great conversation. I appreciate you guys for coming. You guys have any final questions you want to ask to each other, or maybe a message you want to give to the American people?
I still believe in America, and I truly believe in these conversations. And I think everyone that's watching would think that I would not want to sit down with Nick. And this, I guess, what I'm getting at with you is that I hope you see the humanity of me, and so when the way that you talk in the future takes that into consideration. And what I'll do is I'll see the humanity in you.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a great conversation, and I think that we have to come together on the things that we agree on, which is, for example, that we love the country, we both believe in America, we both want the country to succeed, and I like what you said, that we see the fundamental humanity in each other. And I think that especially in the events of the last year, the killing of Charlie Charlie Kirk, you realize that's actually not something that people on both sides share. I think there's people on the right and the left that don't see the humanity in the other side. And so maybe that's the new consensus, or that's where we can come together, is on the basis that, you know, we disagree on fundamental issues, and even sometimes it gets heated and we yell at each other, but that we do ultimately want the best for each other. We love each other. We want the country to succeed. And I think that's a starting point for any solution and any conversation.
We love each other?
American brothers.
We love each other. We want the best for each other.
All right. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thanks, buddy. Good job, guys. After interviewing Hunter and Nick about a variety of...
We got 6 minutes left on the clock, ladies and germs. 6 minutes left on the clock. We got $0 on the goal. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you can use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. Ooh. We're going to be continuing for likely another 7 hours or so if we hit the goals. We got a lot more to get into. We're just getting started.
Well, I'm getting a ton of comments lately, questions saying, David, why aren't you a socialist? Why aren't you a communist? You often mention it, but what about explaining the why? And I've even gotten some suggestions that because I'm not a socialist or a communist, I must be some kind of right winger. I must have had some political 180.
That's because for fucking communists, they literally believe that anybody who's not a socialist literally is a right winger. That's where their spectrum ends.
Where now I am on the political right. But the question is, why do I not subscribe to those ideologies? I think that's a legitimate question that I want to explore. Now, the real reason that I don't support those systems is very simple. I don't believe either system is the best way to maximize human well-being and to organize society. And as such, they are not systems that I can support. And I believe this looking at empirical historical data and in applying a socioeconomic analysis to these theories. I am a social democrat. As a reminder, social democrat and democratic socialist are two completely different things. Democratic socialists are socialists, whereas social democrats are not. As a social democrat, I support getting everybody health care, strong unions in support of labor, affordable education that is of high quality, progressive taxation where the wealthiest are taxed the most, serious corporate regulation, and a very strong social safety net. I support those things. I also support markets, private businesses, private ownership of property, and the ability to make profit in private industry. For a lot of goods and services, there is no good reason to eliminate markets. We don't need government planners deciding, for example, which restaurants should open, which laptops should be manufactured.
What region are you located in? It's 12:30 a.m. for me right now. You stream all night. Yep. Yeah, it's 12:30 for me as well. Yeah, I'm in Georgia, right outside of Atlanta, where we do the third shift. This is just when I used to work like a full-time job. This was when I would get home. I would work like anywhere from 10 to 16-hour days and would get home late and stream for a couple hours every night. And that's just when I always got on. So that's like where the audience that I cultivated was always getting on, or when they were always watching. And so even when I started streaming full time, this is just when I always got on continuously anyways. So
what kind of furniture should be manufactured and sold? It's completely fine to let companies compete there. Let people start businesses and own them. Test ideas, succeed and fail within the context of a market. I do believe that markets encourage innovation, but not because of the reason right-wingers say they do. Right-wingers love to say, if you don't have markets, nobody will ever work hard if they don't have the possibility of becoming a millionaire or a billionaire. I don't buy that stuff from the right. People are also motivated by a lot of other things, curiosity and purpose, recognition, solving problems. And we see publicly funded research produce extraordinary breakthroughs. But it is also true, and we should recognize, that competition and financial rewards are also real motivators. And if you remove them across the entire economy, you reduce experimentation, you reduce innovation, and also, I would argue, efficiency. And so what social democracy recognizes, social democracy being a form of regulated capitalism, social democracy recognizes markets are really useful tools, but markets are not the moral authorities that the right wing believes them to be. I do also believe that some things should be removed from the profit motive because market failure would cause completely unacceptable harm that wealthy countries have no reason to accept. If you don't like the available TVs, you can wait to buy one. If you don't like the prices, you can wait for a sale or not buy one at all and hope that the market adjusts. That's TVs. If you need insulin, you can't wait for the market to become more compassionate or adjust so that you can afford your insulin. And so in the areas of healthcare, education, infrastructure, law enforcement, military, and other essential services, we can't treat them like sneakers. We can't treat them like video games. Their purpose must be universal access, not...
All right. We got 0 hours left on the clock. I'll wait about 5 minutes. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. The way that we do it is we do first 3 hours for free on the house, but after that, to continue stream, if we hit the goal of $25, then we add another 3 hours, and then if we hit $25 again, we add another 2 hours. Adds up to an 8 hours of stream every single night. But we gotta hit the goals in order to continue stream. The only donor we got is a guy who's going to refund that. He accidentally sent a donation. So we're still at $0 for the day. If you guys want to donate to the channel, you can use PayPal, debit card, or credit card with the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat.
Let's extract the maximum possible profit from people who end up with nowhere else to go. That's the basic social democratic approach. You use markets where they improve people's lives, and you use public provision where markets predictably fail. So then why am I not a socialist or a communist? Why won't I go further? Let's deal with each of them sort of one by one. Now, I don't want to make this a definitional game where people, it's sort of like when you criticize Jordan Peterson and the Peterson people go, you're not criticizing exactly what he meant. Even if we have to have some kind of working definitions for socialism and communism. Socialism and communism in turn usually want to replace private ownership of major industries.
Yeah, this is exactly my issue with the way that people have been talking about socialism as well, is that they're not using the term as like the workers owning the means of production for socialism. And so when a lot of people call themselves social democrats, that they're like, oh no, I'm not saying that the workers should own the means of production. I'm just saying that there should be some sort of collective ownership of some portion of businesses, and then they'll call like police socialism. Like, but policing is not socialism. But not socialism.
That guy doesn't exist. Tip $20.
Hey, yo, that guy doesn't exist with the $20 fucking dono. Let's go. Let's get some W's in the chat. W's in the chat, everybody. Thank you. That guy doesn't exist. For the $20. Sheesh. Well, we got $5 to go. $5
a month.
Just $5. If you want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat. W's for that guy for the $20 dono.
Tracy all true for me. Tom Foolery.
Wasted Design tipped $5. Chat sucks. Name a station Kyle Tom.
What is name a station Kyle Tom? What is that? What does that even mean? Name a station. Chat does suck though. L chat. You have to run a train on Kyle. Oh, so we're gonna find a station to run a train on him. So he's gotta name a station. Well, lucky for him, I've got two stations that need names. This one's still Tani Taco on GitHub, but the other one, the other one, this one is called Small Disturbed Child. I did not name it that. I did not name it that. That is just the name that it came with. Small Disturbed Child is the name that it just gave it. So what's here, Kyle? What's the name of the fucking station? Everybody's waiting. Kyle. Wasted wants it to have my name. Alright, call it Kyle with the good hair.
With worker, public, or state ownership, depending on whether we're talking about a socialist or a communist model. Now, of course, there are many different kinds of socialism. Democratic socialists are not communists, but I just don't see broad collective ownership as the best way to organize an economy. This is a question to a degree of opinion. Some in the audience might disagree. You might go, no, that is the best way to organize the economy. All right, well, we're having the conversation. I do support voluntary worker cooperatives. Let people create them and finance them and demonstrate their advantages if that's what they want to do. Nobody should be prevented from running a business as a co-op, but nobody should be required to run a business as a co-op either. Requiring businesses to adopt collective ownership limits choices. It's authoritarian. It eliminates potentially useful forms of competition. And I am an anti-authoritarian at my core. This is why I'm opposed to both right-wing and left-wing authoritarianism. Whether it's Kim Jong-un or Putin or Maduro or whatever, I'm an anti-authoritarian. Now, if a privately owned restaurant and a worker-owned factory and a publicly owned utility each work well in their respective areas, I see no reason to force them into the same ownership model. Now, communism goes further. Communism usually wants state or government ownership of the businesses, the elimination of economic classes, and theoretically, depending on which flavor you're sort of talking about, an eventual stateless society. I just don't believe that eliminating private ownership and market forces throughout the economy would maximize well-being. And we've got a lot of examples from history of where it has destroyed well-being. It would create massive information problems, it weakens useful incentives, and it'll end up concentrating economic decisions in institutions that are often completely incapable of understanding local needs and individual preferences. And that's where we come back to the sort of fundamental authoritarianism of it. What happens under socialism when owners refuse to surrender their businesses to that socialized ownership model?
I mean, that's always the question that nobody ever, especially democratic socialists, never want to answer. They never want to tell you what it is that they would do to somebody who doesn't want to surrender. It's always like, oh, well, we'll offer them money and we'll, you know, they'll want to buy. It's like, but what if they don't want to? Well, it'll be a fair amount of money to where they'll want to, but what if they don't? What happens?
And when people move their money, when voters elect leaders promising to restore private enterprise in a socialist system, if socialism...
I can tell you what I would do. We all know what you would do, friend. You would kiss him. What the fuck? Not moving again. He's not moving again. Move, bitch. Get out the way.
Can freely be voted out, I don't think it would last. And if you preserve socialism against public resistance, you can end up with property seizures, capital controls, restrictions on investment, limits on political opposition. It is a very serious authoritarian danger. And that exists both in forcing a society into one of these models and in getting it to remain there. Communism just intensifies that. And reaching the supposed stateless society requires an extraordinarily powerful state, which sometimes seizes property, eliminates the capitalist class, reorganizes production, and usually suppresses resistance to that change as well. And the state doesn't disappear. What we've seen historically is that you end up with this new ruling class made up of often corrupt, typically cronyistic and nepotistic party officials, bureaucrats, military leaders, security agencies. Now, I know that some people will go, but David, those weren't real communism. I think that avoids sort of the central question, which is why have attempts to implement communism so consistently produced this one-party rule filled with censorship and repression? So for me, one of the key tenets of leftism is opposing domination. That includes domination by corporations and billionaires on the one hand, and it also includes opposing domination by governments or political parties or these self-appointed revolutionaries who say, I speak for everybody. Social democracy, which I subscribe to, recognizes corporate power can become abusive and state power can become abusive, and both need democratic limits. So I want markets where markets work. I want public provision where markets fail or distort society. And I want democracy to protect people from both corporate and government power. Not being a socialist, not being a communist doesn't make one right wing. My goal is not to reach the furthest left position imaginable. My goal is let's support the system most likely to improve people's lives while preserving freedom. And that is why I have the beliefs I have of social democracy. Many examples around the world of social democracy successes, and that is how I have come to hold the beliefs that I hold. People can disagree, people can email me, people can leave a comment, info@davidpakman.com, but hopefully I've at least explained the origins or justification for my position. Thanks for watching. Check out this other video, and if you...
It's never justified to go against the will of the people, David Pakman. You should know that. There is no justification. No way you could justify that.
So you brought sun. It's good.
Yeah, the weather's been great since I've been here. So, are you planning on releasing this interview, or can I release the interview? Because It's very unexpected. I was hoping to ask you to do a sit-down interview, but this is actually the perfect location to do it. So I'd be happy to release the interview in full if you allow me to.
I think I don't know. I think that our teams will speak about it. Yeah, how to do it. You will make discussion. I think. Yeah. But you didn't want to sit. You want to walk or something.
No,
like
this is perfect. I said this is perfect. Actually, the location's great. So.
How was the trip to Kiev, by the way?
The trip?
Yeah.
It was very long.
Very long, yes, true.
Because there's no airspace.
Yeah.
There's no way to fly here. So I had to take the train from Poland, which was nice. It was an experience. Yeah, it was fine.
New experience.
Yeah, it took like 30 hours to get here, though. It took a very long time.
From the United States?
Yeah.
The car is not comfortable, but quicker.
Yeah, so.
This is wild that Laura Loomer is interviewing Zelensky. This is absolutely crazy. I can't believe this is happening. I don't know how the fuck this happened, but whatever. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
It was fine. It was a good experience. I got to see a lot of the destruction when I was coming in, so it gave me a good idea as to, you know, how much of Ukraine has been destroyed by Russian missiles and drones.
Absolutely. And thank you so much. And I saw, by the way, very cool video where you're in Lukyanovka. Yeah, you went to McDonald's.
I went to McDonald's, yes.
Yeah.
President Trump's favorite fast food restaurant.
But they destroyed this place.
Yes.
And they destroyed so many times. I was there after attacks. Several times I was there. And it's so strong people, really. I can't even imagine how it would be. They live there. And of course, after alarms, they go to bomb shelters. But really with children, with dogs.
We had Ukrainian Anna on the show a while ago, and I think she had to stop and go to a bomb shelter during the interview, if I remember correctly. I at least remember the alarms were going off at a certain point, and she had to go check.
With the animals, so
it was very sad.
Yeah,
but it's really shocking to me, and I guess I've been to Israel, so I've seen, you know, people in other countries respond this way as well. It's just how resilient the people of Ukraine are, because if that were to happen in the United States, the police would block off the entire street and nobody would be able to access it for safety reasons. It would be like a criminal zone, right? A crime zone. And so,
well, I'm sure that's what they did in the beginning, but you can't do that for fucking what? How long has it been? Like 5 years? You can't do that forever.
So it was very interesting to see the McDonald's sign, and then, you know, eating my burger and my French fries and my Coca-Cola with a blown out building from a ballistic missile, and people couldn't believe it. I'm sure you saw the comments online, but it's a testament to how resilient people are, ordering their food, walking around, going grocery shopping, taking their dogs out. It's almost like they're so used to it, it doesn't even affect them, but it's an American business, and I think that a lot of Americans need to see that it does affect our country, because, you know, I'll admit I've said some pretty terrible things about Ukraine and terrible things about you as well, openly on social media. I mocked you.
Dude, her mic is horrific. I think that they have it to where both of the mics, their gain is too high to where it can hear. Her mic is picking up. His mic is picking up both of them.
I was part of the group of people in the United States who was very frustrated by the state of my country. I'm a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, and so I was very unhappy with the United States sending billions of US tax dollars to Ukraine when our own country is suffering. And so if you could please explain to the American audience, how is supporting Ukraine with US tax dollars America first? And what are the benefits of the United States supporting Ukraine and recognizing the struggle of the Ukrainian people as a struggle of America's future?
I mean, obviously, Russia is not the main argument, the main, thought process that's used here is that Russia's not going to stop with Ukraine. They're not going to just be happy with Ukraine and move on. Which I don't know if that's necessarily true, but the idea that things like this are able to just be like you're able to just do something like this and get away with it. That's more so the problem, is that a country can just go and invade another country and start taking over large swaths of territory, and that nothing would be done about it. That like the larger powers would not try to stop that. That's more so, I think, the thing that. Oh shit, what the fuck? This just popped up there out of nowhere. I left for 5 minutes. I wasn't even gone 2 minutes and this just popped up. That was not there. Alright, fuck.
Future.
Thank you very much. You know, first of all, about your McDonald's. So it's important first. You know, it was always for me very important. Even during first Oval Cabinet with President Trump, I always tried just to say only one thing, that it's so important for us that American people, if they can come, if they can find, I mean, these 30 hours. Yes, it's too long, but in any way, if they can come and just live with us a little bit, 1 day, 2 days, not too much. I understand everybody is busy, but just to live and to see the life, to see it's a bit the death, to see this difference like you saw here, everything is destroyed after missiles, and near McDonald's works, and near children are smiling. Yes, so it's the resilience of our people, but it's also very symbolic that Russia brought to us this war, and why we fought. The answer with this situation with McDonald's, the answer about all the war is that we are not ready to die. That even after attacks, we want to survive. That's all. We love where we live, with the people whom we love, kiss, and you know, and our children. And this is our resilience. Resilience because we love the life. Yeah, maybe it's not, you know, in today's world, maybe it's very, how to say, primitive.
Right.
Yeah, values. Huh? Naive, sorry. Yeah, maybe it's naive, but it's true. And that's why Russia was surprised and the world was surprised why we joined it and defend it. No, because we defended our homes.
Right.
It's
nobody should be surprised that you defend your homes. It's only fucking idiots like Laura Loomer and others were just absolutely fucking insane. Absolutely insane. I guess the reason that she's talking to him is because Candace Owens talked to him too, didn't she? That's why she's doing this, she's because of her fucking beef with Candace Owens. I just remembered that Candace Owens just recently had a conversation with him as well.
It's not about, you know, big, you know.
Well, and we can appreciate your desire to, you know, protect yourself and proclaim your right to survive and exist as a people. Yeah. But what do you say? What is your message as the president of Ukraine to the people of America who are also just trying to survive? We have nearly $40 trillion of debt.
Bro, oh my goodness, this is holy shit, dude. You're sitting here talking about fucking McDonald's in debt while their people are dying. Like, holy shit. Their country's being invaded. They're being bombed on a daily basis. And you're sitting here like, well, I'm glad you guys have American businesses, and I did have to take it was a long ride for me to get here, and you know, I would like to know how this is America first, because we have debt. We have a deficit that we're dealing with right now. You know, we're trying to survive.
In our country, Americans are still trying to recover from Bidenflation. We have closed borders now, but we had an invasion of our country, over 25 million illegal aliens who came in. There's an estimated 100 million foreigners, right? 65 million illegal aliens, and you know, over 50 million people who could qualify for deportation living in America, driving up the cost of living. And I think when Americans are struggling to put gas in their cars and pay for food for their children, they want to know, why should I care about funding Ukraine? Why should I send my tax dollars overseas? So if you could explain to the
Yes, of
viewers
course.
how protecting Ukraine ultimately protects America in the long term.
You know, at the very beginning of the war, nobody was with us, really. With all respect to partners, I mean, it's their internal decision to support or not. It's true. We began the war. Before the war, we didn't have any kind of weapon, any money from the United States. It's understandable. I mean, it's okay. No question. When we defended, when everybody in the world understood that Russia will not stop with Ukraine. So they began these, massively narratives that Ukraine and others who've been invited to NATO before, and it said we've been not in NATO, but they, tried to occupy us because they wanted to build USSR, Soviet Union. I think between us, I think that Soviet Union is the most dangerous enemy for the United States, not only for your democracy, way of life, or all these things what you said, or private sector, or business, and etc. It was during 70 years, and it will continue because the most global idea of Putin is to take everything back. Soviet Union, republics who've been in Soviet Union, past Soviet Union republics, and also Europeans. Of course, not the United States. It's far from away, but the United States has business in Europe, influence, and etc. It's a global war. Then, if Russia will be a Soviet Union again, and they had a chance, until now they had this mission and idea, if they will have Soviet Union, you will get China and Soviet Union, the biggest empire, the biggest army in the world, and they will be really bigger than the United States, and it will be dangerous for you. That's
their goal with multipolarity.
Yeah, but I think this is important to understand that Ukraine by ourselves been the wall of all these dreams of Putin. That is the first. This is during first period, and we've got money from the United States, but we've got it's not about money, it's weapon, but it's money. In any way, it's expensive for you and expensive for Europe, but you paid for this wall. The second point, of course, with all the things about how to say freedom and etc. I'm not speaking and not even speaking about all these values, which are also very important. But there is a practical way. This is the wall. You paid the wall, and that's why they can't get USSR again. This and be the biggest enemy for the United States. The second point, nuclear weapon, nuclear enemy. The second point is. After Biden's presidency, when the President Trump came, he said, I will not give you something without money. Yes, it was the new page of our relations with the United States during the war. And he said, I will sell weapon to Europe because all of us is NATO countries, and also it's business, it's big business really. And we created with Americans program Pearl, and each day from the first day of presidency of President Trump, we bought everything from the United States. Weapons, yes, and the United States sold it not only to us, to different countries. It's business, it's good. What Americans got back, there is a big difference when America sold to us or to some other countries in different continents. The difference is next. America got the experience. All the experience of this war, all the generals of the United States, they accepted it already. I think that President Trump knows it with details. America has exclusive, without paying for this experience, but their lives. Yes, we paid, and this is because of the war. Yes, not because we wanted it, but we have the greatest innovation experience,
especially with
technological
drones. And I know, congratulations, I saw this week that the United States just signed their partnership for drones. And I know that at the Pentagon, at least, I'm a Pentagon correspondent, and Secretary of War Hegseth recently announced that they're actually creating a new position at the Pentagon called the Drone Czar. And I think that Ukraine is really leading the way in a lot of the drone innovation and a lot of the drone technology. And you said you would be willing.
They're really going hard on the czar shit, dude. They really want that to be a thing. They really want to because of the Kamala Harris border czar thing. They really just want to call everybody a czar now.
Willing to have an exclusive partnership with the United States as it pertains to drone technology. Perhaps you can further elaborate what that exclusive partnership would look like, and why is it that you think that, you know, the United States is, I would say, somewhat behind Ukraine when it comes to our drone production output? If you look at the numbers, the United States is on track to produce about 300,000 drones this year, and Ukraine is about to produce 8 million. And personally,
are you serious? The United States isn't in the middle of a fucking war, maybe?
I think that that is something that, you know, more Americans should learn about. I think that there's a messaging issue in the communications that I've seen here in Ukraine, and I've spoken with your staff about this extensively. I don't think that the Ukrainians and your office does a very good job at messaging how supporting Ukraine could be America first, or how it's beneficial for America's national security. I think that emphasizing more of this exclusive relationship with drone production could benefit the United States, because we've seen that drone technologies and drone warfare is the future. And we saw just right before 4th of July, there was an attempted drone attack on the White House. And you have civilians now who are trying to buy drone materials on the dark web, or they're buying them online, or they're buying them from China so that they could make, just handmade drones themselves to launch attacks in civilian areas. And so, do you foresee that military partnership expanding, and how do you think that's going to benefit the United States long term?
So, first of all, we want to make the biggest drone deal, especially with the United States. They already have got this experience from us. Then we push and send some kind of sea drones, air drones, long distance drones, middle strike, deep strike, a lot of things, just to try and train. I will not tell you, sorry, I can't share publicly where they tried it and etc. But we did it without any documents, because we are partners. Then this experience, when we share this experience of modern technological war, when we speak with the soldiers, with Americans, with generals and officers, they said, if without your experience for the America, they can get to this level. I mean, this experience, this knowledge, they had 10, 20 years. So America got back absolutely exclusive things. The second point, when we will sign drone deal, we already signed, as you said correctly, first step. The second step, I want to do it as quick as possible with President Trump. I know the document almost ready. So what we know, what is very important. Now you have drones. And now already Russians and we have drones 3,000 plus kilometers. And this year we will have 4,000 kilometers. Next year from 5 to 10. So with all respect, so 10,000, it means that United States is closer to the potential enemy. Yeah, and it's been so the distance is the second question will be the most important technology. This is what we have. And America has great technologies. So our drone deal, it's win-win. We will build great factory in the United States. We want to be lines of productions, because drones just can't be in shelter. It's not artillery. It's not missile. Drones are changing each 6 months on the battlefield, sometimes each 3 months.
So when you say we, you're talking about Ukraine. Are you saying that the Ukrainian government, under your direction, is going to send teams of drone manufacturers to America free of charge to help Americans boost their drone manufacturing?
No, we want to do joint manufacturing, and I don't know, free of charge, I'm not sure, because it's private sector. But from our side, this idea, and of course it's just signing and acceptance, and then private sector will do it together. They will make business and etc. Our goal from the government is not to allow them send it to some dangerous countries.
Right.
Yeah, this is very important to hold it for the United States, for Europe, for Ukraine. That's all.
I want to get into U.S. relations with Ukraine. You've kind of had a tumultuous, experience over these last. It's almost been 5 years now, right? Since the war broke out, by the end of this year at least. And so, you've had to deal with the Democrats and the Biden administration when the war broke out, and then of course you're now dealing with the Trump administration. You came to the United States a few months ago, and you had what was perceived in the media to be not such a great meeting with the president and the vice president. It appeared that you were escorted out of the White House, and it created quite a sensation in the United States. But as of recent, it looks like your relationship with President Trump and America in general is improving, and it's looking like it's moving in a positive trajectory. Can you explain how that relationship has transpired over the last few months since your not so great meeting at the White House, and why you find yourself in better terms with the president?
No, I think that now our relations are better and really good. We had last several communications already, and they've been positive and very productive. I love when leaders can meet, and when we can meet with president and have some outcome. Some result, not only that we support, we thank you, and we thank you, I mean, this,
Right.
etc. Yeah, so.
But it really seems like the tone has changed
Yeah,
since your visit,
absolutely.
when you got yelled at by the vice president in the Oval Office, and the media was reporting that
got yelled
you
at.
were.
She's so fucking. She's such a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? She comes off. Every time I look at her and I hear her speak, and she has this very Valley Girl way of talking, I feel like she comes off like, I don't know if anybody else gets this, but she almost comes off like that mom in high school who wants to be her daughter's best friend sort of thing. Does anybody else get that? Do you even get what I'm saying? She really comes off like this very stereotypical sort of the mom who's just who's always trying to be her daughter's best fucking friend or some shit.
Were asked to leave. And so my question to you is, what happened? Because it seems like the relationship has greatly improved. Is there something that you could share with the viewers about maybe your conversations with the president? And
conversations are better, absolutely changed. You are right, the tone has changed, absolutely. We had first changing moment in Rome, in Vatican.
Yeah.
Yes, it was not long meeting, but I always said that is, I think, historic moment, because we changed the relations during 15-20 minutes. So nobody was around us. We've been only two of us, and I was very happy to hear president, and I hope, and I was, and he heard me, and I heard him, and I think it was let it be between two of us, but it was very good. We come down, and it was very good, and I'm so happy, because a lot of lives depends on such relations and dialogue. And then we had meetings in G7, then we had meetings in NATO in Ankara, in Turkey, and G7 in France, and I think in the United States, sorry. And yes, some conversation by phone, by the way. Good conversation,
right.
Very good. I think that the first.
Well, I mean, you just had General Kane speaking before the Senate the other day. He was asked by Senator Kennedy, I believe, General, who do you want to win the war, Ukraine or Russia? And he said Ukraine. And then you had Secretary of War Hegseth inside the Oval Office, giving everybody a lecture about how Russia and Iran are not our friends. And so we saw that about a week or so ago, President Trump, after the death of Senator Lindsey Graham, tweeted that he wants Iran to be added to the Russia sanctions bill. And by posting that on Truth Social, it seems like the president is willing to sign that Russia sanctions bill when it reaches his desk. So how does that make you feel? And why do you think the American people should get on board with a Russia and Iran joint sanctions bill?
First of all, I think that President exactly understood that who really doesn't want to stop the war. I think so. So I mean, this, not even not this way. So he understood that we want to stop the war.
Mm-hmm.
He understood that we really want peace. That there have been before a lot of voices that Ukraine doesn't want to stop, and they said, of course, we want to win.
Right.
Yeah, of course, it's understandable. We are people and we are right here on our land, etc. But first of all, we are focusing on the human lives. So if tomorrow we can stop the war to make ceasefire, it's better than to fight 10, 20 years for the victory and to lose your people.
Right.
Of course, ceasefire is better. And I think that President Trump began to trust me. And this is what's important. And I think this is the key when you ask how the tone changed. And I think that was the key. I don't know in what moment, maybe in Rome, but step by step, I tried to explain. And I think that he understood me very well. So, and you said something else also.
He posted on Truth Social.
Oh,
but
yeah, I
asked,
think this is a great idea.
I said, do you think that Americans should encourage their lawmakers to support the Russia and Iran sanctions
Yeah,
bill?
Lindsay really was involved to this bill, and he was I don't remember, about 1 year and a half, something like this, and I think the idea of President Trump to join the sanctions on Iran,
right,
we support this idea. Of course, this is very good idea. I think that this idea is strong because you can join maybe different people in Congress, Senate. You can join people who are, somebody is supporting Iranian sanctions, somebody is Russian sanctions. So this is the idea. If I understood well.
Yeah.
But
thank
if I'm right, sorry.
So I want to transition now into why I'm in Ukraine and my concern with Russian propaganda. I'm just going to be very honest with you, so you might be offended by what I say or what I'm asking you, but I think it's really important to have this conversation. I was very anti-Ukraine.
Oh, no.
I said that I didn't have a problem.
Oh no, so this is gonna get into like the Russiagate bullshit, isn't it?
With Vladimir Putin. I was very angered when you came to the United States in 2020, I believe it was 2023 or 2024, and you campaigned with Democrats. And there was an image of you and there was video of you signing, I believe it was either a rocket or some type of drone in a factory in Pennsylvania, and you were campaigning with the Democrats in Pennsylvania. Do you think that you were ill-advised by your advisors, and do you regret campaigning with Democrats in the United States? Or do you think that you were set up to participate in campaign events with the Democrats?
I didn't really, we didn't think about it. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't want to be involved to any campaign. Even in September, I was in New York. I was and had meeting with President Trump in September. I think before it was 4 months or something like this, before he was elected. So no, it was not about politics and elections.
Right.
I came to the. My team, they prepared factories. I needed very much artillery rounds. We had deficit. Now we have profit, but we began to produce it. But those time it was a big problem. I have a deficit with NATO standard artillery round, 155 caliber. So we didn't have. It was a big problem, huge problem. I tried to find solution that we will produce in Ukraine, to have some licenses or to buy. And I asked Europe, and I was in different factories in Europe, in Germany, in Czech, different countries in France, and also I was in the United States. It was not just the United States, it was also United States. I came to Pennsylvania. There they have this factory, artillery factory. Believe me, if I knew that this is something connects with elections. No, of course.
Kamala Harris and Josh Shapiro. But now looking back, now that you realize that they used that opportunity to make it seem like you were campaigning for them, do you regret participating in that experience? Because that's one of the reasons why a lot of Americans came to dislike you.
No, I didn't want to be involved to any.
So do you regret that meeting took place?
I agree that I was, because I think that I'm involved. Maybe I mean this. I don't know. I really am. sometimes people want to use opportunities, and this is election.
He's obviously avoiding the question to an extent, but I doubt he didn't know what he's. There's no way he didn't know what he was doing. There's no shot, right? Like, there's no way he wasn't aware. I don't know what she's referring to, so I don't know if he was actually like campaigning with people, but if he was campaigning with people, there's no way that he didn't know what he was doing.
And this is the war. But that's what I wanted to say to you, that nobody could tell me that I can't meet in New York with President Trump when he was a candidate. Yes, they also, Democrats could say that, look, you're now in the campaign because in September and the elections will be only, the results will be only in January. So I don't agree that me personally, maybe situation, but me personally was involved to elections in Pennsylvania, or I was, other side was involved to elections in New York. So I couldn't support any candidate, and that's why I had official visit those times.
I just want to convey, because I think sometimes, I saw that there was some internal polling from Ukraine that showed that only 17% of Ukrainian people have a favorable view of the United States, which I'm confused it's not higher because we send them so much aid in defense against Russia. And also the opinion towards Ukraine and the United States is not very favorable. And
what is the percentage?
There was some internal polling from Ukraine that showed that only 17% of Ukrainian people have a favorable view of the United States, which I'm confused it's not higher because we send them so much aid.
Oh, brother. It's because of Trump, obviously. What do you mean? It's because of Trump. Obviously, they had a much higher view. That's the whole fucking world. Like, you can't pay people off to think highly of you.
In defense against Russia. And also the opinion towards Ukraine and the United States is not very favorable. And so I just wanted to share with you, as somebody who was anti-Ukraine and who did consume a lot of Russian propaganda. I used to write articles for RT. I wrote about 5 articles for RT, and I regret doing so. And I've come to realize that I was bamboozled by Russian propaganda, and I came to believe a lot of untrue things about Ukraine. I used to think that this was a country full of Nazis. I'm just trying to convey to you how sometimes optics, if things are not done in a very precise manner, how it can be conveyed and how much damage can be done to your country's image. Because the Democrats, I think they really exploited your visit. I want to ask
But can I tell you honestly? Yes, honestly. Sorry. Yes. For this, what I will tell you. I think if I knew, or if I really could be involved to elections, maybe Democrats could have a little bit better results.
Well, we don't want that. We don't want that.
Based as fuck. Let's go. Give it to her straight.
We don't want Democrats winning.
I understand.
I think that
I'm just joking.
I think President Trump, who do you think is a better president, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
He had great results, 70. The best president is first of all the president for your country.
Donald Trump.
For today, Donald Trump.
You believe he's the best president?
The best president of the United States.
Yeah.
Now history will answer, because I think that Lincoln.
Yes. Free the slaves. But after Lincoln, who do you think is the best?
I know a lot.
President Trump is going to watch this interview.
No, Trump is good.
Oh my God.
He gave you a MAGA hat. I heard a story. I heard a story that he gave you a MAGA hat when you were in the Oval Office.
Yeah. So Trump is a strong leader. He is the best or not. Of course, history will answer. Mm-hmm. Sometimes we live and we don't know. Sometimes we have monuments for somebody, and then we understand that it was not great person. So it's really we can't. I think that it's not right to value. Yes, what's in the value. Yeah, to evaluate. Yeah, it's not right to evaluate persons during their life because after, no, I wish him long years. And no, I mean that, but after the people will say, and of course, this is the most important thing, really, because difficult moments, difficult historical pages, difficult wars, and in the world, and big influence of the United States. So
I want to give you an opportunity to speak directly to an American audience, and especially the MAGA conservatives, some of whom have been consuming a lot of Russian propaganda. You've seen that there are American influencers. There's people like Tucker Carlson. I call him Tucker Carlson, or people like Candace Owens. You like it?
No, I can't smile.
It's a good nickname.
I have to be serious.
He interviewed one of your previous staffers, and she accused you of doing cocaine on his podcast.
Crazy people.
What do you...
Am I misremembering this? Didn't Candace Owens recently talk to him? I could have sworn she had. I thought she talked to him recently. I guess I'm wrong. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. I could have sworn she spoke to him recently and like said that she was wrong about shit. So I remember her saying like maybe I'm only thinking of the interview she had with Hunter Biden for some reason and confusing that with Zelensky. But I really thought she talked to Zelensky recently.
Russia did attack his nation. I mean, that there is some sympathy for that, right? We see the rubble. We see the catastrophe that is Ukraine. We see Putin bombing them for crying out loud. We've seen that happen, right?
Yeah, so the thing for me is, and the reason why I say that I've had this opinion since the very beginning is I don't rely on politicians. I think all politicians lie. And so I was reading the transcripts leading up to this moment of Putin's speeches and Biden's speeches and trying to discern what the truth was. And Putin was saying, you guys gave us assurances that NATO was not going to expand 1 inch eastward into our territory. Essentially, NATO is a military. We were putting a military on his border, despite in 1989, when the Berlin Wall came down, as a condition, an agreement for them to agree to take down the Berlin Wall. We promised, and you can go look at this in NSA declassified documents. James Baker was the Secretary of State at that time.
Yes, he was.
We promised them that we would never move NATO eastward. So you have to imagine the memory that they have, and they're going, why are you now doing that? Now all of a sudden we're saying that Ukraine is going to join NATO, and he's saying this is unacceptable. America can't keep changing its mind.
Russia did attack his nation.
But NATO didn't accept Ukraine, so
You have to say to those accusations, because that was amplified a lot on social media. I'm sure you saw one of your former staffers was interviewed by Tucker, and she was making a lot of very wild accusations.
Absolutely.
She accused you of doing cocaine on taxpayer dimes. And so what is your response to that? Because there was also an image, and again, I told you some of these questions might be provocative, but I want to help counter some of the propaganda in real time since we have you here. There was a photo, I'm sure you saw in a video, and it was highly amplified by Russia Today. It's you and Macron hanging out in some back room, and they said that you were all doing cocaine. So true or false? Were you doing cocaine with Macron, or were you not?
Of course, never. Of course not. Okay. But about Tucker Carlson, if I can.
Carlson.
Yes. Yeah. If I can answer you. So there are different people, and different TV viewers and bloggers and etc. Some of them are good, some of them are too hot, too tough and dance and etc. Some of them popular, maybe not. Different people. but there are people smart.
Different people.
And there are not smart. For me, I watch smart people.
Mm-hmm.
And I never watch not smart people because it doesn't help.
Right.
So I didn't watch the interview of Tucker Carlson.
So we can agree he's not very smart.
With anybody.
Yes, good.
With anybody.
President Trump's condemned him. And then, lastly, one of the big conspiracies or, forms of propaganda that I believed, and, I'm Jewish, you're Jewish, we share that in common, is that Ukraine is a country full of Nazis. And I really oppose sending my taxpayer dollars to Ukraine because I was under the belief that you had an army, the Azov battalion, full of Nazis. And I was shocked when I came to Ukraine and I met with your chief of the national police and I met with the chief rabbi, Rabbi Osman, at the Chabad Center. And I met with some of your other officials here. And they told me that you have a law that makes it illegal to be anti-Semitic here in Ukraine. And we don't even have a law in the United States to make it illegal.
We have a strong law.
We don't have laws in the United States that ban anti-Semitism. And I'm not advocating for that. We have the First Amendment.
Okay. I was about to say, I was like, wait, is she advocating for that? What the fuck?
But I feel that that is one of the main lines used by Vladimir Putin to justify his invasion and continued aggression in Ukraine, this idea that we need to denazify Ukraine. And even, just being here, meeting with Ukrainians, talking about this, Russia today, today they accused me of being a Nazi. Russia said that I was a Nazi collaborator because I'm coming and meeting with some of your staff and visiting Ukraine. So as a Jew, as a Jewish president, leading your country in their defense against Putin's terrorism, how does it feel to be called a Nazi? I've been called a Nazi as a Jew before as well by the Democrats in America. How does it feel to be called a Nazi? And what is Ukraine doing to better combat this lie? I just think you guys need to do a better job,
maybe,
emphasizing to the international community that it's illegal to own Nazi paraphernalia here, that you'll go to jail if you have Nazi paraphernalia, that it's illegal.
Or, people could just do better research. It's all kind of available. It's all out there. It's not hard to find.
Legal to be an anti-Semite. And I think that a lot of people, they believe that your army is full of Nazis because we've seen images online of Azov members holding swastikas and then your badges. I think you guys need to change the logo on the Azov badges.
So first of all, we have a special law, very strong law. Nobody in Europe has such strong law. It's illegal anti-Semitism. We did it, and during my presidency we did it. Yes, voted this law. The second point, people have to understand that Ukraine was under total occupation, not Russia. It's interesting. Yes, Russia very partially, but Ukraine totally occupied it during Nazism period of Second World War. And this is important that 8 million of Ukrainians been killed.
Mm-hmm.
Just killed. 8 million. And before these 8 million, it was a lot more. It's genocide.
Right.
Where Russian people, Soviet people, they killed 6 million. So that's why, this is a big tragedy for Ukraine because all period of time, millions of people been killed. That's why the big territory and millions of people been killed. So, and Ukraine, maybe you are right. We have to speak about more that there are no Nazism in Ukraine and never was. So we have hundreds of minorities, different people, Jewish minorities, different Jewish people.
Well, you say there's never been Nazis in Ukraine, but what do you say about the mass slaughter of Jews in Ukraine?
The
previous mass slaughter of Jews in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of Jews were slaughtered in Ukraine. So when you say there were never any Nazis in Ukraine?
What the fuck is this bitch talking about?
Yeah, they've been killed. Yeah.
Well,
so
prior
they have been
history, there
They've
were,
been
and you
killed.
have you spoke about this yourself when the Russians they had a drone strike on the monument to honor all of the Jewish.
They killed
The name, how do you pronounce the name of the monument in your language?
Babin Yar.
Yes. So that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, it's
and
during.
you had you condemned Vladimir Putin. I remember you issued a statement. They accused you of doing it yourself. They said that you did it. They called you a Nazi.
Crazy,
they said that it was basically self-inflicted, like a false flag, as we call it.
By the way,
that's what I'm referring to.
But that what I think maybe you will have time to go there.
Yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, it's not far. It's not far away. Yeah. So and they attacked by missiles Babin Yar.
Yes.
In Babin Yar, fascists they killed 130,000 people. Just it was lines of people, children, Jewish people, and Ukrainians, but mostly, Gypsy as well, but mostly Jewish people. Yes, and we built the monument. It's a big park. Sorry that I said big park, but it's not about some rest and etc. But our children have to remember, have to know what's going on. And I wanted to say that the number of the number of synagogues, the number of such tragedy monuments, the number of such stories, and the number of such millions of people, this is and law and everything. This is the answer to Putin. What about him? What's going on there?
Well, they persecute Jews, and that's the irony of it. And the problem is they say that they have religious freedom, and he loves to point to the fact that Russian is the second most spoken language in Israel. He likes to create this false image that he's an ally to Jews. But, I went to the Lavra yesterday and I noticed that they literally tried to drone strike Jesus. They tried to drone strike Jesus through the Lavra. And you can't call yourself an ally to the Jews or an ally to Christians when you are, using your police forces and using your state entities to terrorize people and crack down on religious freedoms. But we're now seeing this is a form of the Russian propaganda, this idea that Russia is the protectorate of Christianity.
Can't call yourself a friend of the Jews if you're trying to kill Jesus. The Jews would never do that. Right, guys? Right, guys? That would never... Jews would never allow something like that to happen. Not in a million years. Right, guys? Right? Everybody agree? We're all on the same page here.
And we have podcasters in America. We have a very big problem with Russian disinformation. I personally believe that Russia is paying American influencers. If you ever get evidence of that, please give it to me.
Okay.
Or please give it to the proper channels at the DOJ and the FBI, because I think that more Americans need to admit that they've been duped by Russian propaganda. I think that my hope is that coming here to Ukraine will open people's eyes that, maybe they aren't a country full of Nazis. Maybe our national security is going to improve if we have a strategic drone partnership with Ukraine. Well, maybe the Russians are paying off influencers who are pushing communism and anti-American sentiment and falsely accusing Donald Trump of being a pedophile. That's what Russian media is doing. And I just want to know what your answer is to the American people. How do we combat this?
Look, just a little bit to read about it. For example, I can tell you, you said about Israel and Russian-speaking people who are the second or the biggest minority. So first of all, when mostly Russian-speaking people and from where they went to Israel and got passports. When it was during the end of Soviet period of time, from Russia, Ukraine, and by the way, mostly from Ukraine, because it was a lot of Jewish people here, but they've been in Ukraine, but it was Soviet Union, Soviet Empire. Why these people spoke from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Lithuanians, Jewish people from these countries? Why they spoke Russian language? Because first of all, during 70 years plus Soviet Union period, they killed all the languages. So it's understandable when you know a little bit history, a little bit, just 100 years, 100 years. So they came, occupied the territories, then killed your traditions, killed churches. The churches was, everything was closed. Killed churches, destroyed it. To the churches, they moved, they made from this.
There's this great documentary on a channel called Terminally Online Media, and they actually go over all of this stuff because Candace Owens was pushing some wild propaganda, some Russian propaganda, and so thankfully this channel, they really do great work over there, and I wish they would do a lot more documentaries. But if you guys haven't seen it, everybody just stop what you're doing and go check out Terminally Online Media real quick. And they've got top tier Netflix quality documentaries over there. Those guys are really killing it for free on YouTube. Like, who could ask for such a thing? But yeah, go check that out, because they do talk about all of this stuff, all of it.
Offices and other things, but it was churches. There had been churches in different historical buildings. So what they did, kill religion. There is nothing religion, only communistic party. This is only one religion.
There's nothing
then,
religion.
Traditions and language. Of course, after 70 years, people, they of course all spoke Russian language. They of course knew Ukrainian or Belarus language, but mostly they spoke Russian language. These Jewish people, they went to Israel because Israel said, come to us if you have Jewish roots. And people with their families, they went away.
Right.
After that, we've got the independence. And all these republics began to be sovereign countries and began to come to your traditions, roots, to your language, and develop. And now when they spoke about 1.5 million Russian-speaking people which are in Israel, people have to know they're not from Russia. They are from different countries, but they are not Russian-speaking. They know Russian, but they also know another language. They also have to know Israel language.
Hebrew.
Ivrit, sorry.
Last thing I wanted to say, and you know you've been very generous with your
Have
time.
to run.
But the United States has given Ukraine upwards of nearly $200 billion of aid. Do you have a message of gratitude for the American people, and what are your hopes for
Are you even gonna say thank you? Come on.
the future as it pertains to the future alliance of the United States of America and Ukraine? And what would you like Americans to know as, you know, we continue to have hopes for an end to this war?
First of all, we want to end this war. The second, I think, for us, it will be difficult if we will do it without the United States. The third point, if Americans didn't help us, we could be not so strong to have a voice during any kind of negotiations. This is very important. Then America have got the independence, and it was many years ago, and paid for this with their American lives. Europe helped American people. Of course, American people fought for their independence, but Europe helped. France helped. Now we are fighting for our independence. And of course, America is...
I mean, this is the exact analogy that I've drawn up every fucking time we've talked about this with people. It's like, dude, this is like the most American fucking thing you could possibly think of to support them in this moment when obviously they're fighting for their independence as well. Like, the United States fought for their fucking independence. How could we not support a country that's also fighting for theirs?
Helping us with Europe. And in the history of great country, of great nation, of American people, will be a page like United States helped Ukrainian people save their lives and save their independence.
Would you be willing to sign the peace deal with Russia in the Oval Office?
Yes, I'm ready. I've always said to President Trump that I'm ready to come to the United States, to Oval Office, or to Mar-a-Lago. It depends on
which do you
President Trump.
prefer, Mar-a-Lago? If you could sign it anywhere, Mar-a-Lago or the White House?
I don't know. It depends on President Trump.
It's very beautiful, Mar-a-Lago. Have you ever been to Palm Beach?
I was in Mar-a-Lago. It's we had good conversation. I didn't see Mar-a-Lago between us, but this everything. But what I saw, it was nice.
Maybe they'll sign it there, and you'll get to get the tour.
It
very
does
nice.
between us. It matter when, not where. It's true. Thank you.
Well, I
Yeah.
I really appreciate
Thank
you
you, Laura.
taking time
Thank
to
you.
meet with me. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much, and for coming.
Thank you. Dude, this part is a bit difficult. This is one of the harder parts of this fucking game, is getting the yellow potion done. But because I found this oil field all the way out here a while back with, 2,000% yield, I'm able to do literally everything here with 2 fucking oil pumps. 2 oil pumps. That's it. I could probably do it with 1 if I wanted to. But I don't want to. I don't even feel like it.
Cultural cross. Welcome one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, well, I guess we're gonna find out if we have a good show today or not. Westside Tyler has yet to join the Discord or get back to me about being on the Discord. Let me make sure that's
He's scared
still the case.
of our Wicca guys.
And he agreed to it. He committed. He's
Promotion.
On Twitter. Hold on. You can always tell how good of a conversation it's going to be on how easily they get into the Discord. There's a process that people have to go through, right? Figure it out.
Mr. Sir seems to be very aligned, so I would have to assume that he's familiar with Discord.
I gave him the instructions. It looks like he has joined. We'll see if he can.
You gave him the instructions. That is annoying. If you're a content creator and you get invited to a show to go on, I don't know if this is what's happening, but it is annoying if I ever get invited to a show to go on, and then when I get there, they make me go through like a whole verification process. Lots of times I feel like just being like, nah, never mind, bro. Never mind. I'm gonna go do something else. Like, because the verification processes sometimes are like long and obnoxious. Like they can be really fucking annoying, and you're able to just approve them. Like you can just approve people and make it to where they don't have to go through this entire thing. So generally you just kind of expect that that's what they're going to do, and then sometimes they don't, and you're just sitting there like, well, why why do I have to go through this, dude? Why can't you just click the approve button and just let that be that? Like, what the fuck?
Follow directions.
I don't have like a long approval process for mine. Like you literally you go to the Discord and it immediately pops up and just says, it doesn't send you a DM. It doesn't have like, a third party thing. It literally in the Discord just pops up, says, click agree to the rules, and as soon as you click agree, you get roles. That's it. Simple as that. And then on top of that, we normally give like content creators, we quickly give them other roles as well.
And we have some questions. Okay. We have some questions for this gentleman. Yeah, you guys see the Stardust thing? Gang, he showed up. He's here. That step 1 is done. Welcome to the show. Oh, there he goes. I didn't kick.
I think Stardust raided last night. Did anybody see? I asked in chat later, and nobody said anything. But I think she might have raided last night. I got done with stream and saw that we had jumped up in viewers at a certain point, and I asked. I was like, "Did somebody raid?" And everybody's like, I didn't see anything. I don't think anybody raided, not that I saw. And then I went and looked, and it jumped up like 200 viewers. And so I was like, okay, somebody definitely raided. And then I went, like, tried to go through, you know, where the majority of my viewers were coming from. And it said that for that video, for last night's stream, the majority of them came from Stardust channel. So I think that she might have raided, but I'm not really sure. Nobody seemed to see anything, and I went and like even looked at chat, and it looks like they didn't even say anything when they came in. So
Kick them.
Oh, you're so scary, Wick.
Don't click join voice. Don't do it. It's a trick. Discord does to us all. Okay.
Speaking of Wick,
Can you hear me?
Oh.
You're a little low, but yes.
All right, I'll figure it out. Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Welcome to the show. Thanks for agreeing to come. I hope it's going to be a fun conversation, but we'll find out.
Yeah, let me do some.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. We'll just entertain the audience while you're doing it. Callie, you were saying?
Oh yeah, well we can start with a little drama. Did I lose my perms?
What do you mean?
I used to be able to move myself and others in and out of the pit, but I can't even enter the pit
They demodded
anymore.
You were a mod. Why did they demod you? Let me ask.
Wow.
I didn't even know.
Wow. Look
I
at
didn't do
these what's a good word for these traitors?
Quizzlings?
Quizzlings. Don't they know?
Well, I
who
want to
am?
first hold on. I want to see if there's a good reason they demodded you. Did you do something wrong?
I can't imagine that I did.
Did you time out?
I
a
don't
bunch
think
of
I've
people
ever
in a
done
rage?
anything, really.
Did you like start
No.
timing out people in a rage because they disagreed with you or something?
No, the only time I've ever even used my mod privileges was in like during
But tonight's pretty clear.
That's fun.
Have you seen it yet?
No, but I would like to.
Okay. Yeah, me too. That's why I want to go see it.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Beautiful.
And then I need to hit. Sorry, I forgot about this stuff. I don't do the hopping into people's stream stuff very often.
yeah, dude, Westside Tyler, he's a fucking idiot. If you guys don't know who he is, he's an absolute fucking moron. But he really is. He hosted a Hippy Dippy one time. I don't know why they had him host. It made no sense, but they had him host a Hippy Dippy panel one time, and I was on it. And he couldn't figure out how to like set people's audio by himself on Discord. It was so annoying. And like everybody else, they were like, I just said from the beginning, I was like, I'm not able to turn my audio up anymore. I've got it turned all the way up. And at the time, I had more people watching on my channel than like literally every other channel combined. And so if I like actually changed it anymore, it would have been blaring on my side. It would have been horrible. So I turned it up as much as I could without making it really fucking really bad on my side. And so I just kept telling them, I'm like, you just have to turn me up through Discord. All of the other people on the panel just turned me up on their side. They just turned me up through Discord. But he kept like, I told them early on, I was like, you just have to turn me up. And then like halfway through, he says something like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I can't really hear anything Tom Foolery is saying. It's everything's so quiet. Like, okay, whatever. Like, who gives a fuck? And then a while later, like somebody mentioned, like he got into a beef with. This is like the main thing that comes to mind every time I see it is. He got into a beef with Kid Not Kin, and Kid Not Kin. Somebody apparently said Kid Not Kin was a tomfoolery orbiter, and he's like, "Oh, that guy." I yelled at him because of his audio on Hippy Dippy. So that says that. Like literally, I'm not even kidding. Like just like that. Just like that. He's like, he's a tomfoolery orbiter. I yelled at that guy on Hippy Dippy because he wouldn't turn his audio up. Like, like, okay, cool, dude. You're super cool. You couldn't fucking figure out how to turn up audio on Discord. So you yell. He didn't yell at me at any point, but whatever. He's such a fucking weirdo, dude. He's an absolute nut job. Absolute fucking nut job. This is we have if you guys haven't seen, we have a beautiful short on my channel with him in it. And it's one of my favorite shorts. It gets me demonetized every time I play it, but it's worth it.
Can your vagina be too wet? 100%. And here's how.
Why are you...
Okay, my shit froze. Let's try that again.
Can your vagina be too wet?
This is why I say that, like, he's like a carbon copy of President Sunday, because they're both so fucking stupid and so worried about their own egos, and just like they spaz out. They go into debates like so confident every time and fucking lose their shit so quickly every fucking time. The both of them are the same person in the way that they go into debates, because they will go in so confidently and then just very quickly lose their fucking shit, realize that they've got nothing, and just start screaming and yelling. Like that's what happens every time, no matter what. That's who they are.
Actually, at all.
Too wet is interesting. It didn't happen. It didn't. I'm too wet. Works for me.
Well, thanks for hopping into ours. It's a little bit easier to have a conversation than on Twitter. I think Twitter is a terrible place for conversations.
Agreed. Let me I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Let me just make sure that my audience can hear me.
Just let us know. Welcome to the stream, gang, by the way. Nice to see you, Be Supreme, Morally Neutral. Dread the Red. Keep your Bill Steins. Bill Steins? Probably Bill Steins. Input, output. Nice to see you, the Shapingro Cervantes.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right. I'm good.
Okay, we're all set on your end. You're streaming, you're memeing, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, first of all, thanks again for coming to the show. Why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and why anyone should listen to you?
Okay. I'm Tyler Bell. I'm a former Marine Corps infantry combat veteran. I'm almost 40. I write stories. I play music. I make video essays. And sometimes I talk to people on the internet. You should talk to me if I make a good case. Listen to me if I make a good case, and I don't care if you don't, then you don't. That's it.
So I have heard of you, but I have never actually spoken to you. And just for full disclosure, I saw you make a take on the internet, okay, on the Twitters, and you were spouting off some stuff that I think I disagreed with, and I invited you to come on the show, and thankfully, you decided to accept my offer. So good on you for that. You are a tier above many others, so I'll respect to those who enter the arena. But you've been saying some stuff about, well, first of all, I looked into you, and boy, you got a bit of a past, man. What's going on with did you write an apology letter to people because Destiny was still alive? Is that something you did?
Yeah.
What was that about?
Well, it's just a disappointing day. You know what I mean?
Was it? Why do you hate Destiny? I don't know your lore that much, right? I just see. I saw the commentary videos and stuff. People going at you for various things. Good on you for being a dick to Sunday. That's a plus in your column. But other than that, like, I'm just so curious why you think
they were best friends at the time. They were literally like DMing each other like in the cringiest way you could possibly imagine, talking about how they wanted to create an alliance between the two of them and shit. It was the weirdest fucking shit. The weirdest shit you've ever seen in your life.
Why you want Destiny dead?
I don't want him dead. It's just a goddamn shame he's still alive. I don't think anybody should like kill him or hurt him or anything, or that he should even hurt himself. It's just very fucking unfortunate that he just breathes all the same air as the rest of us. Sad state of affairs, really. Like a cloudy day, or like constipation. Just one of those natural things that kind of just fucks the world up. That's pretty much it.
That makes sense.
I guess I understand. Well, here, just so I don't assume, why don't you like Destiny?
Why don't I like Destiny?
Why don't you like Destiny? Because I'll ask different people, and they'll give me different answers, right?
I mean, first and foremost, fuck ass content. Probably some of the worst content online. Not fun to talk about.
Just real quick, my audience is saying you're a little low on their end still. I have you up as far as I can go on my end. I don't.
All right,
but if you could just like turn it up a touch, they're just yeah.
Let me do the this thing.
Sorry about that.
No, you're right. Let me figure. Input volume's max. Check. Okay, that's cut it.
Is it better, gang?
Yeah, this is the guy who gave me a bunch of shit for not being able to turn up my fucking mic. This is the guy who supposedly yelled at me for not being able to turn up my mic.
Audience. Oh, Marlo. Oh, hold on. It might be sometimes my audience does this and they fuck with.
I was gonna say I
like,
think they're
this
trolling.
guy's too low. Keep turning him up, and everyone else is saying they're fine. So you might be okay.
Yes, I could have jumped in there. Yeah, he sounds fine to me.
Okay, so no.
Say you guys. I sound as loud as you guys are.
Yeah,
That's
I made a mistake. First mistake of the evening. A wick L. I listened to chat. Never a wise move. Okay. So you were telling us fuck ass content. Okay, so his content sucks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sucks so much it's worthy of not wanting
dying.
him to be alive anymore.
Well, I mean, he's fucking everywhere, right? You know, you can't get away from him. It's kind of like scabies, like a scabies outbreak, like an infection that just, crawls underneath the fucking skin, passes from people to people. So you got him, and he's got his reach, and then he's got his fucking orbiters, and they're all creeping around doing fucking sex crimes and pedophilia and shit.
Hold on, which of his orbiters?
All of his orbiters are doing. Holy shit! How many fucking orbiters of Destinies have sex crimes? You guys know about this?
Orbiters have been doing sex crimes.
Well, fucking Food Shops is a pedophile.
Oh.
Darius IRL,
Okay,
he fucking got a court order, restraining order for going and showing up when he wasn't supposed to, and then he assaulted someone outside one of your guys' DGG. Well, you guys didn't have the event. Someone else had the event. You guys just kind of fucking tried to poop on it or whatever.
Holy,
and then
who
it's
is
just a
assault
series.
outside of the event? Like who are we talking about?
It's on his kick. Well, you guys not pay attention to the people in your circles?
I look, I don't watch Darius. That's
You were on
Darius.
Destiny's stream, what, like 2 days ago, doing the whole, like, we investigated ourselves and found ourselves innocent thing, and saying, Darius, you were there, Darius, this, that.
Yeah,
so did
but
you
I
do all
don't-
that without actually checking the stream to make sure that he was acting above board? Do you not do due diligence before you vouch for somebody, or?
Tyler, if you're alleging there was assault outside of this event, you're
I
the
saw
first
it.
person. You're the first person to report. So just fill us in, because apparently
it's
no
on
one
Twitter.
called it.
Did you guys are not on Twitter?
We're on Twitter.
I mean, if
I'm
you're
on
just
Twitter.
ignorant of the whole thing, it's okay. I mean, you don't pay attention. It's fine.
Yeah, but no one has said he's assaulted someone at this event. And
I
if
mean,
you have
Frogan
evidence
did.
that he assaulted, we
I
play it
think I
on
saw
screen
his
right
son
now. If you
posted
send it to
it.
me.
I mean, let's just have this conversation. It's there. You'll find it. Just go look it up. What the fuck?
Let's just have the conversation. What? You just made the accusation. What do you mean? You just said that this happened, and they're like, well, wait, where's the evidence of this? He's like, well, let's just have the conversation. Like, what do you mean, let's just have the conversation? You're saying he fucking assaulted somebody? What the fuck? You can't just, well, all right, come on, guys. Let's just have the conversation. What are we doing here? Why are we why are we looking for evidence and shit right now? Come on. Like, let's just have the conversation. Come on.
Chat,
Yeah,
you
the person that
have
was with
your
Frogan.
marching orders. Find this. Oh, my chat is saying this was like 2 years ago at something totally unrelated.
Oh, so it's 2 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't count then.
I mean, time matters in these things, right? If someone did something 5 years ago or 10 years ago or even 2 years ago, and you're claiming they did this at this event, I mean, that's just, your claim is just
Well, I mean,
off.
that's what
It's
I
wrong.
heard. That's what I
It's
saw.
untrue.
I mean, you guys didn't look into it, so, you know, neither of us would know.
Well,
it sounds like you didn't look into it either. If you had said he did it 2 years ago, they might know what you're talking about. But what do you mean they didn't look into the thing that you just made up? What are you talking about? You guys didn't even look into the thing that I just lied about. So you didn't even know about the thing that I just made up. So come on.
Hold on.
We didn't look into the event that didn't happen, according to chat. So yes, and we did
According
not
to
look
chat,
into.
I mean, is chat
we did not-
authoritative? Well, how much
we
would
did
you
not
stake?
look
How much would you
into
stake on your
the-
chat?
Why don't you go to LibCon? Because I've decided I'm a Nazi. I kind of like the Nazi thing these days. Looks interesting. Thinking about moving in that direction.
Chat being correct. 'Cause this is like we're talking
nothing,
about bad
but-
content.
but here's
this
the
is like a
thing.
standard DGG thing.
Here's the thing.
Didn't look into it. Oh, can you guys give us
If you give
superfluous
me,
and overwhelming evidence?
if you give me a clip of him at this event assaulting someone, we'll watch it.
Okay.
And I'll be like, oh damn, he assaulted someone, and my mind will change instantly at this event, right? Because that's a good reason to keep someone out, right? If they have video of him assaulting someone at this event, and they knew about that, then yeah, absolutely keep this guy out of there. I mean, then we got to talk about the other people they kicked out who didn't assault anyone, but that's a different question.
Why do we have to talk about that?
Because
Seems like a distraction.
Why do we have to talk about
I don't think
that?
it's a
That's a
distraction.
distraction.
Yeah, I do.
Why?
So convince me otherwise. Well, because I'm talking about somebody did one thing and you said, well, you know, other people did other
I'm
stuff.
just filling the time
So
while
can you
you
not
find
like?
this.
Can you not treat?
He said that if you guys agreed on this, you would still have to talk about the other people. That's sounds pretty normal.
You made a claim that this guy assaulted
Sure,
Darius.
we can.
assaulted
And
someone.
so if Darius assaulted someone, then it would make sense that he was barred from the event. But to Wick's point, it wouldn't make
Well,
sense.
I
at
mean,
all
he
if the
wasn't barred from
people
hanging
who
out with
were
you guys. He was
unrelated-
staying with what's his name, North, right?
Yeah, they shared an Airbnb.
They were
I
staying
believe.
together. I mean, when they woke up in the morning, they were talking about how they were going to go snark Hassan. They were getting ready to snark Hassan. They were going to ask a bunch
That
of
sounds dangerous.
offensive questions and stuff.
Oh no, not
You know,
questions.
try to ruin the event.
That'd be crazy.
Offensive
Someone asking
ones?
questions at a political event. That'd be horrible.
Well, not like good questions. I think it was like, what was the one that he said, Darius? I mean, you should have gone over this, right? You
We
gave
did.
him the carte blanche. You said he wasn't doing anything, and you said that he wasn't associated with DGG. So but you do
He wasn't.
concede that he was actually staying with them in the Airbnb the night before, and they woke up together and were planning on going to this event together.
Yeah, me sharing a room with someone doesn't mean they're affiliated with my organization.
I think it kind of does.
Why?
Because you're staying in a room together to go to the same place and coordinating activity. That is affiliation.
Oh my goodness.
I don't think it's an affiliation.
No, that is. You don't have. There's no response. That's
Hold
just
on.
affiliation. There's no way to
Is
respond
North
to that.
is North a member?
That's an affiliation with North, not with Digital Ground Game. Like
Member of
what?
DGG, like
I
as in
actually
Digital
don't
Ground
know.
Game?
Yeah, he's on stream talking with Destiny. They're coordinating with the guy.
He's okay, so he talked to Destiny. Okay. Yeah. I mean that he got him, guys. He got him. He talked to Destiny. That's the affiliation. That's you talk to Destiny, you're affiliated with the I'm pretty sure Westside Tyler's talked to Destiny as well. So I believe Westside Tyler is also associated with Digital Ground Game. I would say he's an associate of Digital Ground Game, actually. I think that's the best way to put it.
Hi, DGG is the name of Destiny's community, is it not?
Oh no.
So DGG
There is a different
DGG, okay, yeah. DGG, the community, and Digital Ground Game are not the same things. That's what. What the fuck?
The question, it was DGG is the name of Destiny's like
Yeah, but there's two
organization's little crew, right?
organizations that we're talking about here. One
Digital
is
Ground
Digital
Game,
Ground
okay.
Game, which
That's
is
the one where the
something
guy
different.
who's the art director sent a message from Soypill to Destiny almost immediately so that Destiny could get into Twitter drama with him. Not affiliated?
No, that guy is absolutely working with digital ground game art.
Yeah, and
yes.
so why would he be sending information to Destiny if Destiny's not running the thing?
Destiny's running. Sorry, sir. I don't think you're tracking. Destiny
No, I'm
does
tracking.
run
I'm complete.
digital ground games.
I'm
So
on
that
it right
was
now. This is
never
actually
that
fun.
was never a question. The question is whether Darius and even North are affiliated with digital ground.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. There's video of them talking about coordinating activities with Destiny.
There's video of them talking about showing up to a public event together that they all bought
together to
tickets
coordinate
for.
and actually staying there the night before. I mean, are you not paying attention to what I'm saying, or are you ignoring these statements intentionally?
Again, they were not in an area.
Oh my goodness, man. This is what I'm talking about. This guy is absolutely fucking retarded. The first time I ever saw him, he was sitting on stream talking about like copyright content as though he was some sort of expert, calling out these other groups of guys, saying that they were violating copyright for of a company that they like he didn't know, he had never associated with, he knew nothing about, and was just like calling these people out for supposedly violating somebody else's IP. And everything, literally everything that he said about copyright, he was completely wrong about. The whole time. He did this whole fucking video about copyright and didn't understand what fair use meant and what fair use was. And just like literally, he knew nothing about it. He knew nothing about it and was freaking out about the fact that they used clips from a documentary for their coverage of the documentary. Like they're literally doing a critique of the documentary. And so they had short clips from the documentary while they're talking about the documentary. And he starts calling them out for violating copyright. And just he knew nothing about copyright. He literally knew nothing about what he was talking about. And it created this whole fucking drama where he's accusing these guys of violating copyright for absolutely no fucking reason. And I remember I had my mod at the time was telling me, she's like, you got to go check this guy out. Like he's calling these guys out and he's got them and they look so stupid and blah, blah, blah. And then we watched the video and it turns out he literally knew nothing. He knew nothing about copyright. He knew nothing about fair use. And he debated the guys and does the same thing where like immediately just comes in with off the wall claims that don't add up, totally illogical, committing like every logical fallacy possible, and was just just completely clueless as to what fair use was.
Airbnb with
Wick, I'm sorry, I don't know this person. You kind of brought them in secondhand. Is this like a dishonest thing? You
can't handle it?
Do you need this individual to like distract from this? I don't understand.
No, well, hold on.
It feels like you're like flack or something. Like, are you here to stand between it? What?
Tali's my co-host.
I don't understand what the value of not paying attention and then asking unrelated questions is. What is the value of that? Can you explain the value of that? Tally bots or whatever your name is.
Talibots is not asking
I'm not even asking questions.
You made a claim that they're
so you're not asking questions, but then I hear questions, you know, the interrogative, it's like a sentence that ends with a question mark. So you asked questions, you paid no attention to what I was saying, and then you asked questions.
Clarifications. Actually, I'm tracking
those are
everything
questions,
you're saying,
clarifications are questions.
And I'm pointing out.
Now you're lying.
A clarification.
Okay, and now you're making a ridiculous way. Is this level of seriousness that I was supposed to expect from Wick? I don't understand this.
Was that I don't think these two gentlemen are actually
I really don't need to hear
Okay. All of you, please.
Can you just
Tally.
I mean, I was having a conversation with you. I don't know what this individual's for.
Both of you.
Oh no.
Both.
I mean, it's not really both of us. I mean, I don't understand why you brought a second person here.
I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to address your concerns, but you keep talking.
Pay no attention and ask unrelated questions, and then pretend like they don't know the question.
You have your concerns addressed. I'm not sure. Tali is here.
I don't need to have my concerns really addressed. I mean,
Tali is here because I invited her because we haven't done a show together in a while, but she is my co-host. And I thought, you know what? I like Tali. Let's have her here. If you have a problem with her being here, I can remove her for the conversation.
I think it would be better. I think it would be better just have it with me and you. I don't think she adds anything.
We can do that, and that's fine, Tali.
Go ahead,
I love
please. Thank you.
Wick, I'll be missing you every minute.
I know, but I'll talk to you later. I mean, Tyler couldn't handle you. I get it, Tali.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing.
Poor Tali bots. Damn. Rough go. Doesn't get to be part of this high mind conversation. Sheesh. That's rough. Sucks for her.
There's nothing there. It's just a distraction. This is like the DGG thing, you know, bad content. What's
I
the
like my content. What's bad about this content? Pretty good content. 262 viewers. I mean, they like it.
That's not really like a.
Well, what's
so
a good metric
by that
of
metric,
content?
Hassan is way better than you, right? Way better content.
I think
like
that
literally
he's
orders of
good
magnitude
content.
better than both of us.
I think he's good content.
Yeah, Hazan can be good content and fucking retarded at the same time. Whether or not he's correct doesn't mean that. Whether or not you have good content doesn't mean that you're correct. But Hassan is obviously good content.
But he's not a good person. Does that make sense? Content can be good content, but still poison, right? Like junk food. Well, I'll give you an example.
Okay,
Soda.
so they ultimately
Soda's
the number
bad
doesn't
for
matter.
you.
So why did you bring
You
up the
should
number?
probably take it as sugar, but it's still.
Because he was talking about whether or not it was good content, not whether or not he was right. Holy shit, this guy's insane.
At least to me, delicious, right? You understand the concept here? I'm telling you.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. It kind of defeats the purpose of your last statement, where you're like, "There's 250 people watching me. It's got to be good content." But
well, you're
that
saying
doesn't
it's
mean
bad
No, it
content.
doesn't.
I'm just wondering why it's bad content to you.
why is it
That's
bad
literally
content? I mean, I guess
justification
this
for
is the
good
sort of
content.
thing, right? There's like a lot of serious issues going on with DGG, but it always seems like you guys have to bring in some additional person to distract. You guys pretend like you don't know things are going on that everyone is talking about on Twitter. You keep running into these tweets.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Everyone's making shit up on Twitter. Like you came in and you made a claim that Darius at this event, outside this event, had assaulted someone. I'm calling bullshit on that claim. You can prove me wrong by showing me a clip. So when we talk about bad faith tactics, when we talk about bad content, if you will, when we talk about not taking things seriously, when you come in, you
July
make a claim
23rd
that happens
from
to be
Caramel
untrue
Colored.
and unfounded, I
The
think
man who
that's
harassed
bad
Frogan
content.
and
Yes.
assaulted her friend goes by the name Darius IRL on Kick. He is a streamer that Destiny allegedly associates with. This is the caramel colored. This is the woman that you were talking to the other day. I saw that. 73,000 views.
Yeah. You know when that was from?
I mean,
2 years ago. That wasn't at the event.
So you have the guy that did it 2 years ago. So you have more than enough heads up, and then you let this guy bring your community's bringing this guy around. You're vouching for this dude who.
So he's just changing his claim on the fly. Just new claim. Okay, he did it 2 years ago. How dare you guys? How dare you?
He is not affiliated
He has
DGG.
fucking court orders of assault against him.
He's
You
not
have your
affiliated
people
with
in
DGG.
your
He has
organization
no
are
position.
sleeping with this man.
He has no
and going to
position
parties
within
with him.
DGG. Hold on, what position do you think he holds within DGG?
It seems like he's your guy's fucking heavy, as much as one that you can
Or
get.
heavy? We send him
Yeah.
in to take the hits.
That are organizing in order to
Sure.
attack
Can you show me
Hassan
a
and go to these
tweet
events
or a
and
clip?
harass him while he's talking in his potato sacks.
Can you show me a tweet
This is
or
so
a clip
absurd. You're
of me
so disinterested.
endorsing or vouching for Darius?
Well, I got. You were there.
Me being at an event does not mean I vouch for everyone.
And here's the
at an
thing:
event.
we're doing it again. If I actually
And
every
to
time.
Hassan was there too. Does Hassan vouch for him? What do you mean? But this is what a fucking idiot, dude. This guy is so stupid.
Clear.
Every
This is
time,
so
I
stupid.
wasn't
do you have a
at
clip? Do you have
the
evidence?
CDA
And then
event.
if I provide it, actually, that's not. What this is
Hold on, you don't
different.
provide any evidence. You said
I
something
did.
that was untrue. You acknowledge that it was untrue, correct?
No.
You don't acknowledge that you said that he, Darius, assaulted someone at this event. Did you or did you not say that? We had this on tape.
Okay, yeah, okay. Then it wasn't this one.
Okay, so
Well,
you were wrong.
Technically, he was getting ready to assault someone. Assault isn't necessarily battery. So if
He
he was
was
going to
not
go on
getting
there
ready to
and
assault
verbally
someone.
harass Hassan, that's still legal assault. So
Asking
technically,
a
I'm right.
question is not verbal.
Okay, so he's verbally assaulting him by asking a question. Good one. Good one. That's so true.
Harassment, sir.
So true.
Asking a question where you are intentionally causing someone discomfort that has nothing to do with anything. He was going to ask him.
So if you ask me a question and I feel discomfort, that's
or
assault.
something like that.
If you ask me a question and I feel discomfort, that's assault.
If you ask a question that is intentionally to cause discomfort that has nothing to do with anything other
So
than
if I
causing
went up to
discomfort,
Trump
yes.
and intentionally to cause him discomfort, asked him about the Iran war and how many times we were going to actually fight this fucking Iran war.
So you're using a completely
it
different
would
example
cause him
from the
discomfort.
real life thing
that
that he
would
said
be
on
my
video
intent
he
to
was
cause
gonna
him
ask. I
discomfort.
don't know why you're being
But would you
dishonest
say I
again.
assaulted Trump?
Why are you being dishonest again? You're using a completely.
You keep saying I'm
divorced
dishonest.
example.
How am I
Can we return?
dishonest?
Did you hear what I said before?
You said.
Yeah, you said if you're intentionally trying to cause them discomfort. That's the example that he gave. Is this an example where he would be causing Trump discomfort?
What he was going to ask.
If you ask a question to intentionally cause discomfort, that counts as an assault, and I'm challenging.
No, I
that
didn't.
statement.
I had extra stuff.
Oh
You're just
my
literally
goodness.
not paying attention. I said if it's
Just
to cause
literally not paying
discomfort and there's no
attention.
other value to the question, literally that is assault.
No.
And then I gave
it's
an
not
example of the
assault.
question he was going to ask, and then you just glossed over. You're ignoring that because you're trying to run
Repeat the
defense for these
question
people.
he was going to ask in your mind.
It's not in my mind.
Sure. Well, compete the question. Well,
Hold on,
you keep saying
hold
things
on.
that are
Let's
not
get
true.
some of
and I
these.
keep
Hold on,
challenging them.
I got some of these up here.
Yeah, please,
Where
go
the
ahead.
hell did it go?
While you look, $10 from Spark to Philly. Westside Tyler's intentionally causing me discomfort with his rambling, so I guess that's assault. $20 from Audacity. The reason Destiny can maintain his position in e-politics despite his horrible behavior is because his ops are just this kind of smooth brain every single time.
So I mean, yeah. Are we?
$10 from Stinkfist. Wick. Westside Crier is a snark.
He's got
not to
him
be
in the
taken
bag.
seriously. But go ahead. Read your question.
Which one is this?
Because I know one of the questions he was going to ask. I could just tell you. It was, I'm going to ask him about his comment on old enough to count, old enough to mount. And that is something that Hassan Piker said. And I don't think it's assault to ask him to explain that comment. I don't think that that's inappropriate to ask someone to explain a comment like that. That's not assault.
He's throwing his tongue up at the camera. I don't know. Do you want to put these on your? I guess I can.
Yeah,
send
if you DM them to me, I can show them on screen.
He stuck his tongue out at the camera. Is that what he just said? That also assault?
We can watch them together.
How the fuck?
Just right-click my name, message, send me the DM, and I can bring it up.
Yeah,
on
I can
screen.
send this shit on here, right? Right click. Message.
Yes, sir.
There's a few.
Oh my goodness, it keeps not letting me
Add
move.
friend.
Oh, hold on. Let me make sure my... Look, I might have to clear out a friend. I have this problem. Did you know Discord has like a friend limit? I didn't until recently. But anyway, I accepted you.
Okay.
Okay, send me what you got, and I will put them on.
I have to delete my friends all the time because I have too many. So, of course, I knew that.
Screen. I'll share my screen. We can watch it together. Your audience, my audience. Okay.
Got a few here.
And I'm gonna tell you this right.
Oh, you're not sending me links to them. You're sending me the.
Would you? Yeah, send me the file.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta download it then. Shouldn't be that big. Good deal. Oh, my video. I'll just play it on the.
And I'm gonna tell you.
I'll play it on the. I'll play it on the Discord.
Yeah, I would not accept a link, dude. That's some fucking bullshit. Sending. Sorry, I wouldn't accept a download. Like, why the fuck? Why the fuck would you send a download? Why wouldn't you send the fucking link? It's all over Twitter, apparently. It's all over Twitter. Everybody's talking about it on Twitter. Send the fucking link to the Twitter video then. Why would you send a download? Why? I would never fucking accept a download. Fuck that shit, dude.
Dang. Oh, we don't have DMs and it won't link, so we'll be fine.
You just download them.
Here we go. Well, no, I tried to download it. My media player, I need an extension or some shit. But anyway, it won't matter because we got it here. Okay, you see it? If you click watch stream. Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Bandwidth dropped. Go for it. Oh, I gotta click it.
If you want to see it too.
He said numerous times you have to click it. This guy's got brain damage, probably from, I don't, did he go to war? Like, did he get shot in the head a couple of times? What,
Okay,
what the fuck?
Okay, you ready?
Go for it.
And I'm gonna tell you this right now. This is a general warning to you, Jess. Okay? Keep snarking me, and I will make a living off of your fucking being. Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my stream right outside, and I will bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me, and we'll see what happens. That's
hey,
a threat.
these are some of the DGG guys.
Do it. Put it on paper. Contact your local Canuck authorities. I don't give a fuck.
So this is Persec, right? I believe, and that's Radiant, I believe. I don't think they're associated with DGG either. I could be wrong. We'd have to ask them.
They're in the video with. They're in the video.
They're in the video, dude.
Oh shit! I got to fucking double volume. Wow.
Oh, you're good.
Why is that happening?
Are we?
They're in the video.
I'll fix your audio and then we'll.
Did I call you or something? Hold on.
No.
They're in the
I
video.
didn't kick them.
Then. He's so fucking
Hold on.
stupid, bro. He's so stupid, dude. Alright, I'm done with this shit. This is fucking insane. This is fucking wild, bro. That guy is so stupid. What a fucking retard. Alright, I only freeze when I'm playing a video on Chrome, so going back to Firefox. How does anybody watch this motherfucker? How does anybody watch him? Tom, he actually does have brain damage. Seriously, it's not surprising. That's not surprising. What the fuck, bro? Seriously, what the actual fuck? I want to apologize to you guys for that guy still being alive. Okay? From the bottom of my heart, I would like to apologize to you guys for Westside Tyler still being alive. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Donald Trump is certainly not the... Donald Trump is certainly not the vision of masculinity that I think, people would say, oh, if I were to look the word up in a dictionary, it would be the guy who's covered in theatrical cake makeup and wears lifts in his shoes and, a girdle.
Don't try to tell us what masculinity and femininity is. You don't even know what words mean. Isn't it a coincidence that...
Well, it's what masculinity and femininity are, not is.
The Tates happened to blow up after 15 years of the left lecturing the entire society about toxic masculinity and enforcing safe spaces and all of this just nonsense.
Look, I'm just sitting back watching because it's kind of like...
Oh, I hate this chick. Oh no, not her. Oh, this is gonna be hell.
I need some popcorn, but I would not
From one
hardly say
fucking
that I've
retard
ever
to
been
another.
badly behaved because I have convictions and because I believe in what I have to say.
This week marked 10 years since a moment which changed politics, the United States, and the world forever.
Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States. USA, 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 USA.
Not long after that, the now President Trump delivered the defining words of his movement and his two presidencies in front of what Sean Spicer called the biggest audience in the history of humanity.
From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Well, a quiet period then followed, give or take a pandemic and the failed revolutions led by QAnon and BLM. Trump was cast into the political wilderness, but he began his political comeback with this speech.
These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad.
No more pointless, endless wars was the message. It was popular, and we heard it many times after that as the new MAGA coalition returned him to office against all odds. For those who write off all current criticism of Trump as anti-Israel or Democrat propaganda, listen to what Brit Hume of Fox News said this week.
He promised to keep us out of endless wars or unsatisfactory wars, and now he's in one, and it's not at all clear how it's going to end.
Well, he did promise to keep us out of endless wars. He is now in one, and 10 years on from the week MAGA began, many now...
1 second, earbuds just died. Did they have to go through a whole history of who Donald Trump is in order to have this conversation? Like, his whole history since he became president?
I argue that Trump's entire legacy and the future of the movement built on his image has been destroyed by the Iran war. Are they right? Joining us now is a superb trio. Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, and Joanne Carducci, a.k.a. JoJo from Jers, when she's not abusing me on X, as you have been recently, haven't you?
Haven't you?
Never.
We'll come to that. Dave Smith. Donald Trump is an extraordinary political figure, whatever way you look at it. This guy came out of nowhere in politics. He was a television and real estate guy who beat the most qualified candidate in history in Hillary Clinton in 2016. He then lost in 2020, went off, everyone assumed, to wilderness and ignominy, and then pulled off the greatest comeback in American political history and became president all over again. And now is just as divisive and controversial and polarizing as he was first time round. But there's no disputing the fact that this guy has won 2 terms with 4 off in the middle for bad behavior.
Yeah. Well, man, I agree with everything you said there, and there's so much that's important, and this is just so not the most important thing. But did you just say Hillary Clinton was the most qualified person to ever run for president?
That was, if you remember, that was
to be.
Bro, I knew they were gonna take fucking issue with that. I knew as soon as he said it, I was like, oh shit, they're not gonna like that.
Remember,
yes.
Her great claim was that she was the most qualified candidate in history, and that Trump was the least qualified.
I mean, Eisenhower won World War II, but I guess she was married to the president. So yeah, that's okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's just such a ridiculous.
Bro, she was the governor. She was a governor. She was a senator. She was the what was the Secretary of State, and then. That was, I think, Obama's first term. She was Secretary of State, and then the second term she was, I forget what she was the second term, but yes, like she had served probably in more positions and had more knowledge and more relationships abroad and in the country than pretty much anybody else. I mean, I don't know about the most qualified ever, but she was definitely, her being married obviously is not one of those qualifications.
Claim I forgot that she used to make that. You're right.
It wasn't me,
well,
trust
look,
me.
Trump's been the biggest political phenomenon in modern American history. However you feel about him, I mean, it's for a decade he's ruled the minds of more American people than any political figure imaginable. As you said, greatest political comeback in history. And of course, what Donald Trump really represented, the whole movement, I think from the very beginning, was a frustration with the American people against the establishment, the drain the swamp, lock her up, the whole message of the idea that DC has been run by reckless, corrupt idiotic leaders who have taken the United States of America and left it bankrupt and weakened and all of this. I think in terms of what his legacy ends up being, it's tough to say that at this point.
Yeah.
I do think for sure that, yeah, when you launch a war of choice, man, you put all your chips in as far as legacy goes as a commander-in-chief. And so he will be judged off the results of this war. And as you know, as I've made the case many times on the show, my prediction of that is that it's going to be a disaster. I think he's destroyed his coalition and set back the party quite a bit. But ultimately, in some ways, Donald Trump's going to be judged by what the long-term change of his administration was. And I got to say, from my perspective, I think while he did revolutionize American political culture and in many ways American political media, I don't think he revolutionized at all the American system of government. And for the last 25 years, we've had an experiment, the biggest experiment in human history, in big government spending, artificially low interest rates, and printing money. We've printed more money in the last 15 years than have ever been printed in history and spent more money from the federal government. In that same period of time, we've had record high levels of immigration. That really hasn't changed over the last 10 years. It's only gotten worse.
Andrew Wilson, you posted, I've always said I don't support the war, but still support Trump. Now, of course, Trump refuses to call it a war, because if it was a war, he'd have to get congressional approval for it. And American presidents don't tend to.
Okay, he at least said it better that time, but Trump has called it a war again. And the last time we listened to him, he kept saying they won't call it a war because if they call it a war, then they have to get congressional approval. That's not true at all. Whether or not they call it a war, it doesn't change anything. But it is true that he's supposed to get congressional approval for wars. So
do that. So you haven't officially had a war since World War II, I think. But notwithstanding that, how big a threat to Trump's overall legacy could this Iran war end up being?
Oh, it could ruin him. I mean, what Smith says is essentially correct. The idea that now he's being compared with Jimmy Carter when he had been ripping Carter to pieces, especially in his first term, I think bodes very, very poorly for him. I do agree that it has divided his base substantially, and it's weakened him as a president, this particular conflict. I don't think that it was ultimately a good idea, and he should move back to domestic issues if he doesn't want this to completely corrupt his entire political ideology and the America First messaging.
You know, Jojo, welcome back to Uncensored. We'll come to your thoughts on me a little later, but your thoughts on Trump. You know, the problem for me looking at all this is that the Democrats have spent 10 years, as Dave said, you know, he's been this huge figure for 10 years. And they've spent 10 years screaming about how awful he is. He's a Nazi, he's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's this, he's that. And yet, after 4 years without Trump, the American people, in bigger numbers, voted for him to come back. And that's not just a positive for Trump and his powers of recovery and amazing comeback and so on. It's a damning repudiation of the other side, your side, right? Who just allowed this to happen, in my estimation. And when I look at the political arena now on the left, I'm like, well, where is the person that's actually going to see off Trump or Trumpism? I don't see that person yet. I don't see the new Clinton, Bill Clinton, the new Obama, the new Democrat liberal rock star who's going to come along and go, you know what? Forget talking about this guy. I'm the future. Vote for me. This is part of the problem for the left.
I don't disagree with you in terms of what happened in 2024. But I will say that we do have quite a deep bench when it comes to potential candidates for 2028. John Ossoff is just one. We have Chris Murphy is another. I mean, the list is really long in terms of how many people I think will be standing up and meeting this moment. I think the Democrats have a real challenge of threading the needle in opposing Trump, standing up to Trump, criticizing Trump, and showing the American people that they actually have something to offer as well. I think that's one of the big mistakes that we made in 2024. But I also think we were not necessarily that adept at messaging how things were going versus how Republicans were saying they were going. And right now, in terms of Trump's legacy, I think it's incumbent upon us to tie him, to tether him and Republicans to what is happening right now, to the fact that he alone is responsible, or at least during his 2 terms collectively up until this point, for 28% of the entire current U.S. national debt, $39.6 trillion under Donald Trump's first term and this 2 years. So I think it's important that we talk about that. I think it's important that we talk about what is happening in this war that he says that is not a war, that he sold as a quick, decisive operation that we are 5 months, at least $38 billion into, 18 service members deceased, 400 plus wounded, no exit strategy. We haven't accomplished, not only haven't we accomplished any of the objectives that he set out, but we've actually given Iran essentially control over the Strait of Hormuz. Gas is $4 a gallon again. I think the Democrats need to manage to thread the needle where they talk about what he has done and is doing to our country, his legacy that is also economic, that this protracted war, and what we offer the American people, because that's what's missing.
Okay, I mean, Dave Smith, I felt from day one of this war it was a massive miscalculation, and at best a terrible misjudgment based on, I think, the persuasive powers of Benjamin Netanyahu and the head of Mossad to buy into a sequence of events which just hasn't materialized. And that if Trump had his time again, as we can see from the current distancing with Netanyahu, that he probably wouldn't have gone into it. It's interesting. I mean, Jojo said about the war, they've lost everything militarily, and they were able to kill our heroes because this fucking sociopath, Trump, doesn't have a goddamn care in the world about how many of our troops die in his illegal for personal profit bullshit war. Now, I would say that is a mischaracterization. Correct me if you think I'm wrong. Whenever I've talked to Trump, publicly or privately, he's always wanted to avoid death in combat. And he has been very perturbed by the enormous number of deaths, for example, in the Ukraine war. Right, and he talks about it a lot privately, right? How many young men are getting killed on a daily basis on the front line there. I don't think he doesn't care about the lives of American forces. I think he genuinely has always viewed Iran as a massive threat, and he got traduced by Netanyahu into believing this was the right moment and the sequence of events the Israelis put forward would happen. In other words, it was a terrible mistake. He shouldn't have done it. An appalling error of judgment to trust what he was being told and sold. But ultimately, I don't think it was the actions of someone who doesn't care about the lives of American servicemen. I think where he's got himself is that, unfortunately, he doesn't know how to get out of this now. And so more and more servicemen are getting pulled in and getting killed. And I don't know if he knows an exit route for this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're asking to speculate what's in his heart or how much he cares about every one of these 19-year-olds who he's gotten killed. I don't know. It is true that he certainly tried to resist conflicts, including this conflict, in his first term. And the exact same factions were trying to pull him into this war and trying to pressure him into it in his first term. And he resisted. If you remember, after the Iranians shot down the drone, after the Soleimani strike, there were lots of pressures to get into it, and he resisted those. And
I only know her on Twitter. Yeah, she's been on Piers Morgan a couple of times. I fucking hate her. I can't stand her. I don't know her from Twitter, so I'm not really aware of anything else that she does. But I only know her from Piers Morgan, and I can't fucking stand her. She's not very smart. She is just kind of like a troll and somebody who just likes to fuck with the other side, but she also makes like all of the really dumb kind of identity politics sort of soy lib arguments that I fucking hate. But she's based as fuck on Twitter. Okay, I will have to take your word for it. I could imagine with the way that she talks on here, that yes, Twitter would be like kind of the perfect avenue for her.
Resisted even in the 12-day war. Took the first off-ramp that he got. Now, I understand what you're saying, Pierce, here, and me and you read the same news, but there is like this big question mark in the narrative here, which is that how exactly was Donald Trump persuaded when obviously he should have known, as everyone in this town would know, that Netanyahu is just trying to get you into this thing because what he wants is a regime change or a regime collapse, and that he's going to say whatever he can to try to lure you into this thing. And then, of course, Pierce, if we're to trust the New York Times,
I hate the way that people do this. Like they're like, oh, why would he trust Netanyahu? Blah, blah, blah. Because Trump does want the same thing as Netanyahu. This is so fucking stupid that they're gonna keep pretending like Trump isn't like meeting a rabid Zionist and just like doing what it is that the Zionist wants just blindly. Trump also is a fucking rabid Zionist. Trump is also like hardcore pro Israel, and it is just somebody who also wants the same things for Israel that Netanyahu wants. So and Trump has a lot of respect for Netanyahu. He likes Netanyahu. They're buddies.
Times reporting that nobody in Trump's own government went along with this and backed it up. And nobody in his intelligence, of course, nobody was saying it's a slam dunk that you can get a regime change through the air with no ground forces. I'm not sure that's ever been done in military history. And so, yeah, it's kind of a crazy idea that he got tricked into this by the Israelis. I suppose that's possible after Venezuela. The bottom line here, Pierce, is this. He launched the war. Those people are dead as a result of it. This is what leadership comes down to, right? Okay, now here's the interesting thing about this latest round. We're at the darkest point in this war so far, Pierce. He's back to threatening, and now he's even taken moves toward bridge and power plant day. He's threatening to do this the next time. The Iranians are not backing down. But Pierce, what's really different about this go-around of the war? Last week, in his walk down, he walked away from all of the original war aims, Pierce. Every last reason that we supposedly were fighting this war. He backed off of the first point in the Memorandum of Understanding is that there'll be a ceasefire in Hezbollah. So we're not saying they can't fund their terrorist proxies. He walked away from ballistic missiles. He walked away from the nuclear dust. He walked away from zero enrichment. He walked away from the whole thing. We're just fighting over the Strait and Lebanon now, two issues that didn't exist before the war. I mean, I'm sorry, 5 months into it, if that's not a disaster, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it is a disaster, isn't it? I mean, I don't see how Trump can extricate any kind of legitimate victory here, do you?
No. I don't. This has not been a good foreign policy decision for the Trump administration.
Andrew hates talking about foreign policy. He absolutely fucking hates talking about foreign policy. He's sitting here like, fuck, dude, when are we gonna get to some easy cultural issues that we can talk about?
Not only concede that that's true, but never thought it was a great idea. I think that I would disagree with Dave, and I guess a nuanced way, that I think that Trump became very overly reliant on his very decisive military victories that he did have. That were always very limited, very quick, mission accomplished, he was out, and then he could brag. This is altogether a different situation. So, no, I don't think that,
That's not a disagreement with what Dave said. That's literally what Dave said. That's not a disagreement with what Dave said in a nuanced way. That's literally word for word exactly what Dave just said. He just said that because of what Trump did because of what he did in Venezuela, he thought that he could go and do the same exact thing in Iran without ground troops. That's it. Same thing.
This is good for the administration. I wish that they would focus back on domestic policies, as Democrats have nothing at all to offer. Nobody's excited about any Democrat candidates. That's where the war should be being fought, is domestically.
Okay, Jojo, I mean, look, if you compare Trump's war record over 2 terms with Obama, you would compare it quite favorably. I mean, yes, it is appalling that 18 servicemen lost their lives, but actually over Trump's 2 terms, fewer people have died serving their country for the United States in combat than pretty much under any president in modern times. So this is not like he's a natural warmonger. Why would you think he doesn't care about troops dying? I mean, I know for a fact he calls the families of everyone who dies.
Well, I also know for a fact that in the first term, he was on a call with a widow who had recently lost her husband. And the words that she said he used were that her husband had known what he signed up for. So I also know that he's skipped 5 dignified transfers over the course of his 2 terms.
Like, obviously he's not wrong, but that's not what you say to a fucking widow when, like, obviously in the moment they feel like you're the one who made the decision to send their son out. You don't now be like, well, they knew what they signed up for, so it is what it is. What a fucking maniac, dude.
4 troops who died in Lithuania. He was at an event, I believe, for Live Golf at Mar-a-Lago instead. And he skipped the dignified transfer from one soldier who was killed in relationship to this illegal war in Iran. I don't have any metric to point to that tells me that Donald Trump cares about any loss of life. I mean, we could talk about COVID and the fact that while 1,000 Americans were dying a day, he said to Jonathan Swan that it is what it is. But the fact that he continues to talk about how many troops we've lost in other wars. I mean, if the Vietnam War is the hill you're going to die on, to use to justify 18 American service members dying in a war you launched that you said we won on day 1, 5 months and $38 billion ago, he doesn't say anything with true empathy or sympathy. He treats these deaths like they are just props and statistics and numbers on a page. He said today on the tarmac, before he went to this dignified transfer, that the soldiers who had died said out loud somehow that they wanted to make sure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon, which, by the way, we haven't done anything to.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Did he actually say this? No fucking shot. Did he actually say that shit? No. No way, dude. No fucking shot. Did he actually say that shit? That is, these guys, they said, President Trump, whatever you do, make sure Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. With their last dying breath, they said, tell President Trump, make sure you get the nuclear dust. As I held them in my arms. Their last words to me. No shot,
even though
dude.
he told us repeatedly that their ability to do so was obliterated, that their military was obliterated. We've heard this for months. We've heard this since the bunker buster last year. So
yeah, the problem is, I just think it's inarguable now that the real danger for Trump is that he becomes the boy that cried wolf. He keeps saying stuff that doesn't materialize. And he goes from wanting to...
That's always been him.
He wants to go from annihilating Iran 1 minute to we can deal with these people. They're all great people to deal with. And I just don't think he knows
the bottom line...
Go on.
The bottom line, Pierce, on it is really this, man. It's just there's consensus in this country. There's agreement among super majorities of the American people that we don't want any more of these stupid wars. That's it. And you know, I could make an argument for you, by the way, Pierce, if you got enough time. Like World War I, Americans voted for Woodrow Wilson, who ran on the promise to keep us out of World War I. We voted for FDR, who promised to keep us out of World War II. We voted for Johnson and Nixon, who promised to keep us out of and then end the war in Vietnam. We voted for Obama, who promised to keep us out of the wars. We voted for Trump. You know, the American people, every time they get a referendum on this, say, we don't want to be an empire. We don't want to fight senseless wars. We've never in any, it's not.
Okay, the American people don't really say we don't want to be an empire, but they don't want to go to war and do more imperialism. That's a little bit different.
what our Constitution says our form of government is supposed to be. There's never been a referendum. It's totally illegal and against the wishes of the American people. And, you know, I don't care who was nicer on the phone or what alleged story you have or who you think speaks with more empathy. George W. Bush and Barack Obama are responsible for the deaths of millions of innocent civilians. And Barack Obama, after running as the anti-war candidate, launching wars in Syria and Libya and Yemen and Somalia, just killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. People. So I don't want to hear, but the whole point is that Donald Trump ran against that.
Yeah,
Donald Trump said we're not being like that anymore. He pointed to the fact that we wasted trillions of dollars and pointed to the fact that this specific war would be a disaster. We've had Tulsi Gabbard as the DNI for almost the entire thing. She sold No War in Iran t-shirts. JD Vance warned against this war. Like, this was such a huge part of the coalition. It was such a big part of the energy and the momentum that Donald Trump seized. This was the deep state. This was the Bidens and the Clintons and the Bushes. They're the ones who wanted forever wars in the Middle East, not the America First movement. And by giving that up, yeah, we've lost a lot of that energy. And now these dirty commies who were against the war have the wind at their back.
Yeah, that's all completely true. Let's just segue to another big story this week of the arrest of Andrew and Tristan Tate.
Bro, he's literally done. This is like 4 days in a row he's talked about this shit. He is really torn up over the fact that Andrew Tate was arrested. This is really eating him up, isn't it? Unironically, I'm not even kidding. Like, what are we at? We're at 22 minutes here. Okay. If we go look at his channel. This is today, 13 hours ago. There's Andrew Tate on the cover. 1 day ago, Andrew Tate on the cover. 2 days ago, we watched this. Okay, he ended up asking both Warren Boebert and Nancy Mace about Andrew Tate and like whether or not Trump should allow the extradition and bullshit. I didn't see this one, so I'm not sure about this one. But then, yeah, here's Andrew Tate on the cover of this one again. We did watch this where they talked about Andrew Tate getting arrested there again. Let's see. The guy who this is the only one I'm not sure of. Huh, doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't look like they talked about it. Yeah, no. Okay. So three out of the last 4.
In the United States. Now, these two, you know, Andrew in particular, have become a kind of talisman to millions of young men around the world, which many people think is a pretty unhealthy state of affairs. You've all been on the record about the Tates previously, and I completely accept that news events have moved on, but it has split the right in America. And I want to play a clip from Ben Shapiro talking about this.
Folks, if Republicans would like third worldists to win, you know, these commie, Castro-standing revolutionaries who desire ardently to subdue and overthrow America, if Republicans want those people to win, then you probably should keep allowing the retard right to take over the party. Now, call me crazy. I think that when law enforcement prosecutes the guys pushing pimping hose degrees to young men via TikTok and sexually abusing underage girls, I think when those people get arrested, that's probably a good thing.
And I believe, and I think they believed, that they had some level of diplomatic protection from the United States, particularly from the Trump administration. Tate brothers have been good allies. They've been a pretty good sport to the Trump administration. And from what we've heard today, it sounds like Trump is not going to lift a finger to help them. And so we'll see what happens in this hearing, but it's not looking good. Go figure. Golden age, we have all these indictments that we were promised, and of all people, it is the Tate brothers.
So, Andrew, let me start with you here. In March 2025, you said Christians should stop bitching about Tate as long as Christians allow feminism and sewing circle lunatics to punish all forms of masculine expression in Christianity. Men like Tate will reign. As long as the message is feminine only, Tate will beat you every time. I mean, what do you feel about him now?
I mean, it's still true. There's nothing that I said there that was false. As long as it's the case that masculinity is punished, you're going to see men who say that it's okay to have traditional masculine capabilities. You're going to see those people glorified no matter what. So in this case, you could say, hey, these guys are pimps. You can attack them personally. You can say that you don't like how they behave. But what's never really attacked is the messaging. And if the messaging was attacked, I think that leftists and feminists would have a much better time. But nobody really attacks the messaging. They just attack the people. And it's like throwing the Tates in jail isn't going to change the fact that having a pro-masculine message is a good idea. And it's something that the right wing needed desperately. And it's something that Christian ethicists need to focus on as well. It's okay to be a man. It's okay to be masculine.
I agree about the attacks on masculinity. And I think that's part of the reason for the rise of people like the Tates. However, they were brazenly misogynist in open sight, right? They didn't hide it. They spoke in a revolting way about women. They wanted women to stay at home, have no vote, have no job, blah, 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 blah. This was all being done in plain view. They were quite proud of it. And I was surprised how many on the conservative right, the Christian conservative right in particular, were prepared to kind of tolerate that.
There's overlap between ideology. So Christian right-wingers who are part of traditional churches, those are patriarchal churches. So you have overlap in some cases with the ideology. So of course some of them are like, hey, look, I don't agree with the pimping. I don't agree with the various things that these people do. But some of the messaging
they don't agree with
I do
pimp
agree
and hose?
with. And the fact that men are latching on
Boats
to that
and hose?
messaging opens the door for Christian ethicists to come in and say, hey, look, masculinity is okay. The pimping part's not okay. The prostituting.
Well, thank good somebody's around to say masculinity is okay. I feel so much better now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I'm so glad these conservatives exist to let me know that masculinity is finally okay again. I don't have to listen to my liberal overlords, my progressive overlords telling me that I'm not allowed to be masculine. I'm done being feminine. I'm going back to being masculine now. Ha! Take that. Take that, liberals.
Women out's not okay, but the masculinity aspect of it and the patriarchal aspect of it under the.
I was just watching Jarhead. You were not watching Jarhead. You were not fucking watching Jarhead. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You were not watching Jarhead. Sounding kind of toxic, Tom. Look. I'm tired. I'm tired of you guys telling me I'm not allowed to be masculine. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it, and I will not abide by this anymore. I'm done being feminine. I'm wiping my makeup off tonight when I go to bed, and I'm not putting it back on. That's that.
True church is perfectly acceptable. That's why so many Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and high church Protestants were able to kind of latch onto that message inside the manosphere and start turning the tide towards the Christian ethics and away from the OnlyFans and pimping and prostitution, etc.
Jojo, you said if you're getting your facts from Andrew Tate, congratulations, you're an idiot, an asshole, and also very likely an incel, and you need to get back to your basement-dwelling, raid spanking, and video gaming because the grown-ups are busy working. Now, in a way, my issue with that would be you're targeting, I think, a lot of people who I would categorize as victims of Tate, impressionable young men who feel a bit disenfranchised, feel a bit under attack, and are gravitated to people who have a rhetoric and a style of delivering it, which is a lot of the time quite empowering.
This is so stupid. They always pick and choose who they want to like talk about and what perspective they want to talk about it from. But obviously that's going to be the same thing from her perspective, where she's going to look at all of those people and people like Tate and people like, you know, Tate fans and feel like she's under attack, or women are going to feel like they're under attack from those people. Why are we so like ready to look at it from their perspective? Well, what about them? What about their perspective? What women are also going to have their own perspective about what it feels like to be attacked by those motherfuckers nonstop, and have people literally training young men on how to pimp them out and use lover boy methods and shit. Give me a break. Give me a fucking break, dude.
You know, get fit, get mentally strong, want to do this, want to succeed.
Yeah, who cares if he was teaching guys how to pimp you out? He was teaching them how to get fit as well. He also had a good message of working out. You didn't even think about that, did you?
But nothing wrong with
You
any
look
of that.
stupid now.
But then they have this nefarious side to them. And just how nefarious we're going to discover when they're finally put on trial. But is it fair of you to just demonize everyone that gravitated to them in the way that you did?
I don't think it's unfair for me to demonize the Tates, but I also think that we have a conflation of what the word masculinity means, right? I mean, again, Andrew Tate was arrested in pedal pushers and a purple shirt with his chest hanging out. I mean, the whole thing has been memed a million times.
Masculine.
But, you know, Donald Trump is certainly not
That's
the vision
masculinity.
of masculinity that I think, you know, people would say, oh, if I were to look the word up in a dictionary, it would be the guy who's covered in theatrical cake makeup and wears lifts in his shoes and, you know, a girdle. But I think that it's been incredibly damaging to young.
It's such good bait, dude. That's such good bait. You know that they're not like, you know that they're not going to be able to leave that alone. That's such good fucking bait, dude. You know that they're not going to be able to leave that alone. They're going to get so fucking triggered over that.
Young men in this country that conflation of what masculinity is has meant bragging about grabbing women by the pussy, bragging about raping women, bragging about beating women. I'm the mom of a 16-year-old boy who will tell me that he sees his friends who watch this shit and think that guy's cool and that guy is what it means to be manly. I think that's a bigger referendum on what's happening in our culture as a whole. Like, again, as I said, as a mom of a 16-year-old son who went through the pandemic, I would say that the video games, that he, you know, was isolated with his friends, that they were playing, you know, games like, what's the one that they all play? I can't think of it, where the instantaneous gratification, so that they weren't having, you know, conversations with people face to face, those kinds of things that are crucial to their development, they were missing. And these guys came in and filled that void. But I would say that if at this point, if at any point, you're somebody who's looking at the Tates and saying, yeah, that's what it means to be a man, then you're confused, to say the very least. And something else is missing in your life that you're trying to fill with this manufactured idea of what it is to be a man.
Yeah, so this is, if you want talking about conflation, right, conflating messaging, this is a woman who said that Charlie Kirk was the king of the incels, right?
Yeah,
so
see, this
talk
is
about,
what's so right.
Talk
Dude,
about
such a
don't
good
know
point.
what words, talk about what don't know what words mean, right? A guy married to former model, right, who has children, is king of the incels. It's like, give me a break. That's one. She also said that he was
That's
the
exactly
head.
what happened.
Hang
Charlie
on,
Kirk
hang on,
went
hang on,
onto
hang on, hang on.
college
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't
All right,
interrupt you
okay,
once.
you're right. I'll let you finish and then I'll respond.
So he also said that he's the king of Hitler Youth, right? TV USA. They don't know what words mean. And so here she's going to pretend that suddenly she knows what the word masculinity means. Masculinity is set and enriched through virtue ethics and the idea of the virtues around the male and the idea of virtues around the feminine. That's how we even know what femininity is, what masculinity is. There's some parts of Tate's message that I agree with you are really, really poor when it comes to that. But there's other parts of his message that weren't very poor when it comes to that. So don't try to tell us what masculinity and femininity is. You don't even know what words mean. If you're going to call a guy like Charlie Kirk the king of the incels, you don't even know what words mean.
Okay, well, can I point out?
Was married does not mean that Charlie
Dave, I'll
Kirk.
come to you one sec.
Because Charlie Kirk was married to Erica Kirk, who, by the way, may or may not have been introduced to him by Donald Trump. Because she worked for Donald Trump before she met Charlie Kirk.
What?
So what?
Yeah.
That's a. I don't know what that has to do with anything. That's that is like part of a Tyler truther narrative that is absolutely fucking stupid.
Yes.
So
well,
what?
Well, there's lots of speculation as to how that all came to pass. But to say that
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was the king of the
There you
incels
go.
is not a referendum on Charlie Kirk's choices in his life. Charlie Kirk went to college campuses with Turning Point and courted young men who were incels. They were voluntarily celibate. They were they
What?
believe
What? What are you talking about? Just making stuff up?
No, Charlie
You're
Kirk
just
went to
making
college
stuff up?
campuses and he found
I don't think that's. I'm pretty sure that's true. He literally did his like little group therapy session with all the Groypers a while back. I don't know why he said that. She made that up. Everybody knows about this. This is like major news at the time. Then it even has been brought up a ton of times since his death.
bunch of young guys who didn't know where they belonged, right? They didn't have a group. They
That
didn't
doesn't
have,
make
they
them
couldn't get
incels,
laid.
though,
So they
Joe.
see
That doesn't
Charlie
make them
Kirk comes in there
incels.
and he fills this void. And yeah, that was part of the original draw of Charlie Kirk.
How does that make
100%.
them incels, Joe? How would that make
Because-
them incels? He has a pro-marriage,
Because they wanted
pro-family
to blame
message. Get
somebody
married.
else. They wanted to blame somebody else for the fact that they didn't have enough game to get a girl. So it was somebody
You're
else's
just making
fault
it
if they
up.
could
That's
find
that's
comfort,
not
but
TPUSA's
You're just-
message or
yeah,
Charlie
this
Kirk's
is
message.
so-
What are
I
you
don't know.
talking
It's
about?
always-
And
saying
by
that
the
was
way, hang on.
exclusively his
let me
message. I'm
just tie
saying that
this
was
off.
part of the appeal.
Well, let me
that
bring
was
in,
part
let me
of
bring
the
in,
very quickly.
let me
He
bring
says
in
no,
Dave.
he says no Charlie
Hang on.
Kirk fan ever. It's always like the liberals have to say this was his appeal, but you're not a fan of his, and no fan of his has ever once said that was the appeal. But anyway, can I just
course
say,
not.
But you
on
think
the
a
message
guy's
of
going
the
to be
tape-
like,
well,
oh
here's-
yeah,
one
I like
second.
Hang on,
Charlie
let
Kirk,
Dave
but
speak,
explain
please.
why I couldn't get laid.
Let Dave speak.
No, of course not. But also, I think you just saying it is pretty ridiculous too, and I don't think anyone actually feels that way. Anyway, I think with Andrew Tate, the thing that's kind of interesting here, and I think particularly from the perspective of, say, like me and Andrew, is that, you know, people on the left, it's like they call everything Hitler. And then when something that looks like Hitler shows up, they go, oh my God, where did it come from? And it's like, dude, it's a direct reaction to you. It is so obviously a direct reaction to you. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the Tates happened to blow up after 15 years of the left lecturing the entire society about toxic masculinity and enforcing safe spaces and all of this just nonsense, the excesses of the Me Too movement? It is so
We're not.
Bro, these people are so fucking stuck in 2014. They are so stuck in 2014. This is insane. They'll never get out of 2014 ever. Like 2014, they probably wake up like with cold sweats in the middle of the night, freaking out about, you know, Gamergate. Still, this is so weird. This is so fucking weird. The left that they're obsessed with is a left that I've obviously engaged with, but to very small degrees. To very, very small degrees. These are not. They always make it sound like this is the left. This is who the left is. This is what the left did. But it was never, in my experience, like the broader, like, systemic part of the left. It was never like the top-down sort of left-wing messaging that they all seem to be so obsessed with.
Sure what men and women are, Dave?
Yes. We don't know the difference between boys and girls. This is an
We can't tell.
overcorrection to you, and
Say
then you
this.
come around
Yeah,
and say
this.
these things to two guys like me and Andrew, who are husbands and fathers, who are promoting more traditional family. By the
Dave and Andrew are husbands? Congratulations, guys. I didn't know. I didn't even know they came out.
way, Pierce, when you said it's not the message of the Tates that women should be at home and not vote and be in the kitchen, you're getting closer to me and Andrew territory with that. Their message was like, you should put women out in front of like a webcam and sexually exploit them and this stuff that I think is just horrible.
He'd say,
this idea that
I
you
think
talk with your
I think
wife.
Andrew Tate
is horrible.
Andrew Tate grew
Hilarious to me that
increasingly
these are the two
misogynist
best.
in terms of stay-at-home and stuff when he became a Muslim. Right.
Well,
So
I think maybe, but can I just make the most important point I believe that we didn't touch on here, right? Is that all of this, so I don't like any of that pimp shit. I hate it. I believe in pushing like a family message. I think that's where you find true happiness and meaning for both men and women, and it's better for children, and it's better for society. That being said, none of that matters right now. These are American citizens who are being charged with a crime, and all that matters is specifically what's going on here. And I gotta say, Pierce, without knowing the details of the crime at all, I will say from my perspective as an American, I'm humble that I don't know that much about your country. What I've been reading about you guys, I feel pretty nervous about extraditing Americans to your judicial system right now, dude. It has shown so much corruption and so much, quite frankly, political and bias over the years that I think a lot of people rightfully do go, is this really about the crime that they committed, or is this about some type of political agenda? By the way, a long philosophical conversation that Andrew would be better to break down than me is that, by the way, Andrew, from the liberal worldview, what did Tate even do that was wrong? Really?
Nothing.
I think it was.
From the
I think it was wrong.
From the progressive worldview, they endorse OnlyFans. They consider it to be empowering for women to be online prostitutes. The only time they
think the lover boy method and coercion from the left-wing perspective isn't wrong. The wrong thing, obviously, was the fact that the man was the pimp. Obviously. Women can be pimps too, and we need more women pimps today than ever. Women are just as capable of being pimps as anybody. They can be pimps just as much as men.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
We got to stop the patriarchy by having female pimps.
object is if a man's involved getting a cut of the money. That's it. That's the only time
I think to be fair, look, to be fair, there are.
Yes, Mantis. Mantis is my pimp, of course. That is. I'm just doing my part.
Very serious charges, including sex trafficking, rape, sexual abuse, and child pornography.
But here's the whole groundwork is framed for there to be pimps when you glorify prostitution, and they glorify a cam.
Okay, well, when you call all of pornography and every Instagram girl a prostitute, then you can just broaden what prostitution means as much as you fucking feel like to pretend that they glorify prostitution. Then that's great strategy.
Girl prostitution, and then they wonder how pimps get involved and make a ton of money.
They're actually blaming women for them being abusive to women. I mean, this is again.
I'm blaming the men and women.
I'm blaming women. I'm blaming them both.
Yes, you are.
I blame the pimps and I blame the hoes. I blame the pimps and the hoes.
It's a buffet to you guys. You can pick and choose that some of the things that the Tate brothers have done have been potentially bad, but not all of it is bad. Is that how it works? Because when it comes to the accusations levied against them,
they're human beings.
You would think that this wouldn't. You would say this would disqualify somebody whole hog if they've been accused of the things that they have been accused of. How can you support them at all?
What?
Hang on.
Hang on.
You said I don't like everything that they do. I don't like the pimping stuff.
You realize that there's going to be some things, right? Hang on. You're doing it right now. You just picked and choose things you agree with Dave Smith on. But in his overall view, you would absolutely hate him, and my view.
Well, no,
but you
we were talking about
pick and choose the things you agree with us on.
Yeah, the war.
But somehow that's okay.
We can agree.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean that I would endorse either one of you guys.
Let me just pivot to something which we may all reach consensus on. I don't know. We might do. We might not. But
we might do.
Another attack by Candace Owens this week on Erica Kurt. Let's take a listen to some of this.
Have been on a wild pursuit of fame and fortune your entire life. You started doing pageants, I think we showed when you were like 12, okay? 6th grade, maybe? And you have not stopped wanting to be in the spotlight. Every person you have dated has had some degree of fame, and you saw Charlie as your ticket to more fame. And then you finally got it, in your view, when you walked out in a white pantsuit with sparklers behind you, and you sucked all of that in. That was it. That was the moment.
I've got to say, Andrew, you know, I've become increasingly disturbed by the relentless onslaught against Erica Kirk by Candace Owens. I think it's disgusting. I think it's inhumane. I think whatever you think of Erica Kirk's public appearances or interviews or whatever, she was there with their 2 young children when she saw her husband assassinated, murdered, shot dead. And to target a grieving widow in such a relentless campaign without any real evidence for any of the nonsensical theories she's putting forward, I think is actually pretty evil. What do you think?
We have right now a $200,000 offer for Candace Owens to debate her theories on Charlie Kirk with yours truly. I will say publicly right now on your show, we will up it to $300,000 just to have this woman actually debate her views. But they can't. None of them can. Not her, none of her orbiters like Baron Coleman and others. They all refuse to actually debate their views. Now you might ask, why is this the case? It's because she's the pot calling the kettle black. Imagine a woman works for PragerU, works for TPUSA, works for the, Ben Shapiro, works for all of these people, and then says, hey, this other woman over here, she's a clout chaser. It's like, give me a break. Pot calling the kettle black across the board. No evidence whatsoever on the Owens side for any of their crazy conspiracies. And you find out on top of that that many of the people who are within their orbit who push this, like the Unfuck America Tour and others, guess what? They're funded by Act Blue. Oh, go figure. They're funded by Act Blue and trying to use this as a wedge issue to try to divide TPUSA and the Republicans at large. It's being used as a wedge issue. Now, can you criticize TPUSA for a Zionist message or having had a Zionist message or 2 pro-Israel? Sure. Can you criticize Erica Kirk and her personal opinions? Absolutely. Can you do all of this? I think that that's all fine. But that's not actually what's going on. What's actually going on is that this is being used as a wedge issue for a revenge plot, and that's what they want. They want revenge against the evil TPUSA. That's what she wants. And they will do anything to get it because for the first time ever, Republicans have outreach into universities, which is where we've been wanting to be my entire lifetime. And they're doing everything they can to destroy that, both progressives and this alternative movement. And they're such cowards, they won't even debate their views.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, to me, you know, I've actually ironically got a $300,000 bet for charity with Candace Owens about Brigitte Macron, whether she's a male or female. I believe she's a female who's had 3 children. The ongoing court case will determine that, and I suspect I'll win my bet.
You didn't get it.
This is disgusting. Having 3 men sit here and attack a woman. Absolutely disgusting. I cannot believe this is happening. I am so ready to turn this shit off over this disgraceful showing from these 3 men attacking a woman. Ugh.
You didn't get any odds on that? You just went head to head?
I went head to head, and the truth is, even when she loses, which she will, Candace will claim the whole thing is rigged and this and that, because she's a delusional fantasist or a cynical fantasist who just does this stuff for clicks and clout and money. What do you feel, though? I mean, I just feel like this attack on Erica Kirk has gone on pretty much from when Charlie Kirk got murdered. It's just despicable. I just wake up and think, how can you do this to a grieving young widow? How can anyone do that? Am I wrong?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to say, like, if you and Andrew are just giving like $300,000 out to someone, I like debates and bets. I'll come, all right, I don't know if we're just paying. So listen, I'll say this. Number one,
I'll beat you for free.
Listen.
Yeah, so will I.
I've already had that, Andrew. I want to make money here this time. That's the point. So no, I mean, I'll say this. I don't know how I feel about using the grieving widow card. You know, I was friends with Charlie Kirk, but I was not close friends with him in the way that other people were. I would certainly feel strange saying, you know, like attacking his widow, and I also don't want to judge anybody based on how they react after something like that happens to them, because it's very traumatic. There is something where once you jump in there and you're leading an organization and you're constantly in the media and you're becoming a political actor, you're not exactly just a widow anymore. You're in the arena, and I think it's legitimate to criticize it. And look, quite frankly, I'll just say Erica acted very bizarre in a lot of ways. Now, I'm not saying anything more than that, but I also will say that this, and you can see this in some of the late interviews in Charlie's life, there was this massive split that was already coming. I mean, this was already after the 12-Day War and after the Epstein cover-up. There was this fight was coming. Charlie was doing everything he could to keep it together, and to have him killed in those circumstances. And then I got to say, if you guys want to blame Candace for all this, fine. I am not up to date on her latest theory, and I'm not here to defend what she.
It's all bullshit. It's all complete bullshit.
Well, I'll say this. I will say this. The director of counterterrorism himself said that there were angles of this investigation that got shot down that should have been looked into. Now, I'm not making any claim other than that. I'm just saying
You're
that.
talking about Joe Kent.
Yes.
Joe Kent.
Now, the fact
Joe Kent.
that all I'm making is this argument, okay? I'm not making anything beyond this. I'm saying the fact that the way that there was this fight between kind of the Israel lobby and Charlie going out, that there was this big event where he brought Tucker and Megan and myself, and we had this debate, and then it's a thing, and then you've got him with the text messages saying, I might have to turn on Israel, and I fear for my life or whatever. I'm not saying that's not evidence of anything that you could take to court or prove anything, but that is enough fertile ground that I think in today's environment, you just go, well, I guarantee you the conspiracy.
Yeah, but when you start suggesting
Wild.
Candace has done that Erica was somehow involved in her husband's murder.
I'm not defending that. I'm not.
Not only that, Dave, that's not even the sequence of events that happened. He didn't send out any text message that he was concerned Israel was going to kill him. He was concerned leftists were going to kill him. And guess what?
Well, wasn't it vague? Wasn't it pretty vague about what he was saying? Because I thought it was in the context. I thought it was in the context of him saying.
Nope, you're conflating a tweet by Harrison Smith.
Maybe I am. Fine.
Hang on. I'm just telling you, you're conflating a tweet by Harrison Smith, which many people do, with the actual text message that was sent. Of course, he was fearing for his life. He was at these massive public left-wing events, and these nutcases have been known, as you might remember, to kill people constantly. They seem to really enjoy that. One tried to take out Trump, for instance. So look, I understand you're not making any bold claims here. You've told me in DMs you're not going to make claims on this, and that's totally fair. You're going to stick with the claims that you feel comfortable with. I'm fine with that. What I'm saying, though, is that
what doesn't add up to me, man, is like, look, if there's a patsy, this guy shouldn't be alive and standing trial right now. And so if we're going to a trial, then let's sit here and let this trial play out and get as much information as we can from it. And like, I certainly, I don't know. I guess I would just say I never see it as being my role to go around and like hall monitor the other dissidents about who's being too much of a conspiracy theorist. At the same time, I was publicly saying the second after he got killed, don't jump to conclusions and blaming Israel and all this stuff because you don't have a case.
But Dave, there's a difference if you're using something like this as a wedge issue in order to split party politics, especially when you're coming into midterms, things like this, for people who are involved in politics.
That's our motivation?
Hang on. For people who are involved in politics like me, that is actually very important that this be addressed because it becomes a divisive issue within our own party and politics. Now, Joe, for instance, she has the same type of problem. It's just in a different direction where she has communists who are building up out east, and her party's going to have to deal with that, right? So there's internal struggles regardless of the parties that you're working within, the left-right paradigm, which is currently the American paradigm. So this is a divisive issue, and it is necessary for us to address it.
If I can pick up on that, I just want to end with what I've been promising viewers the whole show, which is Joe and your little message to me on X, because I posted this after the UFC event at the White House. I said, I thought the UFC event at the White House was great. Very different, very entertaining. Congrats to Dana White and Donald Trump. And to my liberal friends shrieking in faux outrage about it, I simply say this: pick your battles with Trump. This ain't a hill to hysterically die on.
I mean, I kind of agree with this. I do agree that, like, I think people made way too big of a deal about the UFC event. It wasn't something worth worth fighting over.
I think that was an unreasonable comment. I thought that was probably pretty accurate. There was no real harm done by the UFC spectacle. Most people who watched it enjoyed it. If they like the UFC, they particularly enjoyed it. But your response, Jojo, I have to say, left a little to be desired. Your full response to me on the public platform of X was, fuck off, Piers. No, I'd like to give you a final opportunity to maybe withdraw that tweet.
Short and sweet. I stand by my words, my friend. Look, I'm old enough to remember when you told me to pipe down on your show, and then you took to that same platform to tell your audience that I was forever banned from your show until and unless, and I quote, I learned to behave myself.
Right.
Piers, I think I've been on your show.
Quite clearly, I have failed in my own yardstick here.
And that's not counting the 10 times I said I couldn't do your show after that because I thought he said I was banned and told me to learn to behave. And yet I came back because I wanted to give you another chance.
Well,
okay. I've only seen her on here 3 times. But the first time I saw her on here, she was absolutely rabid. Like, truly... it is completely understandable if they told her that she wasn't allowed to come back. She was absolutely fucking insane the first time that she came on. It was horrible. Like, she wouldn't stop talking over people. They literally spent like the majority of the show trying to get her to shut the fuck up, and she wouldn't do it. And they ended up just like having to, I think either they kicked her off or they like muted her numerous times, which I've never seen them do. But this is like at the point when they did, I was dying for them to mute her. Like, she was a fucking nutcase. It was horrible to listen to. Yeah, I can't. Sorry. I would never talk crap about a woman. Not a woman, of all people.
Me telling you to fuck off when I disagree with you on the app you told me I was forever banned on feels like justice, my friend.
Well, you do seem to be behaving better.
She does.
So
I was about to say exactly that. I do think my tactic has worked. You are behaving. I would say your behavior's been 35%.
She was probably just on her period last time, guys. Okay, give her a break.
Better than it normally is.
It's work in progress on this particular panel. So, but I have no horse in the Candace Owens fight. I'm just watching these guys duke it out. You know, look, I'm just sitting back watching because it's kind of like I need some popcorn. But I would hardly say that I've ever been badly behaved because I have convictions and because I believe in what I have to say.
Of course.
But yeah, I stand by saying fuck off about the bread and circuses of that ridiculous
Thank you
event
very
that
much
destroyed
indeed.
the South Lawn.
Well, I kind of admire people who stand by their guns, even when their guns are revolting. Thank you to my panel. Excellent debate. I really appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thanks,
guys. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show...
I think Andrew and Dave Smith were on the first one, actually. If I remember correctly, I think it was Andrew and Dave Smith on the first one that she was on as well. That's actually kind of interesting, now that I think about it. I totally forgot about that. Can you just praise her for being base this time? I did. I said she was so much better this time. But in order for you to actually understand how much praise I'm giving her, for you to actually like really grasp what I mean by better, how much better I mean, I need to give you reference, you know? I got to give you a reference point to really understand the totality of just how much better she's actually doing this time. Okay, we only have 15 minutes. I forgot to reset the clock, but we only have 15 minutes anyways. And I'm probably just going to go ahead and get off after this. But I got one more. One more. Uno mas for your butts.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the
What's up,
latest
what's up?
edition, the special edition of
What's up,
Straight
Sean?
Shooter. As always, I appreciate the love and support that y'all have been giving me. Thanks so much for all the love and support. Just continue to support
Sean?
Straight Shooter. Just go to Stephen A. Smith, Straight Shooter, and obviously you'll be the latest member of the Straight Shooter family. A lot of stuff to get into, no doubt. I'm going to have another panel today. It's going to be my fourth panel, and it's involving the case of Nolan Wells, the 18-year-old college football player out of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, who died. Body was found July 6th, 2 days after going away with some friends on July 4th. A lot of people are talking about this story because, according to the reports, he was a black dude, and he was the only black dude with a few white dudes, and they all came back alive, and he didn't. Clearly, since that time, we've learned via reporting on the part of some people, via an autopsy report and other things, that there are some conflicting facts that need to be brought to light. And I think that it's time to have a discussion about this from the vantage point of two completely different sides. One is a conservative, one is a liberal, one's a former police officer, one is a civil rights attorney and a legal mind. It's a lot to get into, make no mistake about it. It's going to be Officer Tatum on the right. It's going to be Charles F. Coleman Jr., civil rights attorney, on the left. And there's clearly a lot of things to get into, conflicting accounts. One friend claimed Wells chose to stay behind to talk to a girl. Wells' family strongly disputes this, stating they raised him to never separate.
I haven't looked into this at all. I had a bunch of stuff popping up earlier saying that there was like the lawyer of Nolan Wells, I think it was the lawyer, coming to talk about his autopsy. But I didn't know who the fuck Nolan Wells was, so that didn't really mean anything to me. You guys know about this story?
Separate from his group. There's a boat issue. Phone records and dispatch audio indicate the friend's boat suffered a mechanical failure around 4 p.m. as they left the island. When calling for a tow, the operator stated everyone on board was in good health. There's also the issue of Nolan Wells' body being found after being reported missing by his mother near midnight. A multi-agency search was launched. A National Park Service ranger found Wells' body floating face down on the northwestern tip of Horn Island on July 6th. Again, civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump is representing the family. And Officer Tatum, as in Brandon Tatum, traveled to Mississippi, interviewed one of the boys involved in the case, but according to him, he probably interviewed several folks in attendance that July 4th day. So there's a lot of stuff to get into, and without further ado, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I know very little about this case other than what I've read and what I've seen on television. I've heard the reports implying one thing. Nevertheless, we're hearing other things come to light. So rather than speculate any longer, let's get to the bottom of it to the best that we can at this particular moment in time. With one autopsy having been done, another
they're
autopsy
the ones who are going to get to the bottom of this,
being
guys.
performed, and evidence emanating from that's been deemed incomplete, to say the least. There's a lot to get into. So without further ado, here we go. Get your ears perked up. Get your thought process circulating and percolating. It's time to get into it right
Get your
now.
thought
My first guest
process
is a civil rights
percolating and
attorney, a former
circulating.
federal prosecutor, and an MS Now legal analyst. He writes the What Matters Now newsletter on Beehive, and you can catch him on his podcast, The Brothers Briefing. He is joined by a former Arizona police officer turned conservative YouTube political commentator and host of the Officer Tatum podcast. Please welcome to the show Charles F. Coleman Jr. and, of course, Officer Brandon Tatum. Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all doing? How's everything?
Blessed. I'm doing well, brother. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Charles Coleman Jr., let's start off with you. What can you tell us? I mean, the Nolan Wells case has been in the news for nearly 3 weeks now. For those who may not be aware of the case or have not kept up with the facts, Just to recap, he was an 18-year-old college football player from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. On July 4th, he and a group of friends traveled by private boat to Horn Island, an uninhabited barrier island off the Mississippi coast. Wells was the only black person on the boat. Wells was last seen on the island around 3 p.m. His friends returned to the mainland without him. And as a result, ultimately, a couple of days later, he was found dead.
Wait, is this the kid? Hold on. Is this the kid where the videos came out of him where he was like in the river and he was yelling, I can't swim, I can't swim. And they were like, shut the fuck up, dude. You have a life vest on. And he's like, it's a life vest for a baby. It's going underwater. I'm gonna drown. And they're like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're being a bitch. Like, quit being a pussy. And then like a family that's just going by on a boat, they're just like, here, just hop on our boat. We'll take you back. And they took him back to the land, and then that was it. He just disappeared. No, not that guy. Okay. Sounded eerily similar. Apparently, the DA put out a statement yesterday just stating that they were working on it as timely and thorough as any other murder investigation. But it's been 3 weeks and nobody is buying that shit. Fuck Mississippi. I have family there. The worst state in the country. They were at an island and the friend said he stayed with a girl. Okay.
Charles Coleman Jr., at this particular juncture, what's on your mind in terms of this case? What's missing? What are your thoughts?
Well, Stephen A., we just saw the family release their independent autopsy results yesterday, which were conducted by Dr. Roger Mitchell, who is the president of the National Medical Association. And those results were inconclusive. They were able to establish that Nolan Wells did not die by accident, that he did not die of natural causes, but at the same time that they were not able to establish that this was a homicide. In fact, those results established that it was not a homicide. Now, one important caveat to note is that the chief medical officer from the state of Mississippi, the sheriff's office, removed the throat from Nolan Wells's autopsy when their autopsy was conducted first. We have not heard the results of the state's autopsy, but we know that when Roger Mitchell examined the body for the family, that the throat and other organs have been removed. So that your listeners understand, that's not abnormal. That is something that takes place normally during the case of an investigation and of an autopsy. So there's nothing that was wrong there. But at this point, Dr. Roger Mitchell, who did the independent autopsy from the family, has not been able to confirm any sense of foul play as of yet. That was undecided or undecisive.
The family found his phone and everything was deleted from it. But nobody knows what girl he was with?
That does not mean that foul play may not have occurred. It just means that the autopsy that was conducted by the family did not show that conclusively. He saw some trauma to, some potential trauma to no.
Hello and welcome to the TMZ Podcast Afternoon Edition. I'm Eric Wilson.
And I am Kay McCabe.
Hey, this is our first time doing a podcast together.
Is it really?
I think so.
Is it?
You did the morning a few times, right?
In the afternoon.
Okay, so yes, this is our first time coming.
But this is not our first time on a TMZ little thing together.
What have we done?
Maybe I shouldn't talk about your franchise. But I love you hosting.
Trivia.
I love you hosting is what I was going to say.
I love you.
I've been waiting to be next alongside you for a while.
Originally when we did trivia, I had you as a test team.
I appreciate
And then me
that.
and Reagan both were like, no, she needs to be on a real team. And you would have been if trivia didn't get canceled, but we're past that.
Anyway.
Let's get into today's stories. We had some breaking stories. We have some updates on some huge cases. And that's what we're going to start with today, the Nolan Wells case. We have some interesting details, and I'm glad, more people are finally speaking out.
Yeah.
We're filling in a few blanks here, getting some information. And so Nolan Wells' friends made an emergency call the day that they were out on Horn Island in Mississippi because their boat was taking on water. A pump wasn't working, so they called a tow service, a boat tow service, to come and get them because they said that they were taking on water, and this is the reason that they were leaving the island.
Yeah, something interesting about that is, I don't know how, I've never lived around water, so I didn't even know boat tow services even existed.
I mean, I didn't think about it until I was reading the story, obviously, but yeah, that would make sense.
I guess it would make sense, but it's interesting the difference between that and 911. And I listened to the audio, and the boat tow service lady offered to send the Coast Guard, and they declined. But they seemed pretty frantic, and they're like, hey, we're sinking. Like, we need help ASAP.
But they did eventually make it back to shore.
Yeah.
And while they were on the island, another detail is there was allegedly a girl that Nolan was speaking to and was the reason why he was staying behind.
Lots of back and forth with this story. Lots of unclear what actually happened. On one side, his friends are saying, no, Nolan stayed back to, hang out with this girl. Now we're hearing from her sister that her sister's like, no, she told me and our family, I guess, that her understanding was Nolan was leaving with the friends in the group. So it's a lot of back and forth, and it's really sad that this case is a lot of he said, she said, and it's just going to be have to wait it out until the truth comes out.
Yeah, it seems like there's a certain point in time in this day on July 4th where he just vanishes. Like, who was the last person? And nobody wants to be the last person who saw him. And I think that's a lot of the deflection here.
Yeah.
Because she may well be, and she doesn't even realize she was the last person. And one thing about Horn Island we're hearing from people that we're speaking to is it's kind of.
Well, that's not how that works. That's not. What do you mean? That's not how that works. The cops are the ones who were able to set up a timeline on who was the last person to see him. So it's not like she decides whether or not she was the last person to see him. She's just like, nope, not the last person to see him. Sorry. I saw him at 8 o'clock. Like, the cops are the ones who are like, yeah, nobody saw him after 7 o'clock except for you. So you're the last person to see him. That's generally how that works. It's not that she decides whether or not she was the last person to see him.
Like, everyone knows everybody on that island. So when a bunch of groups of friends are going out there, it's not uncommon for you to arrive with one group of friends and leave with another.
Right.
If you're staying longer.
Even in places like Miami, you boat hop and things like that. It's fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what people are alluding to might have happened here.
Yeah.
But yeah, this girl, what is her name?
Katie McCormick, 19.
And then her sister is saying, a different version of events. Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat. He came on. Katie assumed the friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, so that leads to the other thing, the other update, which is Nolan's best friend, who's been speaking out a lot, Warren Hudson. He said that they were pleading with Nolan to get on the boat as they were leaving because the boat was sinking. So they wanted to get off the island as quick as possible, and they were calling for him, and he just didn't get back on the boat with them, and then they left.
You know what? And I was speaking to someone in the office about this the other day. We are dealing with a bunch of teenagers who are probably scared out of their minds.
Ready to go off to college for the first time.
They don't want to get in any trouble. So even the ones who had nothing to do with it, even the ones who didn't even see anything, are probably, and you know how you're a toddler and you break something accidentally, but you don't want to admit to breaking it, even if you know it was an accident, because you're scared of the repercussions.
Do you know how many things I broke as a child and hid behind the couch?
And even if it was an accident, and hid it behind. Matter of fact,
I could think of the items. I'm like, there was this like mechanical sunflower that sang, and I snapped it. And my mom loved it. I was like, put this behind the recliner.
Yeah.
She'll find it.
Even though it's so minute, and not saying this is minute at all, but I'm just saying, like, my mom always told me, you'll get in more trouble hiding than telling the truth. Like, the truth will set you free.
But a lot of these, I mean, if this is all just an accident and he just happened to drown, these people, I think, don't want to be in a position where, obviously Ben Crump and the family is looking for answers, and they think something is
rightfully
suspicious.
so.
Yes, absolutely. And so they just don't want to be, even if they weren't a part of it, if there was some foul play, they just don't want to be anywhere close to any association.
I understand it to a degree, but someone lost their life, and at some point, hopefully, someone is going to just take the initiative and step up and say, "Hey, this is what I."
All right, guys. The entirety of this factory has been shut down. I thought it would be shut down for days, okay? But I got this motherfucker all set up within less than 24 hours. So, what are they talking about? I don't know, dude. This is like the weirdest way of talking about this. Like, none of them want to say anything because they're just scared of going to college. But what do you mean they don't want to say anything? You're saying that these kids know something and they're choosing not to say anything because it's like when you don't want to tell your mom that you broke something, so you hide it behind the couch when you're 5 years old. Like, this is so fucking weird.
I saw. I'm not saying this, that, and a third, but this is what I saw.
Yeah.
And even if it was a mistake, say, hey, I saw him slip and hit his head. No one wanted to, he got drunk and slipped his head. Whatever happened, we just didn't know what to do. We're young. We were drinking and we weren't supposed to. Yeah. Whatever the case might have been, just come out and say it, because someone lost their life and there's a mother and a father who know nothing about what, and I can only just imagine.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think, this is just my personal opinion, worst case scenario, it is something like that.
Yeah.
Someone, they were all drunk, he slipped, he fell, he got hurt, it was
Yeah.
a total accident, and they just like, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Like, that's,
got scared
I
and
think
left.
that is the worst case scenario
Yeah.
of what could have possibly happened. But we,
Wait.
he
What?
slipped, he
Yeah.
fell, he got hurt, it was
Yeah.
a total accident, and they just like, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Like, that's,
got scared
I
and
think
left.
that is the worst case scenario
Yeah.
of what could have.
He thinks that's the worst case scenario? You guys do not have much of a fucking imagination. You guys don't have much of a fucking imagination here. I'm gonna tell you the truth. You guys, you guys are not very deep fucking thinkers. You're not thinking very hard about this one. What the
possibly
fuck?
happen. But we, obviously more people will speak out. Thankfully, his best friend is speaking out. Now we have this other girl who, we'll get hopefully more information from her. But it sounds like she is saying she wasn't the last person to see him. And how much time did they spend is what I would like to know, because they were talking for a while his friends were there. But after they left, obviously Nolan stayed.
Yeah.
So what was the interaction there and for how long?
And clearly, right now, obviously, you can't trust anyone's word.
Yeah.
Anyone could be lying. Anyone could be trying to save themselves. So,
They're all scared.
Yeah, even the ones speaking out are scared.
Yeah.
But you don't know who's telling the truth. Hopefully, investigators get to the very bottom of this, and we'll just have to wait and see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the major updates from that?
I do believe so.
I think so, yeah. So yeah, hopefully more people will be speaking out and we'll get more details.
Yes.
Let's move on to some breaking news today.
You almost could have rhymed with that.
What?
Let's move on.
Okay.
Wells' head. That was not something that he was able to explain as being the result of foul play. And we have yet to hear the state's autopsy and what they found or what their findings were. You may recall, and listeners may recall, that initially the sheriff's office said that they had no reason to suspect that foul play was afoot. And what I would say that this autopsy confirms from the family is that while that cannot be certainly confirmed, it still can't be ruled out. So finally, there are 60 witnesses that have been interviewed in the course of this investigation by the sheriff's office. There's likely going to be a presentation to the grand jury, and we don't know what the toxicology report will show from Nolan Wells because much of that is in the hands of the state. But as of right now, this is where things stand. And as a former prosecutor, I want to know what the state's autopsy is going to say and what are the witness accounts that they are going to put forward in the grand jury.
Officer Tatum, you personally interviewed, you traveled to Mississippi, from my understanding, to personally interview one of the young men who left the island without Nolan. Why should the public trust whatever account is coming from them right now, in your estimation, based on what you've learned? First things first, I shouldn't say that. First things first, what did you deduce from the conversation you had from one of the friends that was with Nolan Wells? What did you take away from that you'd like the public to know?
Well, Stephen A., I want to make sure this is clear. I actually spoke to all the boys that were being accused. I spoke to family members. I spoke to also their attorneys. It's just that the one young man had the, I wouldn't say courage, because others had reasons why they didn't want to come on the camera, but he was able to come on the camera, and I interviewed him. And I also interviewed another young man who was black, who was there, who had his own personal accounts of what happened. I'm not asking people to believe or not believe. I just wanted to give people the information. So nobody had heard from the young boys. Nobody had heard their accounts. And a lot of misinformation was put out there, some intentionally, some maybe not intentionally, but it was very detrimental and not conducive for the investigation into Nolan Wells' death. It was punitive. They came out and started with race. It had to be something nefarious because these boys are white for any other reason. So I wanted to go out and hear the full story. And what I deduced from the interview and talking to everybody is that these young boys had nothing to do with what ended up happening to Nolan Wells. And also they were best friends. I mean, these kids had so many pictures, so many text messages of them being closer to Nolan than any other friend group. And also one thing that shocked me was that this was an island, not secluded, not an island with 5 or 6 people on it. It was an island where there was thousands of people there, hundreds of boats, and also a lot of people could verify the statements that was made from some of these young men. So I really wish that we could have started at a point to say, what happened to Nolan Wells? Let's work together as a community. Let's talk to these young men, talk to other people, and let's find out what happened to Nolan instead of jumping the race.
Officer Tatum, how do you know that it was misinformation that was put out there? How did you come to the conclusion that something was misinformation? Explain that.
Well,
Is it just
I knew it
according to their account or something else?
No, initially I knew it was hogwash because when Al Sharpton and them got on TV, they automatically made an inference to say, well, it was something that had to happen because these kids were white. It was white kids with one black boy. I mean, that there's no evidence to project that unless you believe every white person is nefarious.
Did they actually say that? Did they actually say it? Something had to have been a flip because there was one, because they were all white boys and one black boy. Is that a real thing that was said, or is he just talking shit?
In their dealings with black people. And so I thought that was suspicious on his face. And then they said that Nolan was the only black kid. He was not the only black kid. Many of his black friends were also at the island with him. So, you know, some of those things that started to come out, I knew that they were not being truthful about what happened.
Charles, your thoughts, your response to what Officer Tatum just said.
I don't necessarily know that the initial statements about Nolan being with some of his white friends is entirely afactual. I also don't know that it is a nefarious statement in as much as these are facts. He was with a number of different white boys or a number of different boys who are white. I think that the problem with what Officer Tatum has just pointed out is that there is an underpinning of race when you're having a conversation about the types of things that happen and have happened to black boys and black people in Mississippi, such that it cannot be summarily dismissed. I did not necessarily jump to any conclusion, but the history.
All right, here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start this bitch back up. And now. Oh. Off to the motherfucking races. Let's go.
Of what race relations have been in Mississippi and how we have not necessarily been safe has caused me to take a special look at this case. It doesn't mean that I'm accusing anyone of anything. It doesn't mean that I do not believe in finding the process. But at the same time, I am not going to ignore the facts, which you just pointed out. These are facts. He may have been with other black people, but we have seen the pictures, we have seen the photos. There were a number of people who were gathered out there for the July 4th holiday, but Nolan Wells was with 3 boys who happened to be white. Those are facts.
He was with, but the thing is that it's facts without context. He was with more than just 3 white boys. That's the problem. There was over 20, 30 kids that got on 3 boats, and they all went to the island together. They didn't just travel with Nolan and just these 3 boys. Many of the boys that they're accusing, including Warren, wasn't even on the boat with Nolan when Nolan went out to the island. So some of those things were mischaracterizations of what actually happened. And the thing is that I don't think it's fair to say, because history has shown in part that white people or black people have had injustices, that all of a sudden you project that into a new situation. Black people have done nefarious things to other black people. Does that mean that you automatically jump to saying...
I mean, he is right. This is like a stupid thing to fucking say. This is one of those times... This is one of those rare times where he's actually right. Like, this is a really stupid fucking thing for them to say.
Oh, black people must be wrong in this situation. You know, because he had his black friends there too. And why nobody's questioning them? Why nobody's saying, why didn't the black friends rescue him? What did the black kids know about Nolan? And many of them said that they saw him last when the white boys had left at 4:30. So I just think that the race should never be interjected. Nolan's friends told me, and they proved to me that they were really close to him and they were some of his best friends. They said Nolan would have been incredibly upset at the way people are framing his death and going after his friends with no evidence.
Well, as if the suspected killers said that, then all right, then you gotta. What else is there to say? What do you say to that? I mean, not much you can say. That's pretty much, you know, obviously his name's Officer Tatum, so sounds like he was a really good cop. Sounds like he was a really good cop, and he was good at investigating shit. And he, you know, somebody said something, the suspected killer say something, then that's pretty much it. Like you can't argue with that.
Well, here's the
Officer
thing.
Tatum, hold on, Charles. I would say this to you, Officer Tatum. I get where you're coming from. And by the way, I appreciate the context and I appreciate the reporting on your part. Because numerous reports that I had read was talking about how he was the only black kid there. He was a black kid with a few white boys. And you articulating that fact is very, very important. I think that's important and fair to point out. But what do you say to folks that will ask this kind of a question? He's on a boat. He's on an island. And according to numerous reports, he talked about staying behind and traveling back with a different set of company. Yet his car keys and his phone was left on a boat that he had traveled to those guys with. So what teenager do you know is saying he's staying someplace, but he's going to leave his car keys and his phone on the boat with the guys that he arrived at the island with? That does seem a bit suspicious, particularly when the guy's mother, Nolan Wells' mother, had to use some app to locate the phone, and it was something that wasn't given back. These are reports. I'm not pretending to know, Officer Tatum. These are what the report said. What do you say to that?
And this is where I feel like Benjamin Crump and them should be sued for them putting out this information without facts. Let me point the facts out. Without context, it sounds bizarre. But when you put it in the context that a lot of people left their phones on the boat that left. Many kids came to get their phone after they left the lake. Nolan was with a girl. It's not shocking that Nolan would have said, hey, man, you guys had to leave, because they had to leave in an emergency situation. It wasn't like they had time to prep and everything. The boat was sinking, so they had to go. And they told Nolan, get on the boat, get on the effing boat, man, let's go. And he like, nah, I'm finna hang out with this girl. I saw evidence of that, and others who had sent messages that I read that said that they asked Nolan to go and he didn't want to go. Now, a lot of people left their phones on the boats because they're sitting in chest deep water, and it's a bunch of people out there. The reception is not very good, so most people did not have their phone with them. Now, the phone and the keys situation, people need to understand the context. Nolan never brought his keys with him, because they were on a boat driving 7 miles out to an island. His keys had always been at the residence where his car was. So when the guys go back, they text Nolan's mother. This is where it ticks me off. They showed me a phone call where immediately the first phone call that was made concerning Nolan was Warren called Nolan's mom, and she hung up the phone on him the first time because she didn't know who he was. The second call, he told her, hey, Nolan haven't come back. Do you know, have you heard from him? And then they called the Coast Guard. So his mother was very much aware that they had Nolan's phone. His mother did not have to track the phone through Life 360. His mother didn't come get the phone. Another parent of a black kid who was out there with Nolan came to get her son's phone and Nolan's phone. So why didn't Al Sharpton or any of them ask these boys what happened, have them show evidence, and then present it to the public? And it's because I think they wanted the race bait instead of trying to find out what happened to Nolan.
Do you know? Hold on, Charles. Do you know whether or not Al Sharpton and those guys had asked to talk to the kids, and the kids were?
Yeah, it doesn't. Whether or not they talk to the kids doesn't change. Not everybody is going to say, oh, the people that we suspect of killing somebody, oh, they said that. Oh, well, then that's that. Like, not everybody's going to do that. Now, that doesn't mean that like Al Sharpton is a good judge of evidence either. Obviously, he's kind of a fucking nut. But it is really fucking stupid that Officer Tatum just keeps saying, like, they said this. So, like, that's That's all you need to know. They said this. So there you go. End of story.
Refused to talk to them? Do you know if,
No,
whether
they
there's
told
any
me
truth to that?
they told me that they haven't heard anything from Al Sharpton or anybody that tried to contact them. This is what they told me. Now, they showed me messages where parents had communicated and reached out to Benjamin Crump, his team, and said, we would love to communicate with you guys. Any questions you have, we want to talk to you guys so you can get the context. Also, they messaged Nolan's mother multiple times about communicating and saying, hey, if you need anything, if you want to talk, we can give you the context of what happened. And nobody reached out to these.
Yeah, no fucking duh, dude. Are you kidding me? Yes, the lawyers are probably telling them not to communicate with any of the people who were there. They want the investigators to do everything. No fucking duh, dude. The fact that you are currently not involved in the investigation as some fucking YouTuber going out there and talking to these people, and you say like, oh, well, only one of these people was actually willing to talk to me. Yeah, only one of them was dumb enough to talk to you. The rest of them were smart enough to probably listen to their fucking lawyers who said, hey, don't go talk to the dumb fucking YouTuber. That's probably what happened. Probably really fucking stupid to go have conversations with the other people that are being investigated in your son's death. And then going and talking to a fucking YouTuber that he says everybody's always race baiting, but it seems like he's race baiting all the time as well, just in the exact opposite fucking direction. So,
boys, and I saw evidence of this, which is what frustrated me about this in the first place.
Charles, floor is yours.
Yes, but they could have seen counter evidence. Like, you have no idea. You have no fucking idea.
So here's the thing, Officer Tatum, we're not going to litigate the facts on here from one side of someone who's had an opportunity to talk to a sample size of people who were involved in this investigation. You and I know just as well that the real issue here is that the people who conducted the investigation, i.e. the Mississippi Sheriff's Department, who've talked to over 60 witnesses in this case, have not yet presented that case or their findings to a grand jury, and they've been extremely tight-lipped with respect to what they have found and what it is that they know. Where I'm going with this is, regardless of who you may have spoke to, who Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton may have spoken to, what information they have had, we are all trying to piece this together. And so it is equally as unfair to present a certain set of facts as if this is the final context of things, when in reality, we don't know. What I will say about the overall situation is that for me, as a civil rights attorney, I am looking at this and I am saying that there needs to be a greater sense of transparency from the Sheriff's Department, because they are the ones who have spoken to most of the parties who have been involved in this case. They've conducted over 60 witness interviews. They've done the toxicology report. They have the autopsy. So these are the people who are truly equipped from an information place to give the public the most accurate picture. So I am not calling what you're putting out misinformation, but what I am saying is that that is just an equally biased and slanted point of view in the opposite way, because it lacks the full.
What do you mean, no? You literally just said that you were only able to talk to one fucking person, and that the other people wouldn't even have a conversation with you. So yes, you are only getting a small portion of the picture. What do you mean, no?
Context. So because of that, let me finish. It's disingenuous intellectually, number one, to dismiss the notion of race, because that is choosing to ignore the history in America that we have faced. Number two, it's equally disingenuous to play a whataboutism to try and substitute.
That's just literally, that argument is the same type of argument that says that, like, because there's a pattern of black people being criminals and shit, that like it's more likely that the black people are criminals, and we can just kind of jump to the conclusion that the black people are the ones who committed the crime because they commit murders at higher rates. And it's just pattern recognition, dude. That's all we're doing. We're just recognizing patterns. Like, it's literally the same fucking logic. This is dumb.
The notion of black on black crime, which is a complete misnomer as to why we should not focus, or at least note, I won't even say focus, at least note the color issues that are at play with respect to what could or might have happened to Nolan Wells. Again, not necessarily being accusatory. And it's just as disingenuous for you to go further and say, well, we must assume, or it seems like Crump and Sharpton and everyone else was projecting the notion of race. That may have been your interpretation, which I cannot necessarily argue with. But it is just as problematic for you to suggest the polar opposite of that when none of us have conducted this full investigation. You have a limited sample size. I have a limited sample size. The public has been wrought with misinformation. So for me, the real issue here is a lack of transparency from the sheriff's office to give the public a complete picture.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with you fully. As a former police officer, and I was a PIO, I dealt with all of these things. The police department is not an injustice when you say there's a lack of communication or transparency. The police department cannot put this information out there when you still have suspects at large. If they go and release some of this information and show their
So you understand that from the police perspective, but you don't understand that from the fucking victim's perspective and from all the other witnesses' perspectives. You don't understand that they can't go around talking about this shit. But even if that's the case, it doesn't change the fact that you only got one side of the fucking story. That he is still correct in the fact that you only got one side of the fucking story.
Their hands of what they know and don't know, then potential suspects will begin to destroy evidence. They'll start hiding. They'll start cleaning stuff. You don't want to give that information out to the public until you know for a fact that you've been able to communicate with every.
And here you are going and talking to these people and trying to get this information yourself as a YouTuber to put it out to the public. That's fucking crazy. What? No way. That's wild.
Every suspect that's out there. If you start putting out the autopsy prematurely, and it shows blunt force to the head, strangulation to the neck, then the people who have...
I agree with him. Generally, you're not supposed to, like, if there is like any small evidence of foul play, generally you don't put that out immediately. And on top of that, like, you do want to be like very certain of what's going on before you put it out. So like it's not super rare that like they're gonna take their time in putting out an autopsy, whether it's Mississippi or not, put to the side.
Done this is going to make sure they hide the murder weapon. They're going to make sure they get their stories together and say, no, I didn't hit him in the back of the head. You don't want to project those things too prematurely. So there's no issue with transparency. And I'll say this: the reason that I'm talking about Al Sharpton and them is because the first thing that they said was that he was there with white boys. Therefore, there had to been something. And then it goes back historically. Some of them compared this to the young man.
I've heard very different messages from them when they have said, we cannot assume that this is racist. But we cannot assume that it wasn't. So I'm going to correct you there.
Let me jump in here.
Who's that, Charles? Hold on. Charles, who said that? Who said that?
Literally during his eulogy, Al Sharpton said, we cannot assume that this was racist. And he said,
okay, so literally as Tatum's over here trying to act like he's willing to give full context for shit, he's literally leaving out major context right there while he's talking about Al Sharpton over and over. Like that's obviously, for him to say one way or the other is still really fucking stupid. But that's still, he's over here like they're putting out misinformation by misrepresenting things and not giving the full context. And then he's literally doing the same fucking shit. What a piece of shit, dude.
Also not assume that it wasn't.
Let me take your time. Take your time. Hold on, guys, take your time. Ain't nothing getting edited out. Don't worry about it. Trust me. All of it is, I'm not editing a damn thing. Go ahead, Officer Tatum, floor is yours.
Well, let me interject. When you are looking for justice for your child in a criminal case, meaning that somebody committed a crime against your child, why do you go out and get a civil rights attorney? These Benjamin Crump and them are known for going after these cases specifically in injustices against black people.
Let me
Officer Tatum, let me try it first.
Okay,
go ahead. No, that's fair. No, that's fair, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm a former prosecutor. I'm a civil rights attorney. Please understand how these things work. At the end of the day, when you're talking about quote unquote justice, the first reason why you get someone like Benjamin Crump is because he's a person who has experience with wrongful death lawsuits.
Black people.
So it's not about black people. No,
it is. Benjamin don't represent white people.
Please talk about that is completely false. That is
Show me
completely
when was the
false.
last case he represented
I'm not
where he
here
supported
to do
white people?
I'm not here to do your research for you.
No, you the one
Benjamin
said
Crump-
it. I'm telling you it didn't happen.
But Benjamin Crump has a long-standing career of supporting people of all races and ethnicities when it comes to the violation of their civil rights.
Give me one.
As well as personal injury. So please let me answer your question.
Go ahead.
The reason why you get a civil rights attorney is because, number one, Benjamin Crump has extensive experience when it comes to wrongful death suits. Number two, in this situation, it is possible that there may be an element that Nolan Wells' civil rights were violated and that something may have happened to him because of his color, which is why you get a civil rights attorney. A civil rights attorney. And so
that's what do you mean? Oh yeah, exactly. Color. Yeah, see, color. It's a fucking civil rights attorney. Civil rights attorney. What do you mean? Oh yeah, see, I knew it. See, I knew it. It's color. It's a civil rights attorney, bro. No fucking duh. No duh.
That is
What
the
do you
answer
mean?
to your question.
It's about
As
color.
a former prosecutor, you let the police and the sheriff's office deal with the notion of criminality because that is one thing that Benjamin Crump can't do anything about.
Well, let's say this, brother. Can I jump in here?
That's why you go get someone like Benjamin Crump.
Why wouldn't the kids get civil rights? Like for instance, people were saying, why did these kids lawyer up? Well, first of all, many of them didn't even have a lawyer. They went and talked to investigators and did a lie detector test equivalent with no lawyers. Okay, so but anyway, would you think it would be weird if these kids?
What is a lie detector test equivalent? What is that?
Went out and got a civil rights attorney.
Why would they have a civil rights attorney? They're not being accused of anything.
They are being accused. They are being accused.
Who's accused them? Who has accused them?
Al Sharpton. Benjamin Crump.
Show me where Al Sharpton has accused them of something.
All right, they said this is what they said.
Suspicious. Show
this
me
is what
where
they said. No. They said they put these boys' pictures out on the internet and said he went out, and they framed it as he went out just with them, and something happened, and we know something happened, and why they hiding phones and doing all this? He's accusing them before any evidence is presented.
That's not an accusation. It's an implication. It's not an accusation. But I wouldn't expect a cop to know the difference between an accusation and an implication. That would be too much. That would be too much to ask. I couldn't possibly expect him to know the differences between those two things. That would be ridiculous.
Not an accusation. That is an accusation. But Charles, it's a statement of suspicion. That is not an accusation.
Charles, hold on. Charles, let me chime in here. A statement of suspicion, some people would say, is an accusation. I understand from the legal, literal sense what you're saying. But talking amongst ourselves right now, when you say a statement of suspicion is not an accusation, that's not how people interpret a statement of suspicion. When you make a statement of suspicion, you're making an accusation. I mean, can we at least concede that, Charles?
What I will say in response to that, Stephen A., is to whatever extent there may have been statements of suspicion that were interpreted in that manner given early on, I think the record has been clear leading up to and during Nolan Wells' funeral that A, we don't know what happened, B, we won't rule anything out, and C, with respect to ruling anything out or not ruling anything out, we are not saying that this absolutely happened, but we are not saying that we are resting until we get answers.
Can I show you where this becomes biased?
Officer Taylor, let me come at you with this. What's wrong? There's a kid now. Okay, granted, you did your homework. You went out there and you actually talked to several of his friends. Props to you for that. But the bottom line is, this kid Nolan Wells is dead, and he was the only one that was dead. What's wrong with, again, in the state of Mississippi, not just with white boys. There were some dudes there as well, but he had other people there. He was the one that did not come home alive. Again, without an official accusation. Raising, what's wrong with having your suspicions raised and saying, listen, we need some damn answers. Something ain't right. He was a healthy young 18-year-old and he didn't come home alive. How'd that happen? What's wrong with that?
Now, if they had context and all the information and then they led with that, I would have no problem with it. But let me tell you this right now, Stephen A. Smith.
Is that I don't think I've ever heard him talk and not say like, yeah, but the context and they didn't say this and they forgot about this context. Like I don't think I've ever heard him talk and not say this shit. Is literally all he ever says, ever.
And Charles, I'm telling you right now, if a white boy was on an island with his black friends, all black,
and
some white folks put on a camera, that something must be suspicious because the one white boy is with all these black dudes and something may have happened. We know that people covering it up and everything because these kids black. Man, we'd be pissed off on that. Ain't no way in the world I'd accept somebody saying, you gonna blame these black boys for doing something to this kid just because they black? That's insane. And that's what happened in this situation.
If a white boy had been on that boat with 3 black boys, we would have seen a very different.
Where's your evidence? Give me a case.
History.
No history. You can say history can tell us everything.
We would have seen please let me finish my statement. We would have seen a very different.
Give me an example.
Of the Central Park, the exonerated 5.
Well, first of all, 5 of them didn't go to prison. It was Central Park 5. Only 4 of them went to prison.
It was actually 6 of them, and 5 of them went to prison. And I'm not.
And let me tell you how they went to prison.
I'm not going to quibble with you.
You won't give context.
One at a time, guys. One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, you got to give the context.
I'm not going to quibble with you and say, well, they're called the exonerated 5 and only 4 went to. I'm not going to do that. The exonerated 5. You wanted an example. I gave you an example.
That's not an equivalent example.
And there are other examples throughout history, starting with Emmett Till and going throughout the. Are
you comparing this to Emmett Till?
You asked me.
No. Are you saying that this is equivalent to Emmett Till?
You asked me for an example.
Oh my goodness! It doesn't have to be comparable in all ways. It has to be comparable in the fact that there were people who were where there were investigations or non-investigations. That's it.
Saying it is equivalent.
Where if reversed?
Okay. I'm gonna let you finish.
I'm telling you. I'm giving you examples. What I'm telling you is that if the situation were reversed, we would have seen a very different investigation from law enforcement from the actual outset.
Let me interject.
We as a people, when it comes as a former prosecutor, because here's the thing: you're a former police officer, and that's fine. But when it comes to after arrests are made and how prosecutions are going, that's my space. That's my lane. So I'm going to speak from my lane. And what I can tell you is, we do not typically enjoy the benefit of the doubt when it comes to probable cause.
That's not true.
I'm telling you as a former prosecutor, I'm not going to tell you what it's like to be
arrest people and I deal with prosecutors.
I'm not going
to tell you what it is. I have to interview with the prosecutors every time there's an arrest. And we have to go to trial.
Well, he's not saying that you don't know. Hold on. He's not saying that you don't know, Officer Tatum. What he's saying is from his perspective as a prosecutor, this is what he's bringing up. Now, I granted, I don't blame Officer Tatum. I don't blame Officer Tatum for bringing up, acting incredulous when he says you'd say Emmett Till. That's 1955. Al Sharpton brought up Medgar Evers at the funeral. That's 1963. So if Officer Tatum's going to look at it and say, that's what you're bringing up, I get where he's coming from in terms of the distance between then and now. But I also get where you're coming from, Charles Coleman Jr., when you highlight, listen,
he gets
from an
where
historical
everybody's coming from, guys.
We're talking about, we've seen things like this before.
Gets everybody
and those are just
where they're coming
names
from.
that we know. There's a plethora of names that we may not have known that have transpired throughout history that have suffered some of these maladies, and we get that part too. Go ahead, Officer Tatum, floor is yours.
But what I'm saying is that you cannot project that. It's unfair to project that. You can have it in your subconscious that there has been things that have been done wrong, but you got to treat these things fairly. You cannot go out and project that somehow the sheriff is a racist and he's not going to do right by these boys. That's not right. Let the investigation ensue. And then if you see impropriety in the investigation, then you can project that. But listen, they interviewed you just said they interviewed 60 people. They interviewed all these boys the day of. Like, what did they do wrong? They did an autopsy.
Officer Tatum, Respectfully, what about those who would say the same or would ask the same question about you? Are you being fair? Because just like you have people out there that are elevating their level of suspicion and jumping to some sort of conclusion attached to guilt as it pertains to the death of Nolan Wells, you're coming across as somebody who's assuming these individuals that were in attendance with him were innocent because of your conversations with them, as opposed to not getting the full context the way Charles Coleman Jr. just highlighted.
No, yeah, I accept people saying that, but let me tell you that I saw proof. I'm not just taking somebody's account for it. And I'm not saying that nobody didn't kill Nolan. I'm telling you the people that they put out on the internet and said these white boys were the only ones with him, and they're getting death threats. While I was out there, somebody sent the suspicious package to one of the boys' houses. They showing up at these boys' houses saying that they killed them. Go look on the internet and look at any these videos. They got the boy pictures up there saying they had something to do with his death. They're claiming they deleting text messages. All of this stuff is incredibly ridiculous. When I went out and I said, show me.
It is fucked up, but it is because of dumb fucks like Officer Tatum, who are really bad at assessing information and assessing evidence, that they go out and do their own investigations and come to their own conclusions, and then come running back acting like they have all the facts so that everybody now you can trust me. I got this, guys. I got this. YouTuber on the scene.
The proof then. Not just what you say, show me the proof. And these kids are showing proof. Their lawyers are showing proof that they had nothing to do with this. They have a Life 360 just like Nolan did. Their Life 360 showed that they were not on the island, or at least, you know, the young man that I interviewed, he wasn't even on the island. I saw his Life 360. So, I mean, these kids, they shouldn't have done these boys like this. They should let the investigation go and then make their accusations.
So you're highlighting specifically, you're not even saying, like you just said, you're not even saying that Nolan Wells, that some vile act, that he wasn't murdered. You're saying that these boys, those are the ones that are being unfairly scrutinized and villainized by this whole ordeal. That's what you're saying, Officer Tatum. Is that accurate?
Yes, Stephen A. There were black kids there who now getting threats online too for coming out and saying something. But nobody's saying, what did these black kids have anything to do with it? The young girl he was kicking it with, they don't have her name out there. Well, her name is Katie, but I'm not gonna say her full name. I don't want her to get doxxed. They not nobody talking about her. She said she was the last one. I mean, she at least mentioned that she was with him. The boy showed me text messages from her that she's saying that she was with him. Like, why ain't nobody?
Bro, you're literally doing the same thing. You're literally doing the same thing that you're like upset with these others for. Sri.com, thank you for the membership again. Welcome back. Welcome back. TMZ released her full name. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, like but even like where he's doing this, like, you know, they said she's the last one. Nobody investigating her. Like, he's doing the same exact thing that he's mad at everybody else for now.
Nobody coming at her. I've seen, and see, this is where it gets dangerous, right? The importance in this moment is to focus on the integrity of the overall process. And when I say the overall process, I'm referring to the investigation, because I knew that the girl's name was Katie. I don't know her last name, and I knew it because there were people who I was seeing in the comment sections that I had on videos that I had done updating people about the case, who were asking the same questions that you have. People,
but Benjamin Crump isn't.
Please. So here's the thing, which is why when you're trying to, and at the end of the day, listen, you don't know what Benjamin Crump is doing as far as investigating a case. The same way that you talked about, you know, with an investigation, there are certain things that you don't reveal. You don't know what that team of lawyers are doing with respect to trying to ascertain the facts.
I reached out to them.
When it comes to, did they answer you or did they not answer you?
Well, they answered us on the last one and refused to respond to us. I mean, they refused.
Okay, so then you don't have the information. He keeps doing this where he's acting like because he reached out and they didn't answer him, he has all the information. He keeps doing this. This is like the third time he's fucking done this. He's such a fucking idiot.
They don't owe you that.
Well, which is fine. Well, don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
So again,
don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of something.
Don't do
Yeah, don't act like you're trying to get to the bottom of it if you won't even talk to Officer Tatum, YouTuber extraordinaire. How can you act like you even care if you're not even going to talk to Officer Tatum about this? He's like Mr. Magoo over here, dude.
The thing to them that you are accusing other people of
He
doing.
said
Don't
he's
make
trying to get to the bottom of it.
Don't make assumptions that
I'm not
for
assuming.
them, no, you are. You're like, well, they're not doing this, and they're trying to make
They're not reaching out to the
So on and
boys.
so forth. They have not spoken to you.
They haven't spoken to the boys either.
Charles, in fairness, at least answer this question. If indeed it's to be found out that there's been no attempt by whether it's Sharpton or Benjamin Crump or anybody else to reach out to the actual boys who were supposed to be in attendance with Nolan Wells, as Officer Tatum just highlighted, do you feel that that's the right path that they should be taking if they're raising suspicions, calling for a more thorough and open investigation, etc., and they haven't made personal attempts to reach out to these young men themselves? Do you think that that would be the right thing to do?
I can't think.
To ask Officer Tatum's question.
Sure, I can't imagine that legal team would look to bring a lawsuit without having attempted to at least try to get some investigative answers from these boys. Now, when in this process they do it is a different question, because at the end of the day, the more information you have, the more informed questions you can ask. And the chances are you're not going to get multiple bites at that apple. So from a strategic place, what I can tell you is that, yes, I would fully expect that at some point they would endeavor to reach out to these boys, but it may not be this point because they may be waiting for additional information so that they can actually ask better questions. They're not going to get multiple chances to do it. So when you do it, you want to make sure that you're doing it the best way you can. And the only way to do that is to have the information that you need in order to ask the best questions.
Charles, they drug these boys through the mother freaking mud. They put their faces online. Benjamin Crump shared this video or this picture of them in a swimming pool. That happened. That event was a week before July 4th. He didn't do no due diligence to check with anybody before he started putting this stuff out there. Then what he do is he go, I had people saying that the argument was Nolan Wells asking for his phone back. He didn't talk to Tristan, who I interviewed. Tristan said on NBC, that was me, or ABC, that was me. That was not Nolan. But Benjamin Crump still, to this day, haven't came out and said, we found out that it was another young man. He pushed this stuff on these boys, and they getting death threats. That stuff is not right. Benjamin should be more responsible. But the reason
I'm not here to talk about Nolan Wells' lawyer. I'm here to talk about why Nolan Wells is dead.
But let's get to that. Let's get to the phones.
Go ahead.
Phones getting deleted. Because Al Sharpton came out there and said the mama had to go and search the phone down with GPS and Life 360. No, she didn't. The boy showed text messages, or the parents showed text messages of them communicating with his mom. She refused. And then they go and say they deleted. The boys say, the boys told me it could be not true or not. I don't know. They got to figure it out. They go, we didn't touch his phone. His phone went from the boat to the car with everybody else's phone. And when they came to get the phone, we got the phone out of the car and gave it to another young man's mom who came to get the other young man's phone. They said, we don't know Nolan's password. How will we get in his phone and delete anything? Now, why is them not coming on TV and saying there was no password or they had to get through his phone?
Let me ask you this question. Based on your investigation, I'm asking you this. I'm thinking that any parent that loses their child wants to get to the bottom of it. They don't care if the villain is white, black, or whatever. Their child is dead. They want the culprit. So when you see Al Sharpton eulogizing and announcing that there's a $100,000 reward, when you see that Tyler Perry agreed to pay for the funeral and put up half of the reward, when you see guys like Spike Lee and Terrell Owens in attendance, and Terrell Owens, I think, dedicated $25,000, if I remember correctly, according to the reports that I've read, and you see Benjamin Crump in attendance, and you're talking about civil rights lawyers being in attendance, like you just pointed out. My question to you, Officer Tatum, and Charles, you can follow up based on the answer that he provides. My question to you is, why do you think the parents decided to go that route, Officer Tatum, based on your investigation in terms of allowing all of those folks to be so intimately involved in this situation? What are your thoughts about that? What comes to your mind, particularly based on your investigation, talking to the actual parties supposedly involved?
There's two thoughts that come to my mind. One is that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump are manipulating this family's trauma in order for them to make a crap ton of money. That's one. The second one is the parents trying to cash in on this because, and it's the reason why I say this. Why did Nolan Wells' mama say, I don't know these kids? These boys showed me pictures and video and text of them staying over his house, or at least the young boy Tristan, staying over his house multiple times. She went to school with one of the other boys' mama, graduated high school with her. They showed me the yearbook. Why is she saying this? Why? Al Sharpton don't know this boy. Why is he eulogizing him at his funeral? Ain't never met Nolan a day in his life. You know, why are they saying we're going to give $100,000 to somebody who give us information to lead to an arrest? What if Nolan drowned? They don't care about him drowning. You know, and then also, why we don't do this for any other young men who have lost their lives at the hands of other people other than white people?
Let's not do that.
Why we coming
Charles, Charles, I'm going to give you the floor. Charles, I'm going to give you the floor in a second. But Officer Tatum, it's one thing I want to make sure that I give you an opportunity to clarify, because it's one thing to feel what you feel about Benjamin Crump, Reverend Al Sharpton, etc. It's another thing entirely to lump the parents who just lost their child.
But I know it's sensitive.
Talking about they're trying to profit.
I know
off
it's
this.
sensitive.
You sure you want to say that? Is what I'm saying. You sure you want to say that?
Let me be clear about this. You asked me what my thoughts were. I didn't say that was facts. I just said these are my thoughts based on a few factors, right?
Okay.
There ain't no reason for Al Sharpton to be doing that boy's eulogy when Al never knew him.
That's not even your call or your business.
But what I'm saying is that if I die, my daddy. If I die,
that's you. Respect the choices that family made.
Let him speak.
If I get killed,
that family had a choice.
Why?
And who it is that? Why is that? They don't have to answer to you. That's not.
They don't. But I have an opinion.
That's that.
He is so fucking weird, bro. He is so weird. Why is he like this?
Family. Okay. I don't even understand why who that family chose to eulogize their fallen son.
What is
any of your business to have any commentary about?
Well, you can't tell me that because it don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me.
Anyone they wanted to.
It don't seem normal. It don't seem normal to me for a man that don't even preach sermons to do a eulogy for a boy that he didn't know.
Okay, we're going off the rails, guys. We're going off the rails. We're going off the rails because Charles, I know you got to get ready to go. We're running out of time, so I'm just going to give this last question to the both of y'all. Officer Tatum, I'm going to give you the word, and then Charles Coleman, I'm going to give you the last word. What are your expectations of what is going to come of this when all is said and done, based on the evidence that we know? Charles, Officer Tatum, I'll go with you first. Charles, I'll give you the last word.
And I'll try to make this succinct. I think we're going to find that the law enforcement agency did a fair investigation, that they did things right all the way through the process, and that...
I mean, look, it is my experience that, like, every time I see people on YouTube and TMZ and all these people hyping up some murder or something, or like, you know, including Al Sharpton, that a lot of times it commonly turns out to be literally nothing, and that that they will make like really strong allegations, much stronger than what it is that they should be making. That is just like a very real thing that tends to happen. So I while I am like super sus of anything that these people are saying about this, and I doubt that it is like as suspicious as a lot of them make it out to be. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it, but I also know that, yeah, I don't trust any of those motherfuckers. Not at all.
None of this will lead to any of what Al Sharpton them said it was and alluded that it was, and they will get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan, and it will be clean, it will be professional, and it will be the same result without the interference with activists and people out here hoodwinking. I think that they're going to find out what happened to Nolan, and it's not going to be Al Sharpton, it's not going to be Benjamin Crump. It's going to be the law enforcement agencies that go out and do this stuff every single day, that does an investigation, that's going to be forensically looked through the cell phone, that's going to interview 60 people and find out what happened to Nolan. And they're going to be able to say, was it somebody that did something nefarious to Nolan? They're going to be prosecuted. If Nolan drowned, they're going to let the family know he drowned. That's going to be the totality of this investigation, which didn't have nothing to do with this race stuff and had nothing to do with these activists coming out and making money on the death of another black boy.
Charles, I'll give you the last word because I know you got to go.
Sure. Thank you, Stephen A. I don't necessarily know what will come of the case. I am and continue to be invested in the integrity of the process, number one, so that it sets a precedent of getting to the facts and having objective information disseminated to the public in a way that's honest, truthful, and transparent. What I will say is that it's disappointing to sit and listen to Brandon talk about the same type of aspersions being cast on Benjamin Crump, on Al Sharpton, in the same way that they are advocating for answers for Nolan Wells, that he has railed against the same type of characterizations going in reverse. A split mirror image of the type of vitriol that you are decrying against the survivors in this instance being spewed at Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton. And I don't necessarily think that that gets us anywhere, and it's not productive when you're talking about getting to the bottom of this and understanding what actually happened to Nolan Wells. So for me, I hope that the dialogue can be more tempered, where we're not trying to characterize people in either direction, but we're trying to insist on getting to the bottom of things and looking for the facts.
Spirited discussion, that's what it's all about. Two opposite points of view, but I appreciate both of y'all time. I know y'all got a lot more to say, but I know, Charles, at least in your case, you got to get on out of here. Officer Tatum, I could tell you chomping at the bit. I got a lot more to say. You know you're always welcome back on the show. I really appreciate both of y'all taking time out of your busy schedule. I hope this was productive. I think it was a productive conversation, regardless of the disagreements and where we are right now. Still searching for the facts to really, really get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan Wells. But I thank y'all both so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen A. Thanks, Charles.
All right,
take
y'all.
care, Brandon.
Wow. That was a riveting conversation, to say the least. Officer Tatum went to Mississippi, said he's spoken to several of the people in attendance, and is appalled by folks jumping to a conclusion that this was a race issue, and clearly questioned why was Al Sharpton there giving the eulogy, why is Benjamin Crump, a civil rights attorney, involved, if indeed this was a criminal case.
Yeah, we were here.
Charles Coleman Jr., the legal mind on this panel, clearly stated that Officer Tatum doesn't know specifically why they're involved, doesn't know specifically who they've spoken to, who they've attempted to reach out to, or whether or not their investigation is indeed finished, and had a problem with the narrative that he felt Officer Tatum was trying to create. No matter what way you slice it, here's the bottom line. An 18-year-old kid is dead, and inexplicably so. And somehow, some way, we need to get to the bottom of it. I find it very, very hard to believe that he just drowned. I find it very, very hard to believe that there was no foul play involved. Even Officer Tatum himself said there may indeed have been foul play involved. He was just challenging whether or not it was the three white kids that people say were with Nolan Wells all by their lonesome, when in fact, according to Officer...
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't the fucking the kid that got left in the lake, because honestly, I heard that story. I watched that fucking video of the kid being like, dude, you guys, I'm gonna drown. I don't know how to swim. And they're like, bro, you have a life vest on. And I see the caption of like, you know, racist friends refuse to help their friend who's stranded. and can't swim, and they're like, you have a fucking life vest on. I'm watching this like, this is fucking stupid, dude. He has a life vest on. Like, they're right. Shut the fuck up, dude. You are being a fucking pussy. Like, even if it's a kid's life vest, you're gonna be fine. Like, you'll at least be able to, like, float across. You can float without a fucking life vest. Like, you could just backstroke. You're able to fucking float either way. Shut the fuck up. Quit being a baby. Just get in the fucking water. And they even, I think they even were yelling, they're like, dude, you can touch the bottom. Like, it's shallow. You can touch the bottom. Like, it wasn't all that bad. So I was like thinking, dude, I'm about to feel fucking horrible, because I watched that video and I thought, that kid's he is being a fucking pussy. His friends are right. This isn't racist. He is just being a little baby. Like, shut the fuck up and get in the water. Like, I was gonna feel so bad if that's the kid who ended up dying. I was gonna be like, oh man, I was so fucking wrong. What the fuck? How did he die? He had a life vest.
Tatum, there were other people there, some of whom happened to be black. And he was making the case, who's to say that those were the only people involved? Who was to say that they're not innocent after all, and it was somebody else who committed a vile act that led to Nolan Wells being deceased, his funeral having taken place just a few days ago. There is no doubt that regardless of what we want to say, the fact that Tyler Perry is involved and paid for the funeral, the fact that Spike Lee and Terrell Owens were in attendance, the fact that Benjamin Crump, a civil rights attorney, is representing the family, and Al Sharpton is giving the funeral, let's not act like we don't know that this is being turned into a civil rights case. I don't know whether that's wrong or not, because to be quite honest with you, black kid is dead after going out with white dudes. Yeah, I got a problem with that. That picture don't look right, particularly in the state of Mississippi. I'm just gonna keep it a buck and call it like that. The flip side to it is that if Officer Tatum is correct, and we have no reason at this particular moment in time to believe otherwise, if there were other people that were there, if there were 60 people on an island, if Nolan Wells was fraternizing with an abundance of other people, ended up staying behind of his own volition, that would point to an absence of guilt needing to be directed in the direction of the 3 white kids he's believed to have been in attendance with and went to the island with. So all of that stuff comes into play. We don't know. Here's the one thing that we do need to agree upon. Every exhaustive measure must be taken to get to the bottom of this, to find out why Nolan Wells is no longer with us. That much is true. Whereas we can't definitively point guilt in the direction of any specific individual at this time, we can simply say, this seems very fishy, very shady. Something happened to this kid. Let's find out what the hell happened to this kid. Let's get to the bottom of it. Terrell Owens is right about that. Spike Lee is right about that. Tyler Perry is right about that. Benjamin Crump is right about that. Charles F. Coleman Jr. is right about that. And I didn't hear Officer Tatum saying we should shut down an investigation and we shouldn't put forth a strenuous effort to find out about it. So everybody seems in agreement. Let's push forward with an investigation. Let's find out what the hell happened. Let's not designate this an accident and be gone and have no explanation whatsoever as to what happened to Nolan Wells. That is unacceptable in the year 2026. You're 18 years old, in good health, accustomed to being at home with your family. Your family says they've taught you to never depart from a group of people. And the fact that you ended up apparently doing so seems to be at odds with his upbringing, according to what his parents say. I'm not going to accuse parents who just lost their child of any kind of shady intent whatsoever. That's cruel. I'm not going to do that. But we also need to recognize we got to get to the bottom of this. We got to find out what happened, come hell or high water. exhaust every means and every measure, exhausting ourselves and put whatever resources we need to put behind everything to get to the bottom of this. Because something like that simply cannot happen. And for those who are sensitive and feel like, hey, you know, the state of Mississippi is being given a bad rap just because it happened there at that locale, shouldn't mean blah, blah, blah. No, that's not how it goes. Sometimes history comes back to haunt you, and a level of guilt is attached. And if not guilt, at the very least, suspicion and skepticism. Because so much time was spent historically favoring one race of people over others. That's what happens, which is why you should do everything you can to make sure that that's not something that ever exists when it pertains to you and the community you come from. But it is what it is. That's where we are. Let's get to the bottom.
What it is.
Let's find out what happened. I hope today's riveting conversation that you just witnessed took a step in that direction. It did for me. I hope the same for all of you watching. That's it for this special edition of Straight Shooter, courtesy of Stephen A. Smith and my Straight Shooter YouTube channel. Please continue to support the show. Please continue to click that button, that like button. Show me the love, and I'm going to give it right back by giving you as much content, as much riveting content as I possibly can. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen A. signing off. Peace and love, Straight Shooter style.
Well, all right. All right, then. I hear you. I mean, we're talking about the last state to remove slavery from their constitution, and they didn't even officially do it until 2013. When the Lincoln movie released? Really? Sheesh. And you can't really blame them. They're just a bunch of dumb hicks over there. They ain't know no better. They ain't know no better. Just a bunch of Mississippians. They ain't know nothing about birthing no babies. I mean, that was Mississippi was one of the states with like the lowest education rates, like highest dropout rates. Mississippi, some dumb motherfuckers. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah, you gotta find some people who can read first before they could change the Constitution. I mean, damn. Exactly. Mississippi. Wait, did they do another correspondence dinner?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
They did a new correspondence dinner?
It's very beautiful, but this has not been an easy evening, all these awards. Do I have a say in those awards, all those awards? But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like.
Is this in the ballroom? Is it done already? No? Then what is he talking about when he says he built it?
Some I don't like it all, but I respect most of them. I must say that you do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage, and we both wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room. And you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. A tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly, and we figured something out. But the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself. A very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Holman. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up in those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant. It's quite an evening. But tonight we come back together to answer
that's
that
funny, man.
heinous attack with unwavering resolve. And every one of us here this evening to show that in America, we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country, we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets, but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. There are a lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect my family and myself, all presidents, and lots of others. That's the United States Secret Service, so I appreciate it very much. And Sean and the whole group, amazing job. Amazing job. In recent months, they've repeatedly responded to threats with speed and professionalism and extraordinary courage, and there is no better example of that than Officer Victor Gonzalez, who we just met. It was amazing. What he did was amazing. When the would-be assassin charged the checkpoint at speed, he was fast. You know, when you looked at that, you had to look at it about 10 times before you really saw what was going on. He was quick. Nasty. The gun made him nasty, actually. But Officer Gonzalez engaged the attacker without hesitation and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest, fortunately, was on, saved his life. And Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it. We insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military who surround us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job.
Then Miller hide behind this. Not really. I mean, that was like kind of like the meme that everybody put out, but he was like hovered over her, like pushing her. So he was, from what I remember, he was like covering her up.
Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun, you know. I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing, I could never have done the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vests, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, are you sure I'm not wearing this? No, you look exactly 20. They say, sir, it's about 21 pounds. I said, not good. But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents' Dinner Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion, you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija, and I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy, so I want to thank you very much. Fantastic job. And Ouija worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled, and we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much, all, for putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondents Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, a very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from it. That's okay. on occasion. He shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations. And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, who just had her second child. You and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She's another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice. But Caroline may have one of the...
It literally it just sounds like people who are getting paid to laugh or some shit. This is... it's odd the way that they keep laughing.
She has to deal with all of you all of the time, and you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people, but I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93. So how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. Some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's got to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we have we really do. We have a complete and total. You know, I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming.
He literally repeats the word. It's called emphasis to emphasize that it's called emphasis. It's great. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House Military Center, drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick. They said to the people, well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47, that's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But
did he say 8K?
Supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47, that's supposed to be a big one.
Sounds like he's saying 8K.
When I don't know so much about the guns, my sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House, not only the ballroom. And what's underneath, you know, is supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again. Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile, it's old, and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to build something very powerful. I said, let's keep it secret. They said, no, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret. And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suing, they're not good people. We told them, we said, you know, you're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's going to be, it's really going, it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has. I just visited China. They have this magnificent room, the Great Room. They call it the Great Room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic. And with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents, you know, I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months, assuming we finish it right on time. I get to use it. Somebody said, he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future. I'm not building, I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex what we did downstairs than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it, though. It's going to be amazing. And I think I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table we were talking about it. I said, I think, you know, it's White House correspondence. So I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe. And that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom.
Thank you so much.
But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the danger town, this ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See everything, the brass? Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, you know, I sold this building, and they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers, because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal, because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, you know, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor, 82,000 feet. For those in the real estate business, 82,000 feet, that's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience, and this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But that next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondence Center. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Oh, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car.
Oh my goodness.
And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, he's a piece of work. You think it's
So
it
hot.
is fun, but he is a very different
So
kind
hot.
of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together. Last month, we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight, the UFC fight. When I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, that took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to rain. We're going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came, and it went, and now we came up to Wednesdays. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual, because usually it's Saturday night. And they said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? Sure, it's going to rain. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night. It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle. But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock, and we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. I said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained. It was perfect. In fact, the week before, it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees. And the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House, and it was like, thank you very much. It went like this. And other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain. And it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the South Lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that. Oh, you think I'm kidding. But the big fight was such an amazing success that tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people know that, but you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, around the Capitol. And Roger, who's incredible, he won the Indianapolis 500 20 times. Think of it. Germany, Japan, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indy 500. And Roger wins it. He literally won it 20 times.
Literally?
On the 18th time, I said, you know, that's amazing. I'm going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I had him up. And then he won it 2 times after that. The guy's amazing. And he lost the last one by about 6 inches, if anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. Look, it's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, you know, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said, everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, I said, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, I don't care. Call them all back. They're all gone. 450,000, and most of them were in cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back up higher. Maybe, thank you. Let's stand up, Peter. Tell them. More, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd. And actually worked out better, a little like this. It worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people. Thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening. And it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet, fighting, I would say, I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a Congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC +3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC +3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper is going to fight Lawrence O'Donnell. I'm not a fan of Lawrence O'Donnell. I like Anderson, actually, because he's covered me well for many years. Then he went bad as soon as I went for politics. But for years, he loved interviewing. I did so many interviews with him, and he was great. But, you know, he's got a little different persuasion than me in many ways, actually. And Lawrence O'Donnell, never liked him, never thought he had any talent. But he's still making a living, so I can't knock it. But we had a contest for who had the lowest ratings and the lowest IQ on television. And that was actually Don Lemon, I think. You know, when I said that he's the dumbest man on television, I said, you know, when you say some things, you never make a comeback. It's not like, oh, gee, hey, Don, let's have dinner some night. But I know what I'm saying. And then you have Bette Midler and Jane Fonda actually held a concert.
Is he actually, like, what is... I thought they were supposed to be, like, doing a roast or some shit. Like, he's just rambling. What is happening? He started off, I thought he was giving a roast. I thought he was going to be making, you know, he had the Nicki Minaj thing. I thought he was going to be making jokes, and then now he's just rambling about the 250th anniversary and what is happening.
To protest the first UFC fight. They didn't want to see the fight. Very few people want. They held an event. Like 3 people showed up. And given the choice between seeing some of the really beat-up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the 2 of them of the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say. I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, you know, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle. And Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just wanted, because I used to be friendly with Chris. Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off. Forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner. And I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular. But I've watched comedians get up to the dinner because I have been here actually quite a few times. People don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard. But actually, he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. It's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign. And, I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good. But it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I thought I was there.
Brooklyn Decker, I can't place the... Huh. She's a model? Oh, she's a Victoria's Secret model. Right? She was a pregnant chick in a movie. Is this it? Yep, this is it. Yeah, with Elizabeth Banks. Yeah. That's right.
3 or 4 times before that, but I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran, I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know, I think I made the right decision because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings, and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always came. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what? With time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And
They call, just to be clear, they call every year. They call every year. It's part of the tradition. They call in and make it, given a formal invitation every single year, and every year he turned it down. So this is not the first time where they're like, Mr. President, please, we're calling to beg you to come, please. They always call.
I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I mean, I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And I said, they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And well, Jackie will treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent. They get a lot. They have talent. You know who has talent? Their agent, getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. You know, he's known, I called him, I hate some people, you know, I shouldn't say this, I'm not supposed to hate, I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person, he's a liar. And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, sick older woman, I guess now I have to say. So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everything to everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I mean, I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. You know, it's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
They really want to make a deal, guys.
Washington, D.C.
Seriously,
or any of our
this
cities
time.
or Israel or, frankly, the Middle East destroyed with a nuclear weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. I see it. I get to see it. We're not going to let that happen. So this is all about we will not let them have a nuclear weapon. And
Thank goodness.
They would use it.
Thank goodness you finally decided.
But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time, because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, and writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to hear it. You ever see the ratings?
Right, Peter?
They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn
Tell
their
'em, Peter.
lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me.
You don't
It's a
talk about
fake. She
Caitlin
shouldn't get the award. It was a fake, but I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin,
Never
do you ever
smiles.
smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship. But then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can. It was Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dylan Mulvaney cost
Good one.
Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories and one on the, he was upset about this. 1 was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh. But he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhirable. You know, you hired, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him, but you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhirable. CNN is also here, and I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, you know, I pick up my phone. I used to go to this young lady, I'd say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen, you'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I'd get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I said, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. That's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been.
Pretty stupid thing.
But the press
Everybody
calls,
agrees on that.
I'm getting calls.
It's a really
Ring,
dumb thing
ring.
that
I
he
was with
did.
somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much. It's fresh. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? She'll call me and she says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about it. Congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job. And they feel I'm above it all. And that no person, hundreds of people call no person, is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have to let me know. Because sometimes I do like to speak to the press, but now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name, because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling it the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? and I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do
What
this.
is
This is
happening?
a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look. No, look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work
Great
for
job.
the
Great job.
failing New York Times, or I work for, well, I don't know, do they ever come to these dinners? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better when you can, when you have the time. You speak to the reporter. You treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters where when you speak to them, you can get your point across, and that's a good thing. But some people say that Jake Tapper is a great investigative reporter in D.C., and that's why after moderating our debate, it only took him 1 year to break the story that Joe Biden might possibly have suffered from cognitive decline. It took him 1 year. He wrote a book about how great he was mentally, not too good. And I don't like Biden because Biden was very unfair to a lot of people. But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because he was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the Correspondents' Dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room. And then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at it saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad. But with Gavin, so he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. The video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person. And she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, and most people don't know that dumb is a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about. They got a whole table full of Republicans there. They're saying, no, don't mention my frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth, and honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not president, sadly, but, you know, some people say, never use the fat word. And I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems, you know? It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig, please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out who is that guy, does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you, because I'm defending a man who obviously has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family threw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up and they said,
This is
we
fucking
want you
insane,
to
dude.
apologize.
This is absolutely bonkers.
Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what? I think I'm more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And she, well, I'm not going to say this next one. Do you want to hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years? How did he do? Not too good.
That's
I'm
not
in the
bad.
White House. And
Totem pole one's not bad. That's all right. That would have been a good one.
he's not doing as well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. You know, prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, you know, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck saw him and he did a certain thing. And then one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants? They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia.
Okay. I can't take it. All right. I'm going to head out. Appreciate everybody coming to hang out. Do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button and join the Discord. The link is in the description for the Discord. Every night, stream ends, but the chat does not. We continue in the Discord. So make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. And then also make sure you follow me on Twitter. Link is also in the description. I should be back on tomorrow. If you guys want to suggest any content, make sure you put it in content suggestions in the Discord. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.